Chapter 1441. He did not see wrong. Each of the 10 steps was covered in scarlet blood. It was very eye-catching, even somewhat too bright. A human's blood could not be so glaring. The strange scene frightened the black-clad swordsman so much that he paled. He quickly looked at Jiang Tian and pleaded with a quivering voice, "Senior Jiang, save me." "Don't move." Although Jiang Tian had a strange temper and a proud and aloof character, he would not leave a person in the lurch. This matter surpassed Jiang Tian's expectations. There should not be any major problems with just 10 steps. Even if there was a problem, it should not be this serious. Bloody footprints were an extremely ominous sign. Originally, Jiang Tian wanted to make this black-clad swordsman suffer a little before dealing with him. However, it looked like the problem was bigger now. This was not Jiang Tian's first time coming to this Mirage Immortal Palace. He had come here at least 10 times. As long as he did not enter the Mirage Immortal Palace, given his means, he would not be in any danger. However, it looked like something had changed. Someone had changed the geomancy of this place. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Nothing had happened even after coming here so many times. Aside from this, there could be no other reason. "Don't move. I'll go over." As Jiang Tian spoke, many azure-colored geomancy flags flew out of his body. They turned into beams of azure light. In the blink of an eye, they stabbed into the ground according to some kind of formation. Wherever the flag landed, blood splattered on the ground. Miserable screams rang out, causing those who heard it to panic. That black-clad swordsman was even more frightened. However, he did not dare to rush Jiang Tian. At this moment, the entire ground started to tremble gently. As the ground trembled, it continuously elongated. Such a strange scene made everyone even more afraid to act rashly. They all showed anxious expressions. Only Jiang Tian remained calm as he walked forward step by step, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. On the throne, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. A dragon-fixing needle appeared in his right hand. This was a dragon-seeking secret treasure that he had once used to seek dragons and fix veins. Although Xiao Chen had given up on cultivating as a geomaster, he still had the dragon-revealing mirror, the dragon-subduing platform, and the dragon-fixing needle. Light flickered under Jiang Tian's feet. With every step he took, the blood scattered and turned into beams of scarlet light surrounding his body. Suddenly, a series of terrifying cries came from outside the formation. A pair of green eyes flickered, accompanied by heavy breathing. "What is it?" Feng Xiao asked, feeling a little nervous. As a martial emperor, Xiao Chen possessed overwhelming strength. However, he did not know anything about these ghost-like ominous things. The middle-aged couple also held their weapons with their right hands, ready to attack at any time. Under the mask, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was not a good sign. Jiang Tian was busy dispelling the evil blood and had no time to take care of the formation. The group of them would probably be thrown into disarray, and they might even kill each other. The unknown was always the greatest source of fear. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided to make a move. He flicked his finger, and the dragon-fixing needle turned into a beam of light as it shot out. The mysterious existence outside the formation let out a miserable shriek and rolled on the ground. At that moment, Jiang Tian had also completed his 10 steps. All of the blood had been dispersed, and the ground had stopped squirming. Everything had returned to normal. "Alright, it's safe for now." Jiang Tian pointed to that black-clad swordsman, indicating that he could walk back. That black-clad swordsman felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. After standing there for so long without moving, his body had already stiffened long ago. The black-clad swordsman raised his leg and took a step. Boom! His body shattered into pieces, not even a drop of blood leaking out. It turned out that he had already turned into a dried corpse without realizing it. Xiao Chen now somewhat understood why the blood from earlier was overly bright. That was the essence blood of an emperor, the black-clad swordsman's own blood. Such a sudden scene startled everyone, their jaws nearly falling off. A seventh heaven sovereign martial emperor actually dismembered into pieces, dying instantly. Bastard! It turns out that he died the moment he took the first wrong step. What a waste of my time. Jiang Tian scolded angrily after taking a look. Senior Jiang, what's going on? The hemp-robed old man asked Jiang Tian, suppressing the horror in his heart. Jiang Tian did not hide it. He said honestly, someone changed the geomancy of this place. If I guessed right, it should be that group of immortal cultivators. Aside from them, no one else would dare to do this. The 19 psychic mountains around us have all turned into ghost mountains. Yin and Yang are in chaos. The 5 elements are reversed. One wrong step and you end up like this fellow. Feng Shao sucked in a sharp breath and said, "That incredible? He is the 7th heaven Emperor Wu. How could he die just like that?" Jiang Tian smiled in disdain and said, "You are overthinking. Do you know how the ghost mountains were refined? They were built from the corpses and blood of martial emperors. During the ancient era, etiquette did not exist. The principles were unclear. There was no distinction between good and evil. Humans were no different from wild beasts. They did things crudely and viciously. When Emperor Wu died, he was no different from a wild beast, casually piled up like that. Only during the immemorial era did etiquette appear and people learned to rest in peace. In the following years, there were no more ghost mountains. All the ghost mountains in the world existed here." When Feng Shao heard this secret, he felt slightly startled, somewhat unable to accept it. What are those immortal cultivators trying to do? Trap us here? The hemp-robed old man thought even further, thinking about the Mirage Immortal Palace. Jiang Tian said indifferently, "There's no need to think about it. There is definitely something in the Mirage Immortal Palace that they want. They cannot afford any mishaps. Otherwise, those fellows would not be so ruthless. What should we do now? I discovered a universe origin fruit in the Mirage Immortal Palace 100 years ago. It just so happens to ripen now. Could it be that we are just going to give it up?" The hemp-robed old man felt depressed. In a moment of carelessness, he revealed the secret in his heart. TSK, the universe origin fruit is good stuff. It is rumored to be an immortal fruit that can increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. Old Mu, you really hit it well. Are you trying to use it to become a prime? Jiang Tian said with a smile, not anxious about the situation at all. The middle-aged couple, Feng Shao and Shao Chun, could not help looking at the hemp-robed old man. There really is such a thing? That is a legendary item. Even during the immortal epic, it was an extremely rare natural treasure. The hemp-robed old man could not care too much. He said sullenly, "Senior Jiang, I don't care. You have to send me to the Mirage Immortal Palace." Such a scene happened on many mountains. The supreme elders of the various holy lands all forced their geomasters to think of a way to get down the mountain. It was not just Mu Yong. Everyone who came to the Mirage Immortal Palace had a purpose. They did not want to miss out on this rare opportunity. The next time the Mirage Immortal Palace appeared, they would miss out on the Golden Age. Jiang Tian said indifferently, "That's impossible. The geomancy is already chaotic, and the Ghost Mountain is already formed. I can come and go as I please. However, if I want to bring someone along, there is no need to talk about that. Just obediently wait for 1 month and you will be sent out." Seated on the throne, Shao Chun looked up at the sky. The sky was dark. The sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. However, when Shao Chun infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still managed to see the constellations in the sky. Shao Chun gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. The hemp-robed old man felt very frustrated. However, he was much more shrewd than the black-clad swordsman. He knew that he could not be rash or force Jiang Tian. The hemp-robed old man felt very sullen in his heart, not knowing what to do. Shao Chun withdrew his gaze and sized up Jiang Tian. This old fellow's means were very powerful. It was impossible that he only had these few methods. He must have been holding something back. However, he did not want to get involved in this mess, so he purposely did not advance. Shao Chun observed the constellations. There were geomasters executing their geomancy skills on the other ghost mountains, clashing with the mysterious phenomena of the ghost mountain as they headed down the mountain step by step. Since the other geomasters had means to break out of the situation, it was even more impossible for Jiang Tian to not have one. Furthermore, from start to end, aside from some simple geomancy flags, Xiaochen did not see Jiang Tian use any powerful dragon-seeking secret treasures. He also did not see Jiang Tian use his treasure, the Worldly Universe banner. While Xiaochen felt suspicious, he suddenly discovered Jiang Tian looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Chapter 1442. Could it be that old Jiang has recognized me? Xiaochen smiled faintly. What exactly is he planning? Xiaochen shifted his gaze away and thought to himself. The few people in the group all appeared somewhat depressed. No one would be satisfied with being trapped here for a month. This was especially so for the hemp-robed old man. If someone accidentally obtained a miraculous item like the primordial chaos fruit, he would definitely die. If someone accidentally obtained a miraculous item like the universe origin fruit, he would be so frustrated that he would vomit blood, so depressed that he wanted to die. The middle-aged couple spoke in low voices, thinking about something. Senior Jiang, since you are not willing to bring anyone along, then I will go alone. This is not my first time coming to the Mirage Immortal Palace, so I am somewhat prepared. The hemp-robed old man could not resist stepping forward. Jiang Tian could not be bothered with him. He waved his hand and said, "Do as you please. Our agreement ends here. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to heaven. I have my own plans," Mu Yong said calmly. Then he walked out of the range of the formation, choosing to go alone. He did indeed have some trump cards and means. After all, he was someone who had come to the Mirage Immortal Palace several times and left it alive. The two of us discussed it and decided to go down the mountain alone. However, we would like to ask Senior Jiang some questions. The middle-aged couple stepped forward and arrived before Jiang Tian. Clearly, they wanted some guidance. Jiang Tian did not refuse. He said indifferently, "Yin and Yang are reversed here, and the 5 elements are in chaos. However, midnight should be the calmest time. Walk for 2 hours every day. There is no rush. We should be able to leave the mountain in 7 days. However, this is not absolute. Deal with the risks yourself." After saying that, Jiang Tian gave the two a protective jade pendant each and did not say anything more. "Thank you, Senior." The two gave their thanks and set off at midnight. Soon, most of the people had left. Only Xiao Qin and Feng Xiao remained. These two bladesmen had not made a decision yet. Clearly, Feng Xiao could not make up his mind. He did not know what to do. He asked Xiao Qin, "Brother Shadowless, what do you think?" Naturally, Xiao Qin wanted to go as well. However, with his Geomaster cultivation, he could barely protect himself. Bringing someone along would only be a burden. The importance of the reincarnation arts to him was self-evident. Xiao Qin answered honestly, "With my strength, I can barely protect myself. However, if I travel with others, I cannot guarantee that." Feng Xiao smiled and said, "In that case, let's meet at the Mirage Immortal Palace. Hopefully we can make it there alive." Xiao Qin looked pensive. He took out a brocade box and handed it to the other party. There were some dragon-fixing needles inside. Perhaps they would be of use at a crucial moment. "What is this?" Feng Xiao asked curiously. Xiao Qin said calmly, "These are some small toys that I refine myself. They are useful in dealing with ghost-type evil beings." Feng Xiao didn't really care, but she was still very touched. After casually putting it away, she said, "Farewell. Take care." After Feng Xiao left, only Xiao Qin and Jiang Tian remained. Jiang Tian smiled casually and said, "Everyone is gone. Brat, you can take off your mask now." Without removing his mask, Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, "When did you recognize me?" "The first time I saw you, I was somewhat suspicious. You can't hide the unique aura of a Geomaster. By the time you used the dragon-fixing needles, I was already pretty sure. However, you really hid very deeply." Jiang Tian continued, "Everyone in the world has forgotten about you. Who would have thought that the Blue Dragon King from back then would transform into the current shadowless Saber Sovereign?" These words rendered Xiao Qin speechless. He could only silently accept the other party's guess. "Cut the crap. What level have you cultivated your heavenly eye to? Are you still cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon?" Jiang Tian asked with a serious expression. Why are you asking this? I have not cultivated it for a very long time already. In the past few years, I've been focusing on the Saber Dao, Xiaochen said with some doubt in his tone, not hiding anything. Jiang Tian scolded, "Foolish brat, to think that you gave up on the heavenly eye. How many people would beg for such a heaven-defying technique? I can't be bothered with you anymore. Originally, I thought that you could help me a little. Now, it looks like you are just a burden." Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. Jiang Tian looked down on him. Based on what the other party said, Jiang Tian had purposely let the hemp-robed old man and the others leave. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform, the two great dragon-seeking secret treasures, are they still there? They are still of some use. Make your preparations. Come with me to see what those immortal cultivators are up to. Jiang Tian finally revealed his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to seek trouble for those immortal cultivators. This went against Xiaochen's plan. He was here to search for the cycle arts. As long as those immortal cultivators did not have any designs on the cycle arts, it would have nothing to do with him. Help me with this, and I'll help you obtain the cycle arts. I know where it is. Deal, Xiaochen said directly without hesitation. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "You are very decisive. However, you have no choice but to agree. If you refuse again, I will go and help the people at Zodiac Hall." After making his preparations, Xiaochen merged the throne into his black robes. The dragon-revealing mirror floated quietly above his head as he stood next to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian held the worldly universe banner and pointed at it. The turbid skies slowly parted. The sun, moon, and stars flickered with light, taking in everything. Stargazing. Xiaochen knew this as well. However, he was still not as good as Jiang Tian. He could not understand many of the constellations. What are you doing? Isn't the feng shui of this place messed up? The constellations change constantly. There is no way to see anything wrong with them, Xiaochen said, feeling confused. Let's see which mountain those immortal cultivators are at. Found it. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed and fixed on a ghost mountain in the northwest. It was nearly an entire valley away from the ghost mountain that the two of them were standing on. Use your heavenly eye to see if it is right. Xiaochen took off his mask and opened the vertical eye on his forehead. His field of vision immediately extended infinitely. The scene in the distance was magnified countless times, appearing before Xiaochen. He could see everything clearly, not missing any detail. When his field of vision was about to reach its limit, Xiaochen finally saw an immortal ship. The heavenly eye could not be maintained for too long. After verifying it, Xiaochen prepared to leave. However, just at this moment, a face suddenly appeared in the scene before Xiaochen. The owner of this face was the white-clad fairy maiden that appeared on the mountain before Xiaochen entered this place. At this moment, the heavenly eye had yet to scatter. It was like this person's face was right in front of Xiaochen. There was no need to elaborate on this woman's beauty. She was perfect and flawless, exuding overwhelming spiritual energy and extraordinary. However, as Xiaochen looked at her, he felt fear for some reason. He was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. He made a mistake at the last step, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. "What did you see?" Jiang Tian asked anxiously, feeling somewhat excited when he saw Xiaochen vomit blood. Xiaochen rested for a while before answering, "An immortal ship and a white-clad girl. I wonder if it was an illusion." Jiang Tian, who thought that he could see a lot, said disappointedly, "The level of your heavenly eye is still too low. If you improve it further and cultivate it to the level of the heavenly flying divine eye, you will be able to see more." The heavenly flying divine eye was just a level. When one cultivated it to perfection, the heavenly eye could soar into the sky and tunnel underground, no longer restricted to the physical body. However, this level was something that Xiaochen had never even thought about. It was far too difficult. "That woman," Xiaochen said, feeling suspicious. "Didn't they say that she would not appear?" Jiang Tian sighed and said, "I roughly know what they are going to do. This woman is the heavenly profound holy daughter, the strongest person of the ancient era. She is extremely infatuated with immortals. After she reached her peak, She moved the 19 ghost mountains and locked down the spiritual energy of the Mirage Immortal Palace, preparing to become a ghost immortal. Xiaochen muttered, "Ghost immortal? If one cannot become a heavenly immortal, it is not impossible to become an immortal using the ghost Tao. In that case, did she succeed? That was millions of years ago. Who knows the result? This group of immortal cultivators might be trying to find her true body and dig out the method to become a ghost immortal." Jiang Tian said worriedly, "If they really dig out something ominous and fly out of the Mirage Immortal Palace, the world will fall into chaos. Come with me to take a look." The Worldly Universe banner spun around and doubled in size. Jiang Tian immediately stood on it. After some thought, Xiaochen followed suit. Xiaochen really wanted to know whether the white-clad girl he saw was a human or a ghost or the ghost immortal that Jiang Tian mentioned. Chapter 1443. In this strange space, only a geomaster like Senior Jiang dared to fly in the air. If it were Xiaochen, he absolutely would not dare to do so. The restrictions and formations in the air were much more numerous than those on the ground. If Xiaochen was not careful, he might end up in an illusion, unable to come out until he died. The yin-yang 5-element illusion was very different from regular illusions. There was truth in the fake and falsehood in the real. It was a restriction formed by combining the geomancy of the surroundings, the 5 elements, yin-yang, and 5 elements with illusions. Even Jiang Tian had to be cautious when flying. Although Xiaochen was clearly flying in the air, all he saw were all sorts of incredibly dangerous environments, changing constantly. At one moment, it was an ice mountain. At another, it was lava. At another, it was hell. Not only that, but there were also many ferocious beasts in the illusions. As a geomaster, Jiang Tian naturally had to leave these combat tasks to Xiaochen. Don't think that these illusions and ferocious beasts are fake. After you get injured, you will still get injured in reality, Jiang Tian said somewhat leisurely as he led the way. Xiaochen could not be bothered with Jiang Tian. This old fellow is here to use me as a laborer. His schemes are really cunning. After a long time, after killing countless evil spirits and charging out of the hell illusion, the scene before Xiaochen changed. The scene before Xiaochen changed. The ghost mountain where the immortal ship was already right before his eyes. Unexpectedly, the mountain was deserted. There was not a single person. Aside from that immortal ship, there were no other immortal cultivators. It was frighteningly quiet. Where did those fellows go? Let's look around, Jiang Tian muttered. Jiang Tian muttered and put away the Worldly Universe banners. Then he led Xiaochen to the ghost mountain. After giving instructions, Xiaochen and Jiang Tian started to search the mountain top, trying to see if they could find any clues. After a while, the two returned in disappointment, not finding anything. That should not be the case. Since they destroyed the geomancy of the entire ghost mountain, they should have left some traces behind, Jiang Tian muttered to himself. Jiang Tian murmured to himself. He could not figure it out. Xiaochen also felt suspicious. In his opinion, some formation flags and formation discs should have been left behind after they were used. The moment he raised his head, Xiaochen's gaze fell on the celestial ship, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Elder Jiang, do you think the secret treasure they used to destroy Feng Shui is this immortal ship? Jiang Tian shuddered and looked at the immortal ship. Very likely. Why didn't I think of that? No one has ever said that a secret treasure for seeking dragons and fixing veins cannot be made into a ship. The more they looked, the more they felt that the shape of this immortal ship was rather strange, and the more likely it was. The 7 divine weapons behind Xiaochen drew their scabbards and buzzed. Saber intent accumulated continuously, kicking up strong winds. What are you going to do? Jiang Tian asked nervously. We'll know once we try. With a thought from Xiaochen, the 7 divine weapons carried a boundless saber intent. Jiang Tian did not have time to stop them, and the 7 divine weapons crashed into the immortal ship. With a loud bang, the immortal ship was completely destroyed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The shock wave swept over, and the two of them quickly retreated. Xiaochen stood in front of them, sharing most of the impact. Why were you so rash? If the trail ended, it would be problematic to search again, Jiang Tian said somewhat reproachfully. Xiao Chen said after some thought, actually, the trail ended long ago. Since that group of immortal cultivators already left, they definitely would not have left behind too many clues. As Jiang Tian spoke, he stared at Xiao Chen in front, and his expression slowly changed. After the dust settled, the original immortal ship was no longer there, revealing a scarlet skeleton. The immortal chi was nowhere to be found, replaced by a sinister aura. With one look, it was clear that the skeleton was human. Furthermore, it had been refined using an especially evil method. This was clearly a ghost ship, not an immortal ship. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. No wonder they could disrupt the feng shui of the 19 Ghost Mountains. This ghost ship has a significant origin. This group of people from the Penglai Sea must have prepared for at least 1,000 years. Jiang Tian looked at the ghost ship in a daze, finding it hard to believe. However, Xiao Chen shook his head. He felt that ghost immortals were not of the righteous Tao and would not have a good ending. No matter how well prepared they were, it would all be for naught in the end. What should we do now? Jiang Tian said with a sullen expression, let's break this trap of theirs first and restore the Ghost Mountain's feng shui. You truly live up to being the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean. The immortal Venerate was right when he said that you would definitely discover this trap. Just at this moment, a voice came from the sky. A middle-aged man with the air of an immortal and wearing purple Taoist robes descended slowly on an auspicious cloud. This startled Xiao Chen. To think that this person had been hiding here for so long without being discovered. The show is just beginning. How can we let the two of you spoil it? Get down. The purple-clad immortal cultivator landed on the ghost ship. The immortal chi was gone, and his aura changed drastically. It seemed like he merged with the ghost mountain under him. He stretched out his hand. Boom! The ground under Xiao Chen's and Jiang Tian's feet turned into a mouth. Caught off guard, the two lost their footing and fell down. When the purple-clad immortal cultivator on the ghost ship saw the two disappear, he nodded in satisfaction. He gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air, preparing to hide again. Bang! However, before the purple-clad immortal cultivator could smile, rocks flew up from the summit of the mountain. A gargantuan hand appeared and grabbed the purple-clad immortal cultivator, pulling him down from the air. Amid rumbling sounds, Xiao Chen flew out in a somewhat sorry state. Xiao Chen sat on the throne with one hand tightly clasped around the purple-clad immortal cultivator's neck, showing no expression on his face. If Xiao Chen had not executed Dermic World earlier, he did not know if he could have come out of the Ghost Mountain. The space inside the mountain was simply too strange and horrifying. The ground was covered in human heads. Furthermore, these heads had been there for who knew how long. Xiao Chen did not know what would happen if they fell. That's impossible. How could you come out of the Ghost Mountain? The purple-clad immortal cultivator exclaimed in shock, appearing incredulous. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there are too many impossible things in this world. Speak. What are you people trying to do? You want to threaten me? That's impossible. The golden light in the purple-clad immortal cultivator's body swelled continuously. This startled Xiao Chen. This fellow actually chose to go down together, using his yuanying to self-destruct. Without hesitation, pride unsheathed from behind the throne and ended the purple-clad immortal cultivator's life force prematurely. As Xiao Chen looked at the headless corpse in his hand, he casually tossed it aside. Then, his gaze landed on the ghost ship. Little 3, have you heard of ghost immortals? Xiao Chen asked the item spirit of the 3-life mirror. This is a very evil thing. I do not know much about it. During the immortal epoch, it was a taboo existence. Furthermore, it was a dead end. It was impossible to succeed. Even if one walked the cycle of reincarnation, no one would be willing to become a ghost immortal. Little 3 continued, this is because ghost immortals are neither immortal nor ghost. They are neither alive nor dead. They wander between yin and yang. Although they live forever, they live a life worse than death. Can you think of a way to destroy this ghost ship? Xiao Chen asked as he pointed to the skeletal ghost ship in front. He felt uncomfortable looking at it. He did not know what this ghost ship was made of. To think that the combined attack of the 7 divine weapons had not destroyed it. That is easy to deal with. I can move this inanimate object to the 3 life mirrors' ruins. Although little 3 spoke casually, when she controlled the 3 life mirror to execute the universe movement, her teeth chattered and her expression turned grave. His teeth were chattering and his expression was solemn. His brows were tightly furrowed, and it was clear that it was extremely taxing. Xiao Chun could not help feeling regret. Had he known that little 3 liked to show off, he would not have made this request. A tear appeared in space, and little 3 shouted. The 3 life mirror gave off a resplendent light, looking like it would burn. The entire ghost ship vanished with a whoosh, sucked into the 3 life mirror. The moment the ghost ship vanished, Xiao Chun immediately felt the surroundings change. The countless stars in the starry heavens above shifted positions and returned to their original positions. It looks like I succeeded. Xiao Chun smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chun had already done his best to help with the matter that old Jiang instructed him to do. Now, he wanted to go to the ethereal immortal palace to search for the cycle arts. After that, he could leave. As for whether Jiang Tian, who fell into the ghost mountain, was dead or alive, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with that. Xiao Chen's instincts told him that given Jiang Tian's means, this ghost mountain would not be able to trap him to death. Chapter 1444. The instant the geomancy returned to normal, all the adventuring loose cultivators and Holy Land elders on the surrounding ghost mountains immediately sensed it. Everyone here was an expert. Even if they did not understand geomancy, they could sense the subtle changes in their surroundings. Furthermore, every team had a geomaster. That went without saying. In Zodiac Hall's group, the Sun Palace's Princess Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling confused. What's going on? The geomancy of this ghost mountain suddenly returned to normal. The geomaster in the group was a white-clad old man, the personal geomaster of Zodiac Hall. His means were no weaker than Jiang Tian's. The white-clad old man thought for a while before saying, "It is extremely difficult to change the geomancy of the ghost mountain. The other party probably cannot maintain it for long. Or perhaps, the other party only needs to maintain it for that long. That will be enough." When Chu Tian heard that, she nodded and said, "That's right. Just a small advantage is enough to leave us far behind. Since the geomancy has returned to normal, let's not hold back anymore and rush to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed." Bush. Under the lead of Chu Tian and the white-clad old man, Zodiac Hall's group moved like lightning, rushing to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed. Such a scene happened on the various ghost mountains. These people who already knew that they were too slow no longer held back. At the entrance to the ethereal immortal palace in the middle of the valley, the 2 immortal venerates' expressions sank at the same time. Immortal venerate Mingyu said, "Fellow Taoist Purple Cloud is already dead. I can no longer sense his aura." "Who is that strong?" "Purple Cloud is compatible with the ghost mountain. He should be able to protect himself when facing the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu." Some of the immortal cultivators behind Mingyu expressed their confusion. Immortal venerate Tiani said, "Never mind. We should have expected this trip to be full of twists and turns. No matter how prepared we are, something unexpected will happen. Let's continue forward." Immortal venerate Mingyu said, "I'll leave behind a restriction. That way, we can buy some time and create more opportunities." But that would be for the best. If others were here, they would definitely be shocked. The restriction that Immortal venerate Mingyu casually mentioned was actually the major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon. Not caring about anything else, after the geomancy returned, Xiao Chun relied on his passable dragon-seeking meridian-fixing art. With the help of the dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-fixing needle, Xiao Chun did not have to worry about anything, and his progress was exceptionally smooth. The only thing on his mind was the cycle art. Xiao Chun did not pay attention to the spiritual herbs and profound beasts along the way. His speed was unusually fast. After a while, the ancient fairy palace appeared in his field of vision. Under the corrosion of time, the majestic immortal palace no longer looked like an immortal from the outside. The old red walls, dusty eaves, and cracks visible to the naked eye gave off a feeling of dilapidation and vicissitudes. The spiritual energy was far from being as overwhelming as it seemed from the outside. After breaking through the thick fog, one could see that it was even more realistic. Xiao Chun felt something in his heart. Even the most glorious legends seemed so fragile in the face of ruthless time. Seeing this immortal path relic, Xiao Chun thought of the lightning immortal ancestor in the misty lake. The lightning immortal ancestor who had loudly declared that he had subdued him before he died. The doors of the immortal palace were wide open, but there was a man-made restriction blocking the way. The entrance to the hall was blocked by a bright crimson moon. A cold light flickered around the bright moon, causing one's heart to palpitate for no reason. Cha. Footsteps rang out. Xiao Chun turned his head back and discovered that it was the group of people from the Zodiac Hall rushing over. There was a total of 5 people from the Zodiac Hall. Aside from the Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, and that white-clad geomaster, the other 3 were peak 8th heaven martial emperors. It looked like the cyclic astral lord had put in all his effort for the sake of the cycle art. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that there was someone who arrived before him. Chu Tian had heard of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign before. He did not dare to be too careless when facing this person. Xiao Chun turned his head back and asked indifferently, "Palace Master Chu, what can I do for you?" It's nothing. I just did not expect that there would be someone faster than me. Brother Shadowless, did you discover anything by arriving early? Chu Tian recovered his composure and revealed a smile on his face. It was best not to offend this person if possible, lest more problems crop up. I did not discover anything. Someone left a restriction at the entrance. Based on the method, it should be the work of one of the Penglai Sea's immortal venerates. The moment Chu Tian said that, the expressions of the people from the Zodiac Hall changed slightly. An old man took a step forward and arrived before the restriction at the entrance. After examining it for a while, he said, after checking it, he returned and said, "Senior Chu, it is indeed the work of immortal venerate Mingyu, the major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon." Chu Tian frowned and said, "What is this old fellow trying to do? We just want to obtain the cycle art. It is not like we have any conflict with him. Why does he keep blocking us?" Xiao Chun said coldly, "Palace Master Chu, you are really naive. It is already clear that what he wants has a great conflict with us. Otherwise, why would so many things happen for no reason?" Chu Tian showed some anger on his face. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's words made sense. Don't. Footsteps rang out, and another group of people rushed over. The one leading them was the 5 Poison Sect's Vice Sect Master, Yang Tong. Soon, the people of the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, the 2 Holy Lands, arrived as well. After a while, more and more people gathered here. When they saw the Blood Moon Frost restriction, they all frowned slightly, not daring to step forward. This Blood Moon Frost restriction is Immortal Venerate Mingyu's strongest magic skill. Even the minor Heavenly Venerate Emperor Wu could not escape death from the attack of the Blood Moon. Even if he barely survives, he will be a cripple in the future. I wonder, who would go and break the restrictions? Aside from a few 9th Heaven Martial Emperors, who would go and break the restrictions? If other Martial Emperors want to break the restrictions, they would have to think carefully. All sorts of discussions rang out, and the various horrors of the Blood Moon Frost restrictions spread out. Xiao Chun thought to himself, feeling that this move of the Penglai Sea's people was really beautiful. The restriction was nothing. However, whoever broke it first would be at a disadvantage. The people behind would benefit for nothing. If they entered the ethereal immortal palace to search for treasures, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Wait, why do I not see that group of scarlet-clad people? Aside from the Penglai Sea's people, the ones that Xiao Chun cared about the most were the blood-clad sect's people. However, when he looked around, he did not see a single blood-clad sect member. Could it be that they already entered? No, I can't wait anymore. If the other party's goal is really related to the cycle arts, I cannot accept such a loss. Look, The shadowless saber sovereign is going up. What is he doing? The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, and the 5 poison sects vice sect master do not dare to act rashly. Could he be trying to break that restriction? He is really bold. However, even if he breaks it, he will still suffer a great loss. When Xiao Chen arrived at the palace doors, he attracted everyone's attention. Several people revealed joy in their hearts. If the restriction was broken, they would be able to enter the ethereal immortal palace after him. The shadowless saber sovereign would definitely be injured, which was equivalent to having one less competitor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As Xiao Chen stood before the icy blood moon, cold qi assaulted his face. The bright scarlet moon was like a planet made of ice. After sizing it up, Xiao Chen could not help but view this magic skill in a different light. While it looked simple, there were many tricks to it. The light screen contained an icy small world. Once forcefully broken, the entire small world would explode. Then the blood moon, which was no longer bound, would grow infinitely larger. Bang! There would be an intense explosion. At such a close distance, just thinking about that might made one tremble in fear. Simply put, the blood moon was like a huge bomb, and the restriction was the fuse. The moment one touched it, it would ignite. Forcefully breaking it was definitely the stupidest method. One would die a miserable death. However, if one did not break the restriction, how should one get over? Many thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. After a while, Xiao Chen thought of a way to break it. The heavenly snow divine flame appeared in his palm. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen entered the light screen with its piu sound. Whoosh, 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 blueback, blueback. When the people of the various holy lands and the loose cultivators saw this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that the following explosion would affect them. Chapter 1445. However, the expected intense explosion did not happen. The shadowless saber sovereign acted like nothing had happened, directly walking into the icy blood moon. 10 seconds passed, and everything was calm. There were no restrictions on the icy blood moon at all. The Sun Palace's Chu Tian's face immediately sank. To think that he let the shadowless saber sovereign take the initiative. The most important thing was that the restrictions were still there, not broken. What's going on? Could this restriction be fake? The many Emperor Wu present all had such doubts. When they saw the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, they could not understand. Finally, one person could no longer hold back and wanted to see whether the restriction was real or fake. That person's figure flashed and arrived before the palace doors. As he looked at the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, he hesitated. Clenching his teeth, he finally made up his mind and stretched his hand into the light screen. Whoosh! In the next second, that person's arm turned into ice. He could not feel anything, and the scarlet cold qi continued to spread. Whoosh! This person decisively chopped off his arm. Then he retreated with a pale complexion. It's real. The icy blood moon's restriction. Such a scene happened before everyone's eyes, stifling all the people who had hoped to get lucky. Now came the question. How did the shadowless saber sovereign enter? Why was he not attacked by the restrictions at all? Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chen not to have been attacked. Inside the ice small world in the light screen, Xiao Chen merged his primordial energy and saber intent, forming a cone-shaped force field in front of him. He formed a cone-shaped force field in front of him, and as he flew, he forcefully broke through all kinds of restrictions. At the same time, the heavenly snow divine flame in his right hand continuously gave off horrifying cold qi. The shadowless saber sovereign quickly mended the restrictions he broke. He looked like a fish swimming in water. Instead of being attacked, he seemed to be enjoying it, swimming quickly. However, in reality, he was doing 3 things at once. He had to break the restrictions, circulate the solar true flame to protect himself, and expel the cold qi. Furthermore, he had to use the strong ice-attributed energy of the heavenly snow divine flame to repair the restrictions he broke. If he made any mistakes, the cold would attack him. The heavenly snow divine flame would rebound and detonate the icy blood moon. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. He could forget about the reincarnation technique. After carefully passing through the most dangerous blood-colored moon, Xiao Chen felt the ground under his feet disappear. Then he landed on the ground. Swoosh! Xiao Chen put away the heavenly snow divine flame and shattered the frost on his body. Then he sized up his surroundings. He should have entered the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiao Chen turned his head back to take a look. The seal was still intact, so he continued walking forward. After working so hard to pass through the icy blood moon's restriction, Xiao Chen naturally would not let those people who wished for him to die. At this moment, the restrictions left behind by Immortal Venerate Mingyu had become his assistants. They should be able to block those people behind him. Inside the Immortal Palace, there was a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 giant white jade pillars. Due to the passage of time, many cracks had appeared on the white jade pillar. The color was no longer pure white either, unknown just how much dust had covered it. Only the murals were still intact, their grandeur just as before, outlining the prosperity of the last great era. After walking through the corridor, there was a long flight of steps with many hurried footprints on them. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked for a long time. He discovered that these footprints were left by two groups of people. There was a clear difference in the footprints. Above the steps was another long flight of steps. When Xiao Chen reached this place, there were passageways on both sides that led to places unknown. When Xiao Chen looked to the front, he saw a damaged throne at the end of the hall. The jade-like gemstones and divine metal that had been placed on the throne were long gone. If not for this damaged throne not having any value, someone would probably have taken it away already. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he leaped into the air and arrived before the throne. He gently swept his sleeves and blew away the dust on the throne. After hesitating for a moment, he sat on it. During the immemorial era, the heavenly profound Holy Lady should have been the one to sit on this throne. As for the immortal epic, Xiao Chen did not know who did it. Regardless of the past, at least now, it was Xiao Chen who sat on it. When Xiao Chen looked to the front, he discovered that the position of the throne was very ingenious. Sitting there, Xiao Chen could see every corner of the hall clearly. "Sir, you have been following me for so long. You can show yourself now, right?" Xiao Chen, who was seated on the throne, suddenly spoke to the empty hall. Who was he speaking to? Air or an invisible ghost? Whoosh! Suddenly, a white-clad woman holding a sword appeared in front of Xiao Chen in front of the hall. This was the white-clad fairy maiden that Xiao Chen saw at the summit before entering the ethereal immortal palace. Without a doubt, this white-clad woman was the heavenly profound Holy Lady. "How did you know that I have been following you?" the heavenly profound Holy Lady asked softly. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. It was like wind chimes ringing in the night wind at midnight, crisp and quiet, giving off a cold feeling. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "I don't know. I only know that you purposely showed yourself and let me see you because you have something to say to me." Before coming here, he had heard from the old man that no matter who it was, they would not be able to see this lady after entering the Ghost Mountain. There were even people who were infatuated with this woman's fairy-like appearance and temperament. They searched more than half of the Immortal Palace but couldn't find even a corner of this woman's clothes. However, after Xiao Chen entered the Ghost Mountain, he saw it clearly. Jiang Tian, who was with him, did not see it. He was the only one who saw it. At first, Xiao Chen was startled. He didn't think too much about it, but the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. For tens of thousands of years, so many people had come and gone, but no one had seen this woman in the Ghost Mountain. Obviously, if this woman didn't want to be seen, no one would be able to find her. On the other hand, if anyone saw her, it would not be a coincidence. She had done it on purpose. "You're quite smart. It seems like I didn't choose the wrong person. You have the strength, the ideas, and the courage to make me show myself." The heavenly profound Holy Lady asked indifferently as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Chen replied with a calm expression. However, right after he said that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked at the heavenly profound Holy Lady, he was shocked to discover that he had to look up to her. It turned out that at some point in time, he had swapped places with the heavenly profound Holy Lady. He was still seated, and the heavenly profound Holy Lady was still standing. However, one was standing on the throne, and the other was sitting on the floor of the hall. Sorry, I'm not used to others sitting on my seat and speaking to me. After the heavenly profound holy lady said that, she slowly sat down. Whoosh! The instant the heavenly profound holy lady sat down, the entire hall lit up. The dilapidated hall suddenly became grand and magnificent, giving off a brilliant light. Immortal fog shrouded the floor. The jade pillars in the corridor were white and shiny. The murals carved on them were very lifelike, exquisite, and gorgeous. The throne was also restored. The white-clad woman sat on it, holding her sword. She looked valiant and heroic, her clothes as white as snow, exuding a pressing air of nobility. Xiao Chen instantly felt somewhat intoxicated when he saw this. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. She could perfectly merge a woman's purity, heroic bearing, and air of nobility. Even a fairy would not be able to compare. Xiao Chen knew that this was an illusion. However, compared to the dilapidated hall in reality, this illusion looked very pleasing to the eye. This was especially so for the woman sitting on the throne. It was truly a delightful sight to behold, and one did not want to leave. Xiao Chen preferred the current appearance of the other party, the one he liked in reality. Although she looked beautiful, she gave off a miserable feeling. Coupled with the dilapidated hall, it was even more sorrowful. Can I ask a question? Xiao Chen asked, breaking this short silence. The heavenly profound holy lady nodded and said, Go ahead. Are you a human or a ghost? The moment Xiao Chen said that, the heavenly profound holy lady's calm expression changed slightly. Faint anger appeared on her face. When Xiao Chen saw this, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I've been curious for a long time. That's why I was bold enough to ask. The heavenly profound holy lady's anger vanished, and she recovered her original expression. She said indifferently, I expected that you would have a question. I originally thought that you would ask why I appeared before you. Unexpectedly, it was this question. I will not tell you the answer to this question. Let me ask you instead. Someone wants to touch my corpse. I want you to help me. Are you willing? Chapter 1446. The heavenly profound holy lady's words did not surprise Xiao Chen. He had expected this long ago. However, the heavenly profound holy lady had only said a few words. It was hard to tell whether she was hiding anything or not. The heavenly profound holy lady's expression also indicated that she was not willing to say more. This made it hard to judge. Xiao Chen thought to himself for a while before saying, Sure, but you have to help me obtain the cycle arts. Cycle arts? The heavenly profound holy lady entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, she could not recall such a secret manual for the cycle arts. Just as Xiao Chen revealed some doubts, the heavenly profound holy lady said, I remember now. That is a cultivation technique that my martial granduncle obtained by chance. However, it seems to be an incomplete copy. Even my martial granduncle did not manage to practice it. Are you sure you only want this? In that case, there was no mistake. It was similar to the information that Xiao Chen obtained. The cycle arts was indeed an incomplete copy. Only by possessing the cycle arts and the 7 thrones, comprehending 7 different states, could one truly succeed in cultivating the cycle arts. No matter how one cultivated, one would not be able to comprehend the state of cycle just by relying on the cycle arts. One needed to comprehend the 7 states, refine the thrones, and use the cycle arts together. However, since ancient times, no one had managed to collect all 7 thrones and obtain the cycle arts at the same time. Hence, no one had truly cultivated the state of cycle. That's right. I only want the cycle arts. The other treasures in this immortal palace have nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen's Dao heart was decisive, only seeking the cycle arts. Although the immortal palace is nearly empty after so many years, there are still many great treasures. As far as I know, there is a universe origin fruit that just matured. The heavenly profound holy lady played it down and said calmly, It is just an incomplete copy of the cycle arts. If you can help me stop that group of immortal cultivators, consider the universe origin fruit as a gift from me. Universe origin fruit? Naturally, Xiaochen was interested in it after hearing the hemp-robed old man mention it. However, compared to the cycle arts, it was secondary. I hope that you will keep your word. However, I have some doubts. The people who came to this Mirage Immortal Palace are all experts. In terms of strength, there are many existences that are stronger than me. Why did you choose me? The heavenly profound holy lady narrowed her eyes as she stared at Xiaochen. She said sullenly, "Because I cannot see through you. You are not a martial emperor yet, but you have 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Your cultivation is comparable to that of an 8th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. He's clearly a martial cultivator, yet he's also a celestial cultivator. He's even reached the soul transformation realm. Furthermore, he's using many secrets that even I can't see through." Xiaochen was shocked. This woman was truly powerful. With just a glance, she could see through so many of his secrets. One last question. With your strength, do you still need my help? Xiaochen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the woman, hoping to find some clues from her face. The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head gently. "I can't explain too much to you. No matter how strong I am, I cannot attack anyone in this world." Xiaochen pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll believe your explanation for now. I promise you, and I hope you'll keep your word. Come with me." The illusion vanished, and the dazzling palace turned dilapidated again. Xiaochen discovered that he was still sitting on the broken throne. However, he had fallen for the other party's illusion without him realizing it. He could not help raising his guard. This woman's illusion was too strong, simply incredible. Xiaochen leaped up from the throne and landed beside the heavenly profound holy lady. Then, he followed her and quickly moved through the ethereal immortal palace. Along the way, they passed several large halls and stone rooms. With a quick glance, they discovered many supreme treasures protected by strong restrictions. These treasures had not melted even after 1,000,000 years. There were even piles of corpses in front of the supreme treasures. They must have died in the restrictions. This made one's heart tremble. Their greed slowly cooled, and they regained their rationality. Of the various halls, there were pill pavilions, herb fields, blacksmithing halls, and many cultivation rooms for the heavenly profound sex seniors. Many of the cultivation rooms had murals with traces of the Tao lingering in them. This was probably what Feng Xiao was searching for. However, it was not easy to enter. The cultivation rooms of the elders all had many ancient restrictions and mechanisms. As Xiaochen advanced, he felt that he was following the heavenly profound holy lady into the depths of the ethereal immortal palace. After asking around, it was indeed so. The heavenly profound holy lady's corpse was in the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. As they went deeper, Xiaochen felt the cold qi grow increasingly heavier. At the same time, the immortal qi also grew denser. This was very strange. Celestial spiritual energy should give people a very comfortable feeling, but the celestial spiritual energy here was especially cold. Xiaochen guessed that the heavenly profound holy lady had purposely set this up to cultivate the ghost immortal Tao. How fast? This group of people actually already reached the 9th floor. When the heavenly profound holy lady arrived at another entrance and saw the broken restrictions, her expression changed slightly. Below the entrance should be the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. Xiaochen could not help feeling curious. What was the scene of the heavenly profound holy lady's closed-door cultivation back then? Unexpectedly, the heavenly profound holy lady continued, "You cannot enter from here. They will discover you. I'll bring you in from another entrance." Before Xiaochen could react, the heavenly profound holy lady quickly left. Xiaochen thought about it. The two immortal venerates were shrewd and experienced people. Based on the restrictions they left at the entrance of the hall, it was clear that they had some backup plans. Xiaochen quickly followed the heavenly profound holy lady and left. After a while, he followed the heavenly profound holy lady to the next floor. There was an unremarkable old well in this side hall that had been sealed for a long time. Split it open. Xiaochen did as he was told. Along the way, there were many restrictions. The heavenly profound holy lady had pointed out the method, and Xiaochen had taken action. This was enough to show that the other party was under some kind of restriction and could not make a move. Bang! The well cover was lifted, and a pungent stench wafted out. Xiao Chen squinted and saw a pool of blood in the well. When the turbid qi scattered, the blood became clear and transparent, giving off an ethereal feeling. What is this? Xiao Chen found something unusual. The blood in the old well was not ordinary. The heavenly profound holy lady recalled the past, and her expression became complicated. She said sullenly, "This is the 10,000 fetus blood spring that I refined back then. Jump in and you can swim to the next floor." 10,000 fetus blood spring. This woman is really ruthless and vicious. Xiao Chen, you have to be careful. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3-life mirror, suddenly warned Xiao Chen. What's wrong? What's so special about the 10,000 fetus blood spring? I can't explain it to you now. In any case, just be careful of this woman. Don't get bewitched by her. Little 3 did not want to explain too much, only warning Xiao Chen to be careful of the heavenly profound holy lady. Xiao Chen glanced at the heavenly profound holy lady. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped in. The blood spring was extremely cool. Xiao Chen held his breath and focused as he swam down the well. At the same time, in the 9th floor, Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi led 10-odd immortal cultivators. Breaking one restriction after another, they kept advancing. Every time they broke a restriction, this group of immortal cultivators would set up a restriction of their own. After breaking many restrictions, the Immortal Palace's 9th floor finally revealed itself to these people. As far as the eye could see, the 9th floor was an incomparably vast blood-colored lake. Countless white flower petals floated on the surface of the lake, with lanterns in the center of the petals. The white flower petals clustered around a black coffin in the center of the lake. Blood, white flowers, lanterns, and coffin. The atmosphere of the entire 9th level was extremely strange. It was empty and cold, and there was nothing but a blood-colored lake. There were also the thousands of white flowers and the inextinguishable lanterns accompanying the lonely coffin. Master, the legend is true. These petals are hell void flowers, and they burn with the extreme yang true flame. An immortal cultivator said excitedly, unable to hold back his excitement. Yin and yang could not merge. However, the ghost immortal Dao moved between yin and yang, needing to merge the two. The hell void flowers represented extreme yin energy. The extreme yang true flame burning on them was the only yang attributed flame that could burn on the hell void flowers. Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at the coffin and sighed softly. This heavenly profound holy lady was truly magnificent back then. To think that she managed to think of such an ingenious method of merging yin and yang. I am ashamed of my inferiority. As Immortal Venerate Tian Yi looked at the vast scarlet lake, he sighed as well. This pool of blood should be the 10,000 fetus blood spring. Such a feat is unprecedented since ancient times. No one else can do it. Her boldness to pursue the immortal Tao is also much greater than the two of us. These two were immortal venerates, the strongest immortal cultivators in the world. As they looked at this pool of blood, they were deeply impressed. If the heavenly profound holy lady were here, these two would definitely cast aside their dignity and beg her to take them in as a disciple. Chapter 1447. Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi silently watched the scarlet lake. The void flower and the extreme yang true flame were in a delicate balance. One was extreme yin, while the other was extreme yang. If the balance was broken, it would definitely cause an explosion. Looking at the tens of thousands of void flowers on the surface of the lake, Zhang Xian knew that if they exploded, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, this was only the method on the surface. No one knew if there were any other restrictions in the coffin. Ancestors, do you want us to test them out first? One of the 6 disciples standing behind the immortal supremacy stepped forward and said. They had come here with the identity of a death warrior. Many of the restrictions had been broken at the cost of their lives. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the restrictions to be broken so quickly. From the original team of 100 people, only 6 people were left. However, these people had no regrets. As long as they could obtain the method to cultivate to become a ghost immortal, it would be a form of release for all the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The path that the immortal cultivators had been unable to pursue could also be made up for in another way. If he couldn't become a celestial immortal, then he would become a ghost immortal. As long as he was an immortal, that was enough. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi shook his head and said, "There's no need. I'll do it myself." As the strongest person in the Penglai Sea, Immortal Venerate Tian-yi had cultivated to the void refinement realm long ago. He should have transcended the tribulation long ago to become an immortal and ascend to the Tao. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Xiao Chen was or how strong he was in this martial epic, he could never touch the immortal path. Forming a hand seal with one hand, Immortal Venerate Tian-yi pointed forward. Boundless magic power gathered at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling spiritual light before disappearing like a breeze. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi infused his magic energy into every petal of the sky flower. He did not dare to be careless as he stretched out his hand and slowly moved it upwards. In the void flower on the blood lake seemed to be pulled by something and slowly rose up. Soon, the sky was filled with flower petals containing the extreme yang true fire, floating in the air. The sky flower and extreme yang true fire, which were in a delicate balance, were peaceful and quiet. They were not damaged at all. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi's expression did not relax. He slowly raised his right hand, controlling the flowers in the sky to slowly rise. Boom! Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Immortal Venerate Tian-yi's left hand suddenly launched a ferocious attack. A spot of light shot out like lightning. Success or failure depended on this moment. The white petals in the air tottered, and the flames flickered as if they would explode at any moment. When the storm passed, everything stopped. The disciples at the back looked over carefully. Only then did he realize that there was an ancient lamp hovering above all the void flowers. The ancient lamp released thousands of rays of light that guided all the empty flowers. They were like tentacles that didn't allow the empty flowers to fall. My ancient lamp can last for an hour. An hour later, 10,000 flowers fell. The consequences were unthinkable. We only have less than an hour. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi said with an extremely grave expression. A trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the earlier action had exhausted a lot of his mind. Go! A sense of urgency spread in everyone's hearts. Under Immortal Venerate Tian-yi's lead, everyone walked on the water, heading for the coffin in the middle of the blood spring. The group did not dare to lower their heads to look at the lake formed by the 10,000 fetus blood spring. After a while, the group arrived before the coffin. The heavy coffin did not have any dust on it at all, looking as clean as it was before. Red nails covered the four sides of the coffin, and a talisman stuck in the middle of each side. Pa! Immortal Venerate Mingyu stretched out his hand and smacked the coffin heavily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Coffin nails shot out. The 6 disciples at the back moved quickly, using all sorts of methods to catch the coffin nails. After all the coffin nails came out, the only remaining obstacles were the 2 coffin sealing talismans. The 2 immortal venerates stood at one end, watching carefully as they tried to find a perfect way to break the seal. Immortal sealing talisman. After a while, the 2 immortal venerates exclaimed at the same time, startled. When the 2 immortal venerates looked at each other, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Then they showed some hesitation. The immortal sealing talisman was not a very strong talisman. However, its origins were startling. During the immortal epic, the immortal sealing talisman was normally used to seal some taboo existences. It was the highest level of sealing talismans. The name immortal sealing talisman did not refer to its use to seal immortals. Instead, it referred to its strong sealing power, which could inspire fear in immortals. There were very few places in the world where the immortal sealing talisman was useful. Furthermore, the method to refine this immortal sealing talisman was incredibly difficult, even during the immortal epic. At this moment, the 2 immortal venerates looked at the immortal sealing talisman and the coffin, hesitating. What if there was some unknown existence sealed in it? Once they tore it off, the consequences would be unpredictable. Perhaps they would end up losing their lives here because of the ghost immortal's cultivation method. That would not be worth it, and it might even invite a great disaster. Tianyi, what should we decide? Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at Immortal Venerate Tianyi, asking for his decision. At this point, the situation already surpassed their expectations. Only Immortal Venerate Tianyi could make the decision. Should I give up or gamble? Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt conflicted. Along the way, for the sake of breaking the restrictions along the way, the 100-man team had died, leaving only 8 people. The specially refined ghost ship had taken the Penglai Sea 1,000 years to make. All for the sake of snatching the initiative and entering the Mirage Immortal Palace in advance. Now, everything went smoothly. However, they had to stop at the final step. This was simply unsatisfying. Open! Immortal Venerate Tianyi no longer hesitated, making up his mind. Have you ever thought that the treasure master was lying to us? Perhaps there is no ghost immortal's cultivation method in there? Immortal Venerate Mingyu suddenly said just as Tianyi was about to tear off the immortal's sealing talisman. Immortal Venerate Tianyi shook his head and said, "That won't happen. The treasure master used an oath stone. If he lied, the heavenly tribulation would kill him. My 2 great limits are approaching. If I do not become an immortal, I will die. More importantly, the 3 million immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea need hope." Pusi. Just at this moment, the Scarlet Lake suddenly splashed up. A head popped up. This person was Xiaochen, who had been diving all the way, holding his breath. When Xiaochen floated up, he immediately saw the 2 immortal venerates surrounding the black coffin and their 6 great realization realm disciples. "Snatch my coffin over. We cannot let them tear off the immortal sealing talisman." The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out in Xiaochen's ears. He squinted and looked over. Indeed, there was a talisman on each side of the coffin. Without much hesitation, Xiaochen leaped out like a fish and flew towards the coffin. "Stop him!" The person who suddenly appeared startled the 2 immortal venerates. Then they quickly made a decision. The 6 immortal cultivators stretched out their hands, and their magic treasures pressed towards Xiaochen. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a flying sword. Such magic treasures had the sharpest attacks and the fastest speed. Although it looked like a small sword, it could easily split mountains and seas. Void-breaking stance. As Xiaochen held pride, he executed the flawless saber technique and swung his saber. He gathered a boundless saber might and knocked the flying sword away with a loud dang. The rebound caused Xiaochen's arm to go numb. He could not even raise his right hand. "My spiritual light sword." When that immortal cultivator saw his magic treasure knocked away and its spiritual energy drained, he was greatly startled. After the flying sword, a 4-legged cauldron, a resplendent pearl, and a lightning net attacked at the same time. The cultivation of these 6 immortal cultivators was not low, all of them in the great realization realm. Their magic treasures had been thoroughly tempered, nourished by their qi and blood for a long time. They were all life magic treasures. When these 6 worked together, even the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu would have to retreat, temporarily avoiding their sharpness. However, when facing immortal cultivators, once they retreated, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if they wanted to get close. Heaven-swallowing stance. A fierce fighting spirit appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He switched out the weapon in his hand for the 7 deadly sins greed and executed the 7th move of the flawless saber technique, Heaven-swallowing stance. This move contained boundless might, representing Xiaochen's ambition for the flawless saber technique. Heaven-swallowing. This saber technique could swallow up any martial technique and bury it in the vast flawless great Tao. When the saber light chopped out, Xiaochen's body gave off boundless light. Each beam of light represented one of the mysteries of the flawless saber technique. The beams of light gathered into a sea of great Tao. As Xiaochen swung his saber light, it turned into a huge mouth that could hold up the sky. At the crucial moment, the mouth swallowed up all the magic treasures flying at it. How can it be like this? The 5 immortal cultivators instantly lost track of their magic treasures, all of them panicking. "Scatter!" How could Xiao Chen care so much? He charged forward. After he got close, he swept his sleeves and sent these 6 immortal cultivators flying. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The 2 immortal venerates had already used their various means to tear most of the immortal sealing talisman apart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. He kicked the coffin into the air, sending it spinning. Chapter 1448. Xiao Chen kicked the coffin containing the heavenly profound Holy Lady's corpse away violently, instantly interrupting the actions of the 2 immortal venerates. The half-removed immortal sealing talisman was pasted back on. All their efforts had gone to waste. The 2 immortal venerates were stunned. While they were distracted, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He flew forward and hoisted the spinning coffin on his shoulder with one hand, looking warily at the 2 immortal venerates. Immortal Venerate Ming Yu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, these 2 old men, wore ancient Taoist robes and gave off an air of sages. After being stunned for a moment, these 2 old men immediately reacted and locked their auras on Xiao Chen. "I've heard of you, shadowless saber sovereign." Immortal Venerate Tian Yi suddenly said, not showing any joy or sorrow. He only looked at Xiao Chen with a sharp gaze. There was a formless sharpness, like a saber wind, blowing over coldly and mercilessly. Ripples appeared on the scarlet lake. Xiao Chen looked at the rippling lake water. While hoisting the coffin, he said, "Oh, unexpectedly, there are people in the Penglai Sea who have heard of my name. I am extremely honored. I have heard of the Penglai Sea for a long time already. However, I have not been able to enter." Immortal Venerate Ming Yu smiled faintly. The lake water under his feet rippled as he moved back without leaving a trace. He said with a wide smile, "Is that so? If there is a chance, I really can come to the Penglai Sea as a guest. The 3 immortal venerates will definitely entertain you personally." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "In that case, many thanks for the invitation. In the past, I worried about coming uninvited. Now, it looks like there is no need to worry. However, do the immortal venerates of the Penglai Sea have the habit of moving back when they speak?" As the 2 spoke, Xiao Chen, who was hoisting the coffin, took a step forward unhurriedly. The fight had already begun, unfolding invisibly. When fighting with immortal cultivators, one should never give the other party a suitable distance. Otherwise, there might not be a chance for regret. With their spells broken, the 2 immortal venerates' faces sank at the same time, and they stopped moving back. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi said in a deep voice, "I do not know why you snatched the sage coffin. I only want you to hand it over now. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Unfortunately, you can't stop me if I want to leave." Xiao Chen, who had been preparing in secret, pushed off the ground and executed the fish dragon art in an instant. Transforming from fish to dragon, Zhang Xian shot forward and was about to leave the lake. "Reckless fool." Immortal Venerable Tin Yi snorted coldly and a powerful aura burst forth from his body as he stretched out his hand. On the surface of the lake, a realistic blood-colored giant hand condensed. The huge scarlet hand clenched, and Xiao Chen, who had already dodged, felt a suction force. Before he could even react, his body was grabbed tightly, and an endless pressure pressed down on his body from all directions. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" Cracks appeared on his bones. Xiao Chen felt intense pain all over his body. He only suffered some light injuries. When Immortal Venerate Ming Yu saw that nothing was wrong with Xiao Chen's body, he was greatly startled. The giant spirit hand was Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's best divine ability. Even the golden body of Emperor Wu of the 9 heavens could not withstand it. If grabbed by this gigantic spirit hand, at best, one's bones would shatter. At worst, one's heart of an emperor would shatter. What was an immortal lord? An immortal lord was an existence that had cultivated the immortal Tao to its limits. Unless an utmost being appeared, no one could suppress them. Hurry up and attack. This guy's fleshly body is comparable to an existence who has proven his Tao through his fleshly body. I feel like I won't be able to restrain him for long. Immortal Exalt Tian Yi shouted with a grave expression. Without further ado, Immortal Venerable Ming Yu quickly took action, and a bell appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen shook it gently, and a furious roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. The vital qi that Xiao Chen had just gathered poured out like a flash flood. Cracks appeared in his internal organs. Pucci. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of warm blood. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the coffin on his shoulder fell into the lake. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu rejoiced in his heart. Then, he quickly shook the bell in his hand. The sound waves immediately surged towards Xiao Chen like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. Xiao Chen's freed left hand pulled the coffin over to him. Damn it! Since Xiao Chen made his debut as the shadowless saber sovereign, this was the first time he ended up in such a sorry state. He had indeed underestimated the means of an immortal venerable. However, without a saber in hand, he did not have to worry about the coffin, so he did not have to worry about it. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and the vital qi in his body surged as he let out a thunderous roar. 1,000 dragon force instantly burst out and shattered the gigantic scarlet spirit hand with a loud bang. Dragon tone art. The instant Xiao Chen struggled free of the restriction, he quickly executed the dragon tone art that he had not used for a long time. A huge true dragon formed in the air. The dragon coiled around Xiao Chen and hovered above Xiao Chen's head. The instant Xiao Chen opened his mouth and roared, the true dragon roared. The sound waves were like an erupting volcano, knocking back immortal Venerable Ming Yu's sound waves. Bang! 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 The sound waves surged, and pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. The thousands of flowers in the sky, which the ancient lantern guided, trembled slightly. The bell in immortal Venerable Ming Yu's hand flew out of his hand. The lake water surged over like rain. After immortal Venerable Tian Yi waved his sleeves, the surging waves splashed everywhere. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi stepped forward and grabbed a corner of the flying coffin. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen had grabbed the other corner as well. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. The instant their gazes met, Xiao Chen felt his entire body turn cold. A dangerous aura surged over. It was a sword in the eyes. Peak major magic skill, sword in the eyes. There was no time for Xiao Chen to think. He stretched out his hand, and the gluttony saber, which had fallen to the bottom of the lake, flew into his grasp. Then he held it horizontally before his eyes. Dang! The saber in Xiao Chen's hand nearly flew out. Then he went flying back 100 meters, vomiting another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, when Xiao Chen retreated, he held on tightly to the coffin. On the other hand, immortal Venerable Tian Yi's vital qi was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, so he managed to struggle free. Where do you think you are going? Ancient Moon. When immortal Venerable Ming Yu, whose magic treasure was knocked away, saw that Xiao Chen was leaving, he held up his hands to the sky. A blood moon rose from the bottom of the lake in front of Xiao Chen. The strong aura of the blood moon made Xiao Chen feel as insignificant as an ant. This magic skill touched on the state of space. That feeling of insignificance was not illusory but very real. The blood moon in the sky before Xiao Chen was like a tall mountain protruding from the ground. Xiao Chen used the ancient moon to shatter the other party's aura and fighting spirit. In front of this blood moon, an ordinary martial artist would be overwhelmed by a feeling of insignificance. They would feel a great sense of powerlessness and lose their will to fight. Good timing. Shatter for me. However, Xiao Chen laughed loudly. He switched positions with gluttony and executed the flawless saber technique's third move, Falling Moon Stance. A saber light flickered, and a figure soared into the air. Falling Moon. The bright moon, which had just left the surface of the lake, had yet to rise when Xiao Chen chopped it in half with his saber, causing it to fall back into the lake. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu paled. He exclaimed, "How can this be? My magic skill, nothing was impossible." By the time Xiao Chen chopped this bright moon, he was already one step closer to the edge of the blood lake. The two immortal venerates were truly difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen kept feeling like he was punching cotton. He could not truly injure the other party, but he ended up in a sorry state. This old man did not agree to let you go. Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi seemed to be truly enraged. His clothes flapped loudly, and a brush appeared in his hand. Immortal Venerable Tian-yi clenched his teeth and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the tip of the brush red. Using blood as ink, he splashed the brush. Instantly, Xiaochen discovered that the ground below him had turned into an ancient battlefield. Heavy war drums rang out, echoing in the sky. Dust flew everywhere, blinding Xiaochen's senses. He was momentarily at a loss on this desolate battlefield as he carried the coffin. Don't. Loud battle cries rang out in the boundless dust cloud. Amid the haze, a vast army charged at Xiaochen from all directions. When Xiaochen saw such a vast formation, he could not help smiling bitterly. Immortal Venerates were indeed not as easy to deal with as he thought. However, Xiaochen also had a temper. Since Immortal Venerates did not allow him to leave, then he would not. Ding. The coffin landed heavily on the ground, and the cycle throne appeared. Xiaochen sat on it, radiating a sovereign emperor's might. Xiaochen drew his 7 divine weapons one after another. The dust cloud on the ground gathered. He stretched out his hand and grasped the divine weapons. Xiaochen's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest of the throne. The sabers buzzed and turned into boundless saber lights shooting out. Figures took form on the ground one after another. They leaped into the air and grabbed the saber lights flying over. In reality, Immortal Venerable Ming Yu and Immortal Venerable Tian-yi heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the long painting in front of them. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu smiled and said, "Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Once this painting is completed, no matter who it is, they will be exhausted by the endless slaughter and die a miserable death on the battlefield." Pusi. Right after Immortal Venerable Ming spoke, the long painting tore in the middle. 1,000 people wielding sabers charged out of the painting together with the throne, Xiaochen, amid a resounding aura of kill. The 2 Immortal Venerates were startled, their complexions pale. In a fluster, they used their trump cards and retreated. Chapter 1449. Xiaochen led the 1,000 bladesmen out of the painting. If ordinary people were trapped here, they would have to fight for a long time. Not to mention how severely injured they would at least be exhausted. After breaking out of the painting, they would be at the mercy of others. However, Xiaochen, who had the yin-yang saber formation, was clearly an exception. Using the might of 1,000 people to drive the yin-yang saber formation, he forcefully opened a path and broke out of the painting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 1,000 bladesmen stood on the blood lake with their sabers in hand, surrounding the 2 Immortal Venerates. Wherever the sabers pointed, killing chi spread out. The cold and sinister weapons caused the temperature of the blood lake to plummet. Strands of cold air drifted over the surface of the lake, making one's heart palpitate. Senior brother Tian-yi, almost half of the 1 hour has passed. If this drags on, the 10,000 flowers will descend. The consequences will be dire. Surrounded by 1,000 bladesmen, Immortal Venerate Ming Yu and Immortal Venerate Tian-yi felt very anxious. However, the battle in front of them wasn't what made them anxious. The bigger problem was the tens of thousands of void flowers hanging above their heads. Each void flower had an extremely concentrated spot of extreme yang true flame. Just the thought of tens of thousands of spots of extreme yang true flame exploding together would make one tremble in fear. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiaochen, who was on the throne behind him, and frowned. This shadowless saber sovereign was simply too difficult to deal with. He was already harder to deal with than a regular 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiaochen could suppress a regular 9th Heaven Emperor Wu by himself. If he worked together with Immortal Venerate Ming Yu, it would be even easier. However, this shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have endless backup plans, able to break or block Immortal Venerate Ming Yu's various magic skills. This was not because Xiaochen was as strong as a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. It was just that he had too many trump cards and dual-cultivated Immortal Venerate Ming Yu. The 2 Immortal Venerates were still far from being able to suppress him with immortal arts. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen looked at the 2 Immortal Venerates and said, "I have no grudge with the 2 of you. I was only entrusted by someone to protect this coffin." I hope the two immortal venerables will stop here. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi snorted coldly and said, "The shadowless saber sovereign is really gracious. I'm afraid that your 1,000-man saber formation exhausted a lot of energy. After the battle and the painting, it won't last much longer. That's why he said that." Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, "You guessed correctly, but I have no intention of hiding it. I still have to repeat myself. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Don't waste your efforts, otherwise, no one will benefit. You can leave, but the divine coffin must stay." Immortal Venerable Tianyi's tone was firm and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. "Do you think you can stop me?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and the yin-yang saber formation immediately formed. A huge Taiji diagram appeared on the blood lake. The 1,000 bladesmen split into 500 bladesmen, their auras merged into one. They were like the extreme points of yin and yang in the Taiji diagram, each occupying a side, swimming around like two dragons. As the formation activated, a strong pressure pressed down on Immortal Venerate Tian-yi and Immortal Venerate Bright Moon. With every revolution, the invisible mountain pressing down on the two of them seemed to become heavier. Sweat trickled down Immortal Venerate Ming-yu's forehead. He felt incredibly nervous. The two roaming dragons were like a huge long knife stuck to his neck. The Taiji saber domain under Immortal Venerate Tian-yi and Immortal Venerate Tian-yi formlessly stuck to their movements. The two Immortal Venerates, who were not good at movement techniques in the first place, found it even harder to move in this Taiji saber domain. Once the saber formation was activated, their protective magic treasures would not be able to block it, and their physical bodies would be destroyed. Cultivators were very strong. However, even if they grasped their weaknesses, they were still incredibly weak. "It looks like I underestimated you. However, if you really dare to, then go ahead and make your move. All I need is a thought, and everyone will die here." Immortal Venerate Tian-yi had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to maintain such a huge saber formation. He was somewhat surprised, but he did not show any fear in the face of danger. "Is that so? What other trump cards do you have? All I need is one strike to shatter your protective magic treasures. With my speed, I can kill both of your bodies in a breath's time." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I said it before. I do not want to be enemies with the two of you. As long as you are willing to let me go, everything is negotiable." The current situation was very complicated. If Xiao Chen scattered the saber formation and left, the distance between them would increase again. At that time, if they wanted to leave, they would have to fight like before, getting exhausted by the other party's magic skills. However, Xiao Chen hesitated on killing these two. After all, he still had to make a trip to the Penglai Sea in the future. He could not make things too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was currently forcibly driving this saber formation. If he really attacked, he would overdraw on his magic energy, and his mind would be extremely fatigued. Xiao Chen had many concerns. However, if the other party continued to pester him, he could only kill them. Look up and see the flames on the flower petals in the air. That is an extremely concentrated extreme yang true flame. The heavenly profound holy lady personally refined it. With just a bit of it, she can severely injure First Heaven Emperor Wu. If 10,000 spots of extreme yang true flames explode at the same time, no one under Prime can survive. Even if your physical body is comparable to the top 9th Heaven Emperor Wu, don't even think about leaving here alive. Immortal Venerable Tian-yi took a step forward and looked coldly at Xiao Chen as he spoke in a deep voice. "You also know that immortal cultivators have yuaning. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the yuaning can reincarnate once through possession. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you cannot afford to play with me." His aura surged. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he was still overbearing. What he said is true. Perhaps I'm destined to suffer this calamity after I die. The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out beside Xiao Chen's ear. She did not intend to continue arguing, hinting for Xiao Chen to give up. Looking up at the 10,000 petals in the sky, Xiao Chen saw that there was indeed an ancient lamp attached to each petal. His expression flickered as he muttered to himself. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu heaved a sigh of relief and somewhat admired his senior brother. In the end, it was still his senior brother who could remain calm. However, cultivators also suffered great losses when their nascent souls were reincarnated. If they changed bodies and started cultivating from scratch, they would definitely not be able to cultivate to Immortal Venerate. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will make the magic treasure drop these 10,000 void flowers. After Immortal Venerable Tian Yi finished speaking, he stared at Xiao Qin. For the sake of the millions of immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, he had to stake it all this time. If he did not be ruthless to himself, there would be no hope. If Immortal Venerable Tian Yi were born in a chaotic era, he would definitely be a ruthless and ambitious person. Not everyone had such boldness. There's no need. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Either you agree to let me go, or I'll make a move immediately. You can bet on whether I can kill your Yuanying before the 10,000 flowers fall. Xiao Qin had never liked others taking the initiative. He hated being threatened even more. Want to bet? In that case, feel free to bet. 1, 2. Right after Immortal Venerable Tian Yi spoke, Xiao Qin started counting, not giving Immortal Venerable Tian Yi any time to think. How can it be like this? Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's calm face turned somewhat flustered. 3. Xiao Qin did not have any intention of being deliberately mystifying. He quickly finished counting, and the yin-yang saber formation activated at full power. 2 true dragons formed by saber intents in the formation charged at the 2 immortal venerates. Stop. We are willing to let you go. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi shouted when he saw the huge dragons formed by the boundless saber intents about to swallow up the physical bodies of the 2. It's too late. You already had this intention. Why the need to force me to make a move? Xiao Qin said expressionlessly from the throne. Xiao Qin had not reached the level where he could control such a vast saber formation as he pleased. If he forcefully stopped, he would only suffer a backlash. Furthermore, Immortal Venerable Tian Yi had never thought of stopping. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi had a calm and decisive nature. However, his bones hid an unrestrained nature that no outstanding talent could compare to. If one's hands and feet were tied in everything, what was the point of living? If you want to play big, then play big. Let's see who can afford to play. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this old man will do as you wish. Just as the saber dragons were about to swallow up Immortal Venerable Tian Yi roared hoarsely, and the ancient lamp instantly shattered. 10,000 flower petals drifted down like snowflakes, carrying the fatal extreme yang true flame as they fell. Chapter 1450. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. These 4 words were applicable everywhere. For example, the beautiful rain of flowers in front of him. Tens of thousands of sparks took the extremes of yin and yang and danced in the air. It was hard to find a beautiful scene in the world that could surpass what was before their eyes. However, if it was too beautiful, it would not be a good thing. When these 10,000 sparks exploded at the same time, it would not be a good thing. It was the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It was much more terrifying than even the most ferocious beast. Xiao Qin did not have the time to appreciate this beautiful scenery, nor did he think about the consequences of the 10,000 flowers falling. He had more important things to do. He wanted to kill. He had requested to leave several times but was refused. Ever since Immortal Venerable Tian Yi was so overbearing, threatening to perish together with him and forcing him to submit, the killing intent in Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's heart had been quietly growing. Until now, he couldn't help but be unwilling to stop. He let this murderous intent surge in his heart and run wild in every cell of his body. A man had to be ruthless. Once his killing intent was aroused, he could not be soft and decisive. Thus, when Immortal Exalted Tian Yi begged for forgiveness, Xiao Qin rejected him without the slightest trace of politeness. Who knows whether or not you'll cause more trouble, whether or not you'll play some petty tricks. Within the Taiji Saber domain, the yin-yang dragons formed by boundless saber intent roared ferociously. The strong wind engulfed Immortal Venerate Tian Yi and Immortal Venerate Ming Yu. Ding, 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 ding. Two tornadoes were formed, and within the tornadoes, a continuous clanging sound could be heard. Each true dragon was made up of 500 bladesmen. They used the Taiji saber domain to merge together. When they erupted, they would continuously attack their targets. Even Xiaochen would find it hard to deal with the combined strength of 500 people, let alone two immortal supremacies. After a long time, specks of light appeared in the storm. They were the essence of the protective magic treasure that had been destroyed. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the throne, Xiaochen was like a taut bowstring, shooting out like a phantom. Holding the 7 deadly sins jealousy blade in his hand, he swung the blade and danced. Flawless saber technique, 4th move, heartbreaking stance. This move, heart-shattering, first shatters oneself, then shatters the enemy. When this saber light was chopped out, Xiaochen's heart would shatter. Heartbreaking stance was the most extreme move in the flawless saber technique with the most negative emotions. In the flawless saber technique, the heartbreaking stance contained the most negative emotions and was the most extreme move. That day, Xiaochen had hesitated of whether to create this move or not. The saber Dao Daochen, long far was far, far away. Once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would not be able to extricate himself, and the power of the saber move might be beyond his control. Saber to the saber deadly. Saber the saber as. Of a bad, the saber would be good as in as. Saber. Would it. Of the saber. Far one. Out. After. Of Chin well. The storm dissipated, and the two immortal venerables vomited blood as they retreated frantically. They were at a loss of what to do, and all sorts of hand seals rapidly changed. It was too late. Xiaochen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The instant Xiaochen emerged from the storm, a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body gave off an evil green light. The horrifying baleful aura that appeared in their field of vision scared the two so much that their limbs trembled and their guts ruptured. Immortal Venerate Tian felt extreme regret in his heart. To think that he threatened such a ruthless person. The falling flowers did not affect the other party's mental state in the slightest. Instead, it strengthened his killing intent. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said those harsh words. Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment the two's bodies came into contact with the saber, they shattered into dust and fell into the blood lake. Two human-shaped beams of light shot out and attached themselves to their natal magic treasures. Like a laser movie, they quickly escaped. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, just you wait. The debt of having my physical body destroyed today will be paid in blood in the future. You simply do not know who you offended. You cannot afford to offend the major character behind the Penglai Sea. The resentment of Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tian appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Xiaochen looked at these two Yuanian cultivators who looked like stray dogs and could not be bothered with them. Jealousy bounced back into the throne. Two spots of light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes and spun quickly. He gently tapped with his right index finger, and a light flashed in his eyes. A tiny Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shot out from his fingertip and continuously expanded. Eventually, it expanded to cover the entire lake, gently holding back the 10,000 void flowers. Half of the primordial energy in Xiaochen's body instantly vanished. However, when he looked at the 10,000 flower petals that were about to fall in another half a meter, he felt extremely relieved. It was worth it. Intense fatigue assaulted Xiaochen's mind. Then he directly lay down. The cycle throne sensed it and flew over, catching Xiaochen. As he lay on the throne, Xiaochen squinted slightly, nearly wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. In order to chase away these two immortal venerates, Xiaochen was completely drained, covered in injuries. Not only was his magic energy drained, but he also severely overdraft. His heart was even more injured. Fortunately, Xiaochen managed to chase away the two immortal venerates and protect the coffin. If one looked carefully, one would discover that under Xiaochen's weak appearance, there was a powerful sharpness hidden in his right eye. A peerless sharpness was hidden in his right eye. His strongest trump card, the Divine Lightning Eye, was already quietly circulating. Right now, it was far from time to truly rest. The weak appearance was just a facade that Xiaoqun put on. The heavenly profound holy lady was someone that Little Three had repeatedly warned him about. However, Xiaoqun had never let down his guard. The extremely beautiful and bewitching heavenly profound holy lady silently appeared before Xiaoqun. The heavenly profound holy lady glanced indifferently at Xiaoqun, her gaze pausing on his right eye for a moment. "What is the name of the final saber strike?" the heavenly profound holy lady asked. "Heartbreak." "Good name. Many years ago, I had such a sword strike as well. It is called Heartbreak. Unexpectedly, after 1,000,000 years, I saw a saber strike that achieved the same result through a different method. It looks like we are really fated." Xiaoqun was not surprised in his heart. The other party was an absolute genius who had cultivated the martial Tao to the peak and then scattered all her cultivation techniques to forcibly cultivate immortal cultivation. "Wrong. Not only are we not fated, but our paths are different. I did it on purpose, but you got used to it. If my guess is correct, when you practice that heart shatter sword until the end, your entire heart will be gone." Xiaoqun continued unhurriedly. The pain reached its peak, and the heart could no longer be reconnected. "This sword is heartless. I really want to see how strong that might is." "How did you guess that?" The heavenly profound holy lady's expression changed, but her expression did not change. She was still shockingly beautiful, untainted by the mundane world. Xiaoqun silently scattered the light in his right eye. He was already certain that the other party had not made a move. That earlier moment was when he was at his weakest. The other party did not make a move. After catching his breath, he would no longer be that easy to deal with. Facing the heavenly profound holy lady's question, Xiaoqun answered honestly, "From the first time I saw you, I found it strange. You are clearly extremely beautiful, but why do I still feel fear, not daring to approach you? Earlier, when you mentioned the heartbreak sword, I suddenly understood. You have no expression, no smile, no tears, no pain, no frustration. This is because you are a heartless person in the first place." The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time. It looked like Xiaoqun was right. However, even though her greatest secret had been discovered, there was still no change in her expression. It had to be said that it was truly chilling. Could a heartless person still be considered human? Clearly not. She was neither human nor ghost. In that case, there was an answer to Xiaoqun's previous question. A ghost immortal. The heavenly profound holy lady had indeed become a ghost immortal back then. Furthermore, she had been a bona fide ghost immortal. Thinking that this woman could not attack anyone, Xiaoqun guessed a possibility. This woman before him might just be a remnant thought of the heavenly profound holy lady. When the true heavenly profound holy lady became a ghost immortal, she left the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand, and the coffin landed beside the other party. Then, he said, "I already did as I promised and helped you guard the coffin. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." The heavenly profound holy lady glanced at the coffin and raised her head. "There's no rush. Promise me one last thing, and I will satisfy all your requests." Chapter 1451. Xiaoqun frowned slightly and asked softly, "What request?" "Help me open this coffin. I want to see something inside," the heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, surprising Xiaoqun. The moment the heavenly profound holy lady said that, Xiaoqun immediately raised his guard. Tear off the immortal sealing talisman? The two immortal venerates wanted to tear off this immortal sealing talisman. Xiaoqun had put in a lot of effort to stop them. Now, the heavenly profound holy lady actually wanted him to tear off the immortal sealing talisman. Xiaoqun felt flabbergasted. He said in a bad mood, "Heavenly profound holy lady, are you playing with me? Do you know how much effort I put in to prevent the two immortal venerates from succeeding? To think that you are saying this now." If the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see what was in the coffin, then she should not have asked him to stop the two immortal venerates. After the two immortal venerates tore off the immortal sealing talisman, she could just watch from the side. Why come up with such a clumsy excuse? There was no need. Do you think that a heartless person would have the heart to lie to you? The heavenly profound holy lady's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations, extremely calm. When Xiaochen heard this, he was stunned. This was like a wake-up call. This sentence was better than any explanation. Nearly the instant the heavenly profound holy lady said this, she managed to convince Xiaochen. Not many people in the world could understand the sorrow in her words. No matter how strong a heartless person was, it was a kind of sorrow. All right, I promise you. Logically speaking, he absolutely could not agree to this request. However, along the way, no matter how Xiaochen changed, his heart had never changed. There was always a naivety and sentimentality in the depths of his heart. When it came to matters of time, if one always used reason to decide, being meticulous and cautious, how different would a person be from a machine? This time, Xiaochen was willing to believe the heavenly profound holy lady. Even if he got cheated, he would not regret it. The immortal sealing talisman was not easy to tear off. However, with the heavenly profound holy lady explaining, all Xiaochen needed to do was listen. As they communicated, Xiaochen discovered something very strange. The heavenly profound holy lady did not seem to understand the immortal sealing talisman. It was as if the immortal sealing talisman was not personally made by her. She needed to think for a long time when explaining it. Weren't you the one who forged the celestial sealing talisman? Xiaochen couldn't help but ask. The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time before saying, "No, I once had a Tao companion. He was the one who helped me seal it." This stunned Xiaochen for a moment. He had not expected such a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady to have a Tao companion. The pinnacle of the martial Tao was to disperse all of one's cultivation base and turn into an immortal cultivator. In the end, one would become a heartless person. It was hard to imagine that anyone would be willing to fall in love with such a woman. Where is he? He should be dead. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying with some uncertainty, "When I scattered all my martial cultivation, he protected me. After he helped me seal the coffin, I do not know his situation." Actually, it was a pointless question. No one could live from the primordial era until now. No one. Of course, a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady was definitely not one of them. After about 7 minutes, the two immortal sealing talismans were removed. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen finally used some force and opened the coffin. No mysterious phenomenon appeared, allowing Xiaochen to release his bated breath. A corpse lay quietly in the coffin. The corpse was well preserved, looking the same as when it was alive. It had not rotted or festered, and there was no strange smell. The corpse looked no different from the heavenly profound holy lady beside Xiaochen, just older. The corpse had a head full of white hair, and the crow's feet at the corners of its eyes were obvious. There were also some faint wrinkles on its forehead. The corpse's eyes were closed, looking like a woman sleeping peacefully. She clutched a painting tightly in her hand. When Xiaochen saw the painting in the corpse's hand, his first instinct told him that this was the painting that the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see. The corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, but she was still clutching it tightly. Clearly, this item was extremely important. Xiaochen could not help feeling curious about what kind of painting it was for it to have such charm. "Is it this thing?" The heavenly profound holy lady nodded slightly and said, "Take it out. I just need to take a look." Xiaochen did as he was told. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting, carefully applying some force. In the end, he discovered that the corpse was clutching it somewhat tightly, so he could not help using more force. Naturally, a dead person could not compete with Xiaochen in strength. With just a little more force, the painting struggled free. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The corpse's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A cold light shot out from the corpse's eyes and encased Xiaochen. When the cold qi entered Xiaochen's body, it immediately froze. Even though the corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, the absolute sharpness of this gaze still made one not dare to block it, making one's heart tremble. After opening the coffin for so long, nothing had happened. It was hard not to let down one's guard. However, When the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes while Xiaochen was holding the painting, she would have been frightened to death. What was even more horrifying was yet to come. The instant the female corpse opened her eyes, she soared into the air and tried to grab Xiaochen's neck with one hand. An overwhelming killing chi surged over. In his despair, Xiaochen's intense desire to live allowed him to break through the suppression of the female corpse's aura and fall back. In the nick of time, Xiaochen managed to avoid this fatal blow. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly appeared and placed a finger on the female corpse's forehead. Bang! The female corpse turned into countless specks of dust and scattered. The moment the female corpse shattered, a strong gust of wind blew, and the scroll was unfurled. The startled Xiaochen on the throne glanced at it and could not shift his gaze away. There was a bright moon hanging high on the exquisite paper. The painter had used his profound skills to paint the moon in a distant and elegant manner. The entire painting was bathed in gentle moonlight, giving it a sense of beauty. However, when the moonlight landed on the ground, the scene suddenly changed. The pale white moonlight looked like frost covering the courtyard. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard stood amidst the white frost. The heavenly profound holy lady held her sword and stood upright. The heavenly profound holy lady in the painting had an unparalleled beauty and a pure air. She looked valiant and valiant. As she gazed at the moonlight, she revealed an indescribable sorrow. It was this sorrow that dyed the gentle moonlight on the ground pale, making it as cold as frost. There were words in the painting: moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts. Beauty ages quickly, where to seek immortality. The distant moonlight filled the courtyard. It was like cold frost, exuding a faint sense of sorrow. Who could endure this sorrowful scene? Only that gentle and resilient woman could endure it. However, time was like water. Once it passed, it would not return. The scars of time would eventually land on this face. Actually, even flowing water could not block this boundless sorrow. As one looked at the bright moon in the night sky, one could only ask one question: where to seek immortality? Xiaochen instantly understood the state in the painting. He understood the sorrow and helplessness hidden in the poem. He stretched out his hand, and the painting slowly floated back into Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen looked at the person in the painting and then at the heartless heavenly profound holy lady before him. It had to be said that this made him sigh. The person in the painting still had sorrow and helplessness. However, the person before him did not have anything. Was he the one who drew this painting? Xiaochen asked as he raised his head and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady as he held the painting with both hands. Naturally, he was referring to her former Tao companion. After remaining silent for a long time, the heavenly profound holy lady, who seemed to have freed herself, nodded slightly. That's right. He drew it. It is also the thing that I am most reluctant to part with in this life. After waiting for 1,000,000 years, I left behind a remnant thought so that I could see this painting once more. I really like this painting. In that case, keep it. Just help me take care of it. Now I can fulfill my promise to you. There's no rush. Xiaochen slowly rolled up the painting. Then, he took out a mirror box from the universe ring and carefully put it away. The heavenly profound holy lady felt confused. She did not know why Xiaochen, who had been very anxious, suddenly became so slow. Chapter 1452. Let me ask you something. After Xiaochen tidied up everything, he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady and asked, "Where is your true body?" The heavenly profound holy lady was somewhat surprised that Xiaochen would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I am just a strand of remnant thought. After my true body became a ghost immortal, I left this abandoned land." "How did you leave?" "I'm not sure. I don't know anything after she left." When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help feeling suspicious. Since that was the case, who in the world could be sure that the heavenly profound holy lady had become a ghost immortal? It was just a legend. However, how could the people of the Penglai Sea spend so many years preparing for an imaginary legend? There were even 2 immortal sovereigns who came, sacrificing so many experts along the way, It was a bit strange. Someone must have provided concrete information that proved the existence of ghost immortals in the world. That was why these people from the Penglai Sea went crazy. Who could this person be? Could he have seen the true body of the heavenly profound holy lady after she became a ghost immortal and wanted to use the Penglai Sea's people to scout ahead? As for the ghost immortal cultivation method, after Xiao Qin gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly profound holy lady, he knew that aside from her, there would not be a second person in the world who could cultivate to become a ghost immortal. No one was as beautiful as she was, and no one was as cruel to herself as she was, to the point where she didn't even want her heart. Even if they knew how she became a ghost immortal, no one would be able to do it. Let's fulfill our promise. Give me the reincarnation arts. Xiao Qin didn't think too much about it and stated the main purpose of this trip. The heavenly profound holy lady stretched out her hand, and a scene appeared in front of the two. The scene showed a group of people in Zodiac Hall doing their best to break the restrictions. On the stone platform in the center of the restriction, there was an ancient black book with the word reincarnation written in ancient characters. The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, looked at the cycle art on the stone platform with anticipation. He wanted to immediately charge over and take it away. However, he was still rational. No matter how close he was, he had to break through the restrictions first before he could take it. The restrictions of the Mirage Immortal Palace were no small matter. It looked like there was nothing there. But in reality, there were 3 formations in one step, and there were formations within formations. The heavenly profound holy lady gently tapped her temple with her finger and closed her eyes for a moment. Shio. The reincarnation technique on the stone platform suddenly disappeared, right under Chu Tian's nose, mysteriously disappearing. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation arts disappear? Chu Tian cried out in shock. This was truly unimaginable. He had never heard of such a strange thing before. In the scene, he was both shocked and furious, extremely manic, and had completely lost his poise. However, this was also reasonable. Anyone who had experienced such a strange thing would be like this. When the image disappeared, the black reincarnation art appeared in front of Xiao Qin. He stretched out his hand and grasped it tightly. Xiao Qin felt like he was dreaming. This was a little too easy. Was it really the reincarnation arts? However, the item in his hand was incredibly heavy. Its ancient aura could not be faked. Flipping open the cover, Xiao Qin's expression was solemn as he carefully examined it. The reincarnation art was of great importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He did not have the time to wait for the Mirage Immortal Palace to appear again. After a while, Xiao Qin finally verified the item in his hand. It was indeed the genuine reincarnation arts. It could not be faked. The heavenly profound holy lady did not lie to him. In the end, she had fulfilled her promise. A heartless person would not lie. Many thanks, Xiao Qin said solemnly as he put away the reincarnation arts. Unexpectedly, he could obtain the reincarnation arts in such an easy manner. It would be great if he could avoid a fight with the Sun Palace's palace master. There's no need to be so polite. This is just a part of the promise. The universe origin Tao fruit that I promised you is the true reward. The heavenly profound holy lady did not show any joy or sorrow, appearing incredibly calm. Another scene appeared in front. That was a herb garden in the Mirage Immortal Palace. The garden was filled with spirit herbs and all sorts of strong profound beasts. There were venomous snakes, venomous bees, and strange birds hiding among them. An old man in hempen robes sneaked into the herb garden, heading for a spirit fruit in the depths of the herb garden. It was Mu Yong. Xiao Qin recognized this person with one glance. Unexpectedly, Mu Yong managed to reach this place. This spirit fruit looked ordinary. Its color was not beautiful, and it did not give off a refreshing feeling that made one's eyes light up. With just one glance, one would ignore it, unable to look at it at all. However, such a spirit fruit looked exactly the same as the legendary universe origin fruit. Only when one focused and squinted would one discover a hard-to-look golden light concentrated in the uneven surface of the spirit fruit. If one stared at it for about 7 or 8 minutes, the image of this fruit in one's mind would suddenly turn golden, like an immortal lord sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The profoundness of this was indescribable. I found the seed of this spirit fruit in an immortal Tao remnant back then. It only matured after more than 1,000,000 years. Even I have not eaten it before. Only such an immortal fruit is worthy of all the help you have given me. In the heavenly profound holy lady's opinion, the reincarnation arts were useless. The universe origin fruit was more practical as a reward. The universe origin fruit was also known as the universe origin Tao fruit. Legend had it that eating it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, allowing one to comprehend the Tao instantly. Even if it was not as heaven-defying as the legend said, it was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, immortals would not fight over it. At this moment, the hemp-robed old man carefully approached the universe origin fruit. If one looked carefully, one would discover that his forehead was pitch black, and his complexion was very poor. Only a pair of eyes stared at the universe origin fruit, flickering with light. The old man was already severely poisoned. If he was not careful, he would die immediately. You know this person? The heavenly profound holy lady asked. Xiaochen nodded and replied, We came in together. He is dying. He is poisoned by at least 7 kinds of strange poisons. If he takes another 3 steps, he will definitely die. Is there any way to save him? Xiaochen asked. After all, they had met once before. He was not a cold-hearted person. You want to save him? There is no way to save him. One should know one's limits. Greed blinded one's eyes. Death is self-inflicted. Right after the heavenly profound holy lady spoke, the hemp-robed old man stumbled and stumbled, falling to the ground. No, I still have not obtained the universe origin fruit. I have not become a prime. I cannot die. As the hemp-robed old man roared in dissatisfaction, a huge snake flicked its tongue and slowly slithered over. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed him. The scene disappeared, and the universe origin fruit appeared out of nowhere. Like the reincarnation arts, it miraculously appeared on this blood lake. Even though Xiaochen had seen many deaths, he was still somewhat shocked. The hemp-robed old man was very capable, yet he died just like that. After waiting bitterly for several decades, the Mirage Immortal Palace finally arrived. However, the result was like this. Xiaochen withdrew the universe origin fruit into his hand. He found it somewhat heavy and somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this immortal fruit ended up in his hands. Before coming here, he had never thought that with the reincarnation arts, his trip to the Immortal Palace would be a success. You should quickly treat your injuries as well. If this drags on, it will not be something that can be done in a short time, the heavenly profound holy lady said. Xiaochen put away the universe origin fruit and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady. What about you? The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and said, I am just a strand of lingering thought. Now that my thoughts are clear, there is no need for me to exist or not. I just need to quietly accompany this immortal palace. This stunned Xiaochen, and he felt somewhat bitter. In the end, this was a heartless person. That painting that made him, an outsider, sad was just a way for her to clear her thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped thinking about treating his injuries. There should be a group of scarlet-clad experts in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Can you help me take a look and see where this group of people is? Xiaochen nearly forgot that there was still this group of strange factions worth paying attention to. The blood-clad sect was mysterious in the first place. After they entered the Immortal Palace, their movements became extremely strange. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the restriction that Immortal Venerate Mingyu left in the palace did not block this group of people. Back then, Xiaochen could not resist taking the risk to pass through the restriction because of this doubt. Although the heavenly profound holy lady could not attack in this immortal palace, she clearly still had some tricks up her sleeve. It would be too much of a pity not to use them. Chapter 1453. The heavenly profound holy lady did not reject Xiaochen's request. She only said that she needed some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Xiaochen closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, quietly waiting for the heavenly profound holy lady. After about 7 minutes, the heavenly profound holy lady said, "I found it." Xiao Qin tapped the air, and a scene appeared. A group of scarlet-clad people broke the restrictions and snatched a resplendent pearl. The group revealed smiles on their faces, feeling wild joy. What is this? After all, the scene was not the real thing. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes, he did not recognize that resplendent pearl. This is a puppet pearl. It is not something from the martial epic but a magic treasure from the immortal epic. It is used to control huge puppets, ancient beasts, deep-sea berserk sharks, and other extraordinarily huge puppets. The heavenly profound holy lady explained to Xiao Qin in detail. Xiao Qin felt excited. It was specially used to control huge puppets. He seemed to think of something in an instant, but he could not figure it out. I can take it back. Xiao Qin kept feeling that the blood-clad sect was plotting something. If the other party really obtained this puppet pearl, it would lead to a huge problem in the future. No, he already placed it in his spatial ring. I can only send over the treasures with the restrictions that are not completely broken. There are still many good things in the ethereal immortal palace. If you need them, I can give them to you. There's no need. Xiao Qin rejected the heavenly profound holy lady without much consideration. He always followed the principle of going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If he took too many things that did not belong to him, he might trigger some bad karma. Furthermore, he already obtained the cycle arts that he wanted the most and the incredibly precious universe origin fruit. There was no need to be greedy. It was not a bad thing to give more opportunities to the later generations. The most important thing was to figure out what this group of blood-clad sect people were planning. You can't be thinking of snatching it, right? In your current state, you probably can't even protect yourself. You should recuperate from your injuries. That's right. The heavenly profound holy lady looked up at the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the air and entered deep thought. Where did you learn this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram? This is my first time seeing someone merge the yin and yang attributes so naturally. Xiao Qin pondered for a moment. Naturally, he couldn't expose what happened on Earth, so he answered, I learned it by myself. Not bad, you're much stronger than I was back then. However, you're still lacking a cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult for your yin-yang flame diagram to become truly strong. Since you created it yourself, you need to have a complete set of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Xiao Qin was stunned when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Xiao Qian's Taiji Dao indeed lacked a cultivation technique. However, creating a cultivation technique was too difficult for Xiao Qin. He couldn't do it for now. Since they are both yin-yang flames, you can actually use the energy of the void flower and the extreme yang true flame. If you absorb it into your yin-yang flame diagram, you can eliminate the threat of the extreme yang true fire and strengthen your yin-yang flame diagram. The heavenly profound holy lady continued after observing for a while. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Homologous. This was completely feasible. In order to maintain a balance, the void flower and the extreme yang true fire had to have the same amount of energy. After absorbing all of it, the yin-yang flame diagram would be able to maintain its balance. I'll teach you how to do it. The heavenly profound holy lady gave Xiao Qin pointers on how to use the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram to absorb the void flower and the extreme yang true fire. Xiao Qian's comprehension ability was startling in the first place. With a few words, he understood the principle. After trying it out, he succeeded. The 10,000 flower petals melted into the ground like snowflakes, silently. The extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame strengthened bit by bit. Xiao Qin could not help feeling joy in his heart. Flames were split into 9 grades. His primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame was rank 3, while the extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame were rank 6. If Xiao Qin continued to absorb the 10,000 void flowers and the extreme yang true flame, it should not be difficult for his flame to rise to rank 7. One should not underestimate just an increase of 1 grade. The extreme yang true flame and the extreme yin true flame were existences second only to primal chaos level flames in the first place. After raising them to rank 6, they would be extremely difficult to raise. Such an opportunity could be said to be a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. I need you to help me keep an eye on this group of blood-clad sex people. After we go out, I want to teleport to the same place as them. As Xiao Chen looked at the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes at the ecstatic blood-clad sex people. Once, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, a group of blood-clad sex people had come to cause trouble. Their auras were very similar to this. If Xiao Chen was right, it was the blood-clad sex doing. Now that he ran into this group of people, he naturally could not let them off. If possible, he had to obtain the puppet pearl by force as well. Sure, that is not a problem, the heavenly profound holy lady agreed straightforwardly. To her, this was an incredibly small request. A month's time was neither long nor short. To the people of the Mirage Immortal Palace, they had to cherish every moment, as they could remain here for only 1 month. They absolutely could not waste it. As for Xiao Chen, he no longer had any desires. He had obtained the cycle arts and an additional universe origin fruit, a bountiful harvest. Xiao Chen only hoped that 1 month would pass quickly so that he could find the blood-clad sex people. A total of 9 people from the blood-clad sect came on this trip, 1 vice sect master and 9 elders. The vice sect master was a 9th heaven martial emperor. His scarlet clothes gave off a strange light. Upon closer inspection, the blood on his clothes seemed to flow. At this moment, the 9 people gathered together. The vice sect master, Ken Minghua, held the puppet pearl in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Sect Master Can, now that we have the puppet pearl, the sect master's mission is complete. Can we go our separate ways and seek out fortuitous encounters? A few of the elders of the sect master's headquarters asked with a greedy look in their eyes. Ken Minghua put away the puppet pearl and shook his head. We can't. We have to personally hand the puppet pearl to the sect master to complete the mission. Right now, we are only halfway done. We cannot be careless. This person was clearly extremely cautious. Caution was the parent of safety. They still had to maintain sufficient martial prowess to escort the puppet pearl back. Whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the 9 people. The expressions of Ken Minghua and the others changed slightly. When they heard the sound, they reacted extremely quickly. However, when Ken Minghua clearly saw who it was, he started laughing. The expressions of the other elders of the sect master's headquarters also relaxed significantly. How did the 2 immortal venerates end up in such sorry states? To think that their physical bodies were destroyed. The newcomers were immortal venerate Tian Yi and immortal venerate Mingyu, who had their physical bodies destroyed. At this moment, their nascent souls appeared before this group of people with their life magic treasures. When immortal venerate Tian Yi saw Ken Minghua's mockery, he said coldly, "Cut the crap. Quickly bring your people and follow me to the Immortal Palace's 9th floor to kill the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." The Shadowless Saber Sovereign? No wonder the 2 of you ended up in such sorry states. It turns out that you ran into such a demonic genius. However, why should I help you 2 to offend such a killing god? With the puppet pearl in hand, Ken Minghua only needed to wait here for 1 month before he could go out and report. There was no need for him to take the risk. He is already severely injured. Killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. You can have all the treasures on him, and the 2 of us will owe you a favor. Why not? Immortal Venerate Mingyu said, tempting Ken Minghua with benefits. Immortal Venerate Tiani said, "Don't forget, if we had not let you in, how could you have obtained the puppet pearl so easily? Furthermore, the blood-clad sect and my Penglai Si both respect the treasure master. So what if you help me once?" Ken Minghua showed a hesitant expression, somewhat persuaded. Is he really injured? Do you think he will have a good end after putting us in such a sorry state? Immortal Venerate Tian Yi countered. With a definite answer, Ken Minghua no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, "Very well, I'll help you this time. However, all the treasures on the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's body will belong to me." Xiao Chen, who was anxiously treating his injuries, could not imagine that the master behind the Penglai Si and the blood-clad sect was the same person. The blood-clad sect experts, who had been preparing to deal with Xiao Chen after leaving, were now rushing over. Chapter 1454. Above the Blood Lake, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover his magic energy. The magic energy source in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness slowly recovered. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 9th layer, Xiao Chen's magic energy recovered very quickly. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Chen had already recovered to 1/5 of his peak, much faster than before. As for the physical injuries, they were even easier to recover from. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was his heart. Xiao Chen had already injured his heart once before. Then he used the heartbreaking saber. The injuries on top of the injuries were much more severe than the injuries to the other internal organs. Once Xiao Chen used too much force, his heart would ache endlessly, spreading throughout his entire body. In battle, this would directly affect his movements. Although this injury was not fatal, it was the most problematic. Hence, it was best not to use the heartbreaking saber technique's flawless saber technique unless he had no other choice. Just as Xiao Chen anxiously recovered from his injuries, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly said, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, the group of scarlet-clad people you told me to keep an eye on are rushing over here." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. How can it be like this? How did they know? After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen reacted. It had to be those 2 immortal venerates. He had guessed long ago that the Penglai Sea's people had a secret connection with the blood-clad sect. Now, it looked like it was true. If not for these 2 people informing on him, he would not have been exposed. Those 2 immortal venerates probably thought that the extreme Yang True Flame would blast him to pieces. In the end, they did not hear the expected explosion. Only then did they startle to their senses and seek help from the blood-clad sect. In an instant, Xiao Chen figured out the truth of the matter. The heavenly profound holy lady pointed in the air, and a fruit appeared out of nowhere. This is the heart-nourishing fruit. It has a miraculous effect on healing injuries to the heart. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? What was the point of giving it to Xiao Chen now? No matter how good the holy herb was, it could not instantly heal his injuries. The heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, "You were the one who said that you did not need anything else. How can you blame me?" Never mind, this is not the time to dwell on this. Xiao Chen quickly consumed the heart-nourishing fruit. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, it turned into a gentle energy that wrapped around his heart. The pain from the wound immediately lessened, allowing Xiao Chen to heave a sigh of relief. There were a total of 9 people in the Bloodcloth sect. Other than the vice sect leader, who was a level 9 Heavens Emperor Wu, the other 9 elders were at least at the greater Celestial Emperor Wu. Even at his peak, Xiao Chen had to be careful when facing such a group of people. If he wanted to subdue them, he would have to use the God's Eye of Lightning. However, he had only recovered 1/5 of his magic power, so he couldn't use the God's Eye of Lightning at all. Should they retreat? Looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in midair, which was still absorbing the void flower and the extreme yang true flame, Xiao Chen had an idea. Dong dong dong. Footsteps resounded. The blood-clad sect's vice sect master, Qin Minghua, quickly arrived with a group of blood-clad sect elders. Bloodcloth sect. Xiao Chen, who was seated on the throne, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak and bewildered. When Qin Minghua saw this scene, he guffawed. It looks like the 2 immortal venerates did not lie to me. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are indeed here. There was one more thing that Qin Minghua did not say. Indeed, he was severely injured and extremely weak. Kill him. Qin Minghua did not waste any time on nonsense. With a command, the 8 elders soared into the air and surrounded Xiao Chen, who was on the blood lake. Qin Minghua, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this shadowless saber sovereign is injured, your group of elders will not be able to restrain him in a short time. You have to personally make a move, Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who was following from behind, said to Qin Minghua when he saw that the coffin was still there. Qin Minghua smiled coldly in his heart. Of course, this old man knows that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The counterattack before death cannot be underestimated. The more this is the case, the more cautious I have to be. I absolutely cannot take risks easily. I just have to take advantage at the end. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's nascent soul was in the ancient copper lamp, looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in the air with a pensive look. No wonder he didn't die from the explosion. It turned out that this fellow still had such a method to hold back all the void flowers. When that shadowless saber sovereign was about to die, he would definitely make the 10,000 flowers fall and die together with this group of people. He had to think of a way to trick Qin Minghua in and make both sides suffer. Sitting on the throne above the blood lake, Xiao Chen was clearly no match for Xiao Chen. He could only hide and flee in all directions in a sorry state. Furthermore, it was getting slower and slower. It looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi had not thought of a plan yet. He could not help but feel slightly anxious. Given the other party's character, he would definitely take the divine coffin away in the end. Old man Tianyi, what exactly are you and the shadowless saber sovereign fighting over for you to fight so intensely? Seeing that victory was within sight, Qin Minghua's eyes swiveled as he asked with a smile. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi cursed in his heart. I just knew that you would burn the bridge after crossing it. However, it just so happened that he could make use of this opportunity to lure him over. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi feigned silence, not saying a word. Hee, old man Tianyi, even if you don't say it, I can guess a thing or two. The coffin on the blood lake is the heavenly profound holy lady's coffin, right? Qin Minghua's eyes were very sharp. He had long discovered the sage coffin's existence. After probing it a little, he confirmed his guess. No, that sage coffin belongs to my Penglai Si. Qin Minghua, don't even think about snatching it away. Immortal Paragon Tian Yi said angrily. The ancient lamp shook continuously, showing his anger. Qin Minghua laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. I'll just take a look and leave. Although Qin Minghua said that he would take a look, he had no intention of entering the blood lake. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi could not help feeling anxious. Is that so? Then I'll give you a ride. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Qin Minghua's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around to defend. His aura instantly soared to its peak. The 7 sabers merged into one, and 10 spots of saber energy burst forth. The resplendent saber light was extremely piercing in the dark passageway. Although Qin Minghua reacted very quickly, the force of this saber strike was too strong, directly knocking him back. Qin Minghua vomited a mouthful of blood and landed in the blood lake, his complexion somewhat pale. The scarlet light on Qin Minghua's scarlet clothes flourished, looking extremely strange. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, so this is your true body. Qin Minghua wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. However, he did not show much surprise. He smiled coldly and said, Do you think that I did not guard against you? It would have been fine if you had not shown yourself. Since you showed yourself, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Qin Minghua. With a thought, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram above the blood lake instantly crumbled. Thousands of flowers fell. Before Qin Minghua could understand what was going on, the extreme yang true flame exploded in an instant. The extreme yang true fire exploded in an instant. Fiery light soared into the sky, covering the entire blood lake in an instant. The instant the flame exploded, Xiao Chen's true body grabbed the ancient lamp that Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's Yuaning was in and quickly retreated. The shock wave from the explosion spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the stone pillars instantly shattered, silently turning into nothing. Rumble! The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace directly crumbled. Closely following that, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and all the way up were affected. If not for the protection of the restrictions, this intense explosion would have been sufficient to destroy the entire ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram had already absorbed half of the energy of the void flower and the extreme yang true flame. The might of the explosion was not enough to kill Qin Minghua. Perhaps a few of the blood-clad sect elders would still be alive. Xiao Chen was not in a good state either. This was not the time to seek trouble with this group of people. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, quickly let go of me. Otherwise, this old man's Yuaning will explode and die with you. The ancient lamp that Xiao Chen firmly grabbed shook continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chen already knew that this immortal Venerate Tian Yi was a person who appeared tough on the outside but was cowardly on the inside. He appeared tough on the surface but was afraid of death in his heart. Xiao Chen simply ignored Qin Minghua. No matter how Qin Minghua called out, he did not let go. It was rare for Xiao Chen to capture an immortal Venerate's Yuani. This was a good opportunity to search his soul and uncover all the secrets of the Penglai Sea. Xiao Chen's only regret was that he could not take advantage of this opportunity to capture the blood-clad sect's vice sect master as well. Chapter 1455. Many thanks. After addressing Xiao Chen as fellow Taoist, immortal Venerate Tian Yi's yuanying slowly faded away until it completely vanished. Xiao Chen could not help feeling shocked. To think that the low-key and mysterious treasure master had such incredible means. This was simply too shocking. Alright, I'm not willing to use the second method either. As Xiao Chen dodged the falling rocks and restrictions, his spiritual sense picked up countless figures rushing over. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi said slowly, "When a person is about to die, his words are kind. What is he drawing for? This is truly incomprehensible." After trying many times, Immortal Venerate Tian Yi finally gave up. A small, illusory figure appeared in the ancient lamp. That was an immortal cultivator's yuaning. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi smiled in rage. "Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you off easy? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are too naive." A yuanying was a very weak existence. The longer it existed, the weaker it became. The commotion must have been too great, startling all the treasure seekers in the entire ethereal immortal palace. Furthermore, Xiao Chen learned that the master of the blood-clad sect was also the heavenly starry ocean's treasure master. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace was destroyed, turning the entire ethereal immortal palace into chaos. However, the heavenly profound holy lady remained calm, her expression not changing at all. As for the eternal heavenly sword school's Xie Chang Tian, Immortal Venerate Yun Chen had been watching over him. Hence, Immortal Venerate Tian Yi did not know much. He only knew that there was indeed such a person living in the Penglai Sea. As Xiao Chen ran, he still had to control the ancient lamp, multitasking. He had no time to chat at all. Is there a safer, more remote place in the ethereal immortal palace that others cannot easily find? Yuanying? Furthermore, it's a blue dragon yuanying. That's impossible. How can you dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? Even the heavenly profound holy lady can only cultivate immortal cultivation after scattering her cultivation. There are many things that you do not know. Don't worry about how I can cultivate immortal cultivation. All you need to know is that if I want to, I can swallow your yuanying right now. If I know everything about you, your death will be even more miserable. Time is of the essence. I need to comprehend the cycle arts quickly and cultivate the state of cycle. Only by comprehending the complete Saber Tao would he be able to contend against supremes and even surpass them. Xiao Chen casually looked around. Aside from the cleanliness of the bedroom, it was very different from a regular girl's room. Lying down in the air, the throne appeared. Xiao Chen had a feeling that before long, this person would no longer be able to endure. When Xiao Chen truly became high-profile, the entire oceanic world would experience a huge change. It might even affect the entire Kunlun realm. Immortal Exalt Tian Yi said furiously as he looked at Xiao Chen. There was a trace of deep fear in his tone. "It's too late. I've already given you many chances. Now, it's time for you to make another choice." Immortal Venerate Tian Yi remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, "I choose the first option." With Immortal Venerate Tian Yi taking the initiative to cooperate, Xiao Chen did not encounter any difficulties in searching the soul for the first time. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen understood everything about the Penglai Sea and the karma of this trip. The demonic calamity, Emperor Forsaken, and now there was a treasure lord. Despite Xiao Chen's strength, he still felt tremendous pressure. Xiao Chen casually tossed the ancient lamp aside and leaned back. The cycle throne attached to his clothes descended and caught Xiao Chen. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying, Come with me. This scene was simply too shocking, completely surpassing immortal Venerate Tian Yi's imagination and understanding. The blood-clad sect and the Penglai Si were the treasure lord's pawns. He wanted the blood-clad sect to obtain the puppet pearl. In that case, what did the immortal cultivators want to obtain by opening the coffin? Xiao Chen interrupted, not willing to listen to immortal Venerate Tian Yi's nonsense. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's life magic treasure must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only what immortal Venerate Tian Yi knew. It was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Aside from that painting, there was nothing else in the coffin. The answer was obvious. If not for immortal Venerate Tian Yi having already cultivated the immortal cultivation Dao to the peak, reaching the void refinement realm, it would have been impossible for the coffin to exist for so long. Why could Xiao Chen dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? The answer lay in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was either left behind by the Qing Emperor or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Treasure Lord, Xiao Chen said calmly, don't worry. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. I will not implicate others in my personal grudges. This was my previous bedroom. Beside it is my meditation room. You can rest there. After obtaining everything that he wanted, Xiao Chen did not humiliate or make things difficult for immortal Venerate Tian. Instead, he let Tian Yi choose to commit suicide, a method of suicide. Only after a long time did immortal Venerate Tian Yi wake up from the fact that Xiao Chen could cultivate immortal cultivation. Xiao Chen said calmly, Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, do you still not have the resolution to die? Don't harbor any delusions about me. You have already forced our relationship to the point where only one of us can live. After pushing open a door, Xiao Chen entered. Now, he finally had time to deal with immortal Venerate Tian Yi. Clang. The ancient lamp fell to the ground, giving off a loud sound. You can commit suicide. If it were during the immortal epoch, one could become a loose immortal after committing suicide. Now, one was nothing. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The heavenly profound holy lady appeared unpredictably, appearing beside Xiao Chen once again. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's blue dragon Yuanying, immortal Venerate Tian Yi felt incredibly horrified. The ancient lamp shook intensely, revealing his extreme horror. The latter was more likely. However, it did not matter. The ancient lamp flew out the door with a whoosh. Then, it landed on the ground with a clang. Now, I'll give you two choices. Cooperate a little and let me search your soul. Then I'll give you a quick death. The second choice is that you do not cooperate, but I can still find out what I want to know. You will die even more miserably. After a while, Xiao Chen followed the heavenly profound holy lady to a quiet bedroom. When he opened the window, he could actually see the ghost mountain. This was a pretty good location. In the martial epoch, the martial path reigned supreme. Even when one cultivated the immortal Tao to its peak, one would only be as strong as immortal Venerate Tian Yi. To Xiao Chen, aside from a supreme magic skill like the divine lightning eye, the immortal Tao did not hold much attraction. What a good plan. Unexpectedly, you are so decisive, easily resolving this calamity. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, what exactly do you want? Everything was linked to this person. It turned out that the treasure master had been controlling the Penglai Si for more than 1,000 years. Xiao Chen did not get angry. With a thought, the blue dragon Yuanying hidden in the depths of the heart of an emperor slowly appeared above his head. When a regular immortal cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they needed to quickly possess another body. Otherwise, they would turn to dust. The ancient lamp felt extremely dissatisfied. It gave off a bright light and crashed around randomly. In the end, it returned to nothing and fell to the ground. However, Xiao Chen did not have time to investigate now. The treasure master's matter was still troubling him. On this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace, aside from getting what he wanted, he had unexpectedly dug out such a big secret. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if possible, do not make a move on the Penglai Si. They are all innocent and also a group of pitiful people. Xiao Chen sat on the throne and said indifferently, don't waste your efforts. This was once the heavenly profound holy lady's place of meditation. Unless I am willing to open the door, you can forget about leaving in your lifetime. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense turned into a thread that flew towards immortal venerate Tian Yi's yuaning. Indeed, there is hope. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. With the heavenly profound holy lady, the master of the Mirage Immortal Palace, helping him, the crisis-ridden Mirage Immortal Palace was like entering his own home. He could always turn calamities into blessings. Indeed, there was hope. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The three immortal venerates all lost to the treasure master. Right now, the Penglai Sea was a pawn of the treasure master. Is that so? Xiao Qin muttered to himself. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from your saber formation. It turns out that they are clones created by immortal arts. Had I known earlier, the second way to die was too painful for immortal cultivators. It was equivalent to someone swallowing them alive. No immortal cultivator would be willing to accept such a death. It was too tragic. They might even get swallowed by other immortal cultivators. That was the cruelest and most immoral ending, equivalent to cannibalism. Bang. Chapter 1456. Just as Xiao Chen was recuperating, the entire Penglai Immortal Palace descended into chaos, a commotion breaking out everywhere. In the 10,000 fetus blood spring, the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Qin Minghua, paled. His scarlet clothes were in tatters from the explosion. His hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. The tattered scarlet clothes squirmed like blood, continuously merging together. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the scarlet clothes Qin Minghua wore were very different from the scarlet clothes that Xiao Qin had seen in the past. The original scarlet clothes gave off demonic qi, making one feel very uncomfortable just by looking at them. However, the demonic qi in Qin Minghua's scarlet clothes was even more withdrawn, not leaking out. If one did not purposely draw it out, one would not notice the demonic qi at all. Clearly, the quality of these scarlet clothes had improved significantly. According to rumor, the blood-clad sect would have different scarlet clothes depending on the rank. Of course, this was just the guess of others. The outside world knew too little about this faction that suddenly rose up in the past few years. Suddenly, Qin Minghua started coughing a few times. Only when he vomited a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Unexpectedly, someone set him up so ruthlessly. In the past few years, the blood-clad sect had been showing off its sharpness and rarely suffered losses. Qin Minghua was very experienced and shrewd. He had never been one to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, he suffered such a huge setback today. Had he known, he would not have believed the words of those two immortal venerates. Fortunately, he didn't lose the puppet pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. Just thinking about the consequences made Qin Minghua tremble in fear. That was a treasure that the treasure master wanted. Once he lost it, even the sect master would not be able to protect him. He would suffer a fate worse than death. Footsteps resounded, and Qin Minghua's expression changed slightly. Enduring the pain, he quickly left this place. Soon, the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace's palace master and the major characters of the other holy lands rushed over. However, they only saw rubble. They could not understand what was going on. There was no aura of a supreme treasure or any natural treasure. The people who caused the chaos had already left long ago. This storm was destined to end without attracting much attention. The people present would not have expected that this storm would be the cause. This gave Xiao Qin the foundation to surpass Prime. In the future, he would be able to turn the tide and save the Kunlun realm. The month was about to pass. Most of the people who had come here had already left. As long as they didn't die in the restriction, they would have gained something, so the trip was not in vain. They might have obtained the secret treasures of the Tianxian sect, the Taoist fate left behind by their predecessors, or other treasures of heaven and earth. There were many people who were disappointed. Sun Palace's palace master Chu Tian was one of them. There was still one more day before Xiao Chen would have to leave the Mirage Immortal Palace. Since he still had not found the cycle arts, he could already declare his failure. After dismissing the people beside him, Chu Tian summoned out a talisman. After the talisman burned up, the image of the cyclic astral lord appeared before him. Star Lord, this subordinate is useless and lost the reincarnation art. The cyclic astral lord seemed to have expected this long ago and was not in a rush. The shadowless saber sovereign snatched it away? Chu Tian shook his head and told him about the strange situation that had happened. The reincarnation arts suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chu Tian was nervous, worried that the Star Lord would not believe this reason. Who could have imagined that the cyclic astral lord would say after thinking for a while, "I understand. After you leave, just return to the palace quickly. There is no need to care about this matter anymore." Hearing the cyclic astral lord's answer, Chu Tian was in disbelief. Only when the cyclic astral lord's image vanished did he startle to his senses. Xiao Chen felt relieved of a heavy burden, feeling very relaxed. On the other side, Qin Minghua also contacted the blood-clad sect's sect master at this moment. The identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master had always been mysterious. If someone were present and saw the image of the sect master, they would be greatly startled. No one would have imagined that the true identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master. "Sect master, we already obtained the puppet pearl," Qin Minghua reported respectfully. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master revealed a smile and nodded. "Very good. Pay attention to safety. Return the puppet pearl perfectly. The treasure master will reward you greatly. He can even give you a longevity-extending pill." At the mention of the longevity-extending pill, wild joy flashed in Qin Minghua's eyes. However, it soon dimmed. He said, "However, something unexpected happened at the Penglai Sea. The shadowless saber sovereign captured Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, and Immortal Venerate Ming Yu's physical body was also destroyed." After hearing about the encounters of the two Immortal Venerates, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master said calmly, "It's not a problem. As long as we obtain the puppet pearl, the treasure master's goal is complete. As for the Immortal Venerates, it was just a matter of convenience." The treasure master did not hold much hope. Qin Minghua was completely at ease when he heard this. In this way, he wouldn't be blamed for this. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had already recovered from his injuries, returning to his peak state. Just as he was about to leave the ethereal immortal palace, he formally read through the cycle arts. After closing the cycle arts, Xiao Chen could already confirm that this was the true copy. However, it was as the heavenly profound holy lady said, it was indeed just an incomplete copy and not very valuable. Without a doubt, if one cultivated the cycle arts together with the states of the seven thrones, one could definitely cultivate the state of cycle. However, what would happen after he cultivated the reincarnation state? There was no mention of how to cultivate it or how to use it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, merging the state of cycle was just the beginning. How to use it after that was the most important thing. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to slowly explore it in the future. Or perhaps, after leaving the abandoned land and entering the true martial great world, he might be able to meet an expert who cultivated the state of cycle. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the state of cycle. After putting away the cycle arts, Xiao Chen took out the second great harvest of this trip, the Universe Origin Dao fruit. Speaking of which, this Universe Origin Dao fruit looked very ordinary. Its surface was bumpy and even somewhat prickly. It was hard to imagine that the legendary immortal fruit would have such an appearance. If one was deceived by its appearance and missed out on this fruit, one would regret it for life. As long as one focused and did not move their gaze, one would discover the profoundness of this fruit after 7 or 8 minutes. A scene of a golden divine venerate sitting cross-legged would appear in one's mind. When this scene appeared, one would be bathed in a profound feeling of ascending to the Tao. The Universe Origin Tao fruit is truly indescribably wondrous. Xiao Chen looked away in admiration. However, he did not dare to take the risk of eating it. Rumor had it that after consuming this fruit, it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen did not really believe it. That would have been during the Immortal Epoch. The martial epoch and the immortal epoch were completely different cultivation methods. No one could be sure what the consequences would be. Based on his personal feelings, Xiaochen was more willing to believe that this fruit had a miraculous effect on the Tao. This was because when that golden divine venerate appeared in Xiaochen's mind, he clearly felt his saber energy stir. After consuming it, while his cultivation might not increase, his comprehension of the saber Tao would definitely improve. Perhaps if he was not careful, he might even comprehend the complete saber Tao. The universe origin Tao fruit might very well contain a complete Tao. Anyone who consumed it would be able to obtain the Tao. Immortal lords lived forever. To them, 1,000 years of cultivation was just 1,000 years. In eternal life, 1,000 years was just a flick of a finger. 1,000 years of cultivation was not worth fighting for. What they valued was definitely the desire for the Tao. What's wrong? You want to eat it now? The heavenly profound holy lady suddenly asked when she saw Xiaochen holding the universe origin Tao fruit and staring at it. Xiaochen smiled and put away the universe origin Tao fruit. He said, "It is too risky. If I fall unconscious after consuming it, I will have to wait several decades before I can leave." That's true. You are still young and in your best years. It is not good to waste it here. I came to inform you that the ethereal immortal palace is about to send you out. The heavenly profound holy lady said, "If you want to go and take it, I can send you anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of the ethereal immortal palace. As you wish. Now that I have recovered to my peak, it does not matter where I appear." Xiaochen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Thank you for taking care of me on this trip to the ethereal immortal palace. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again." "There's no need. We are just taking what we need." The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and rejected Xiaochen. "Let's go. I'll send you off." Chapter 1457. After the heavenly profound holy lady finished speaking, Xiaochen felt an irresistible force toss his body out of the immortal palace. The world spun around. When Xiaochen felt his feet touch the ground again, he discovered that he had already landed on an island. Xiaochen casually looked around and discovered that this nameless island was the island where the hemp-robed old man was before he entered the immortal palace. He did not know if the heavenly profound holy lady did this on purpose or if it was a coincidence. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the Western Sea Berserk Saber, Feng Xiao. "Brother Shadowless, I did not expect to see you again after coming out." Feng Xiao's complexion was very good. There was a reserved sharpness on his face. He must have gained a lot in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiaochen nodded firmly in response to the other party's greeting. Then, he casually chatted with Feng Xiao for a while. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen had expected. In the Mirage Immortal Palace, Feng Xiao had obtained a Tao comprehension painting left by an ancient bladesman. After comprehending it a little, he had gained a lot. Now, he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation and absorb all the Tao in it. Xiaochen smiled and congratulated Feng Xiao, offering his blessings. My gains are nothing." A huge explosion happened in the 9th floor of the Immortal Palace. "I heard that a supreme treasure was born. Unfortunately, I missed out on the excitement." Feng Xiao was in a good mood, so he could not stop talking. Missing out might not be a bad thing. There are many fortuitous encounters that one has to evaluate one's strength first. Xiaochen recalled his experience in the Immortal Palace's 9th floor, feeling deeply moved. Naturally, Feng Xiao did not understand the deeper meaning in Xiaochen's words. He nodded and said, "Brother Shadowless is right. I have to enter closed-door cultivation quickly, so I won't chat any longer. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it." "See you again." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute to send Feng Xiao off. Soon, that middle-aged couple was sent out as well. After casually saying goodbye to Xiaochen, they left in a hurry. They looked like they were worried that Xiaochen would attack them and snatch away their treasures. Xiaochen found this funny, but he did not say anything. It looked like the heavenly profound holy lady had indeed done this on purpose, sending them back to the same place. The hemp-robed old man was already dead. He definitely would not be sent back. Furthermore, the Geomaster Jiang Tian had not arrived yet. Although Xiaochen believed that the other party would be fine, deep in his heart he was still a little uncertain. Did something really happen to the old man? Just as Xiaochen was muttering to himself, another beam of light appeared beside Xiaochen. Jiang Tian, who exuded a sinister aura, appeared beside Xiaochen. "Ha, don't worry. Even if all of you die, this old man will not die." Although Jiang Tian's body was filled with yin qi, he was full of vigor and spirit. He did not look like he was trapped in the ghost mountain at all. What a pity! It would be great if I could stay here. He was in such a good mood that he almost forgot everything. He even forgot about the immortal cultivators. After a long time, Xiaochen realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I was too engrossed in researching the techniques of the ancient geomasters in the Ghost Mountain. How is it on your side? Did the Penglai Sea's people obtain the ghost immortal cultivation method?" Xiaochen felt that there was nothing to hide from Jiang Tian, so he honestly told the other party about the ethereal immortal palace. After hearing that, Jiang Tian felt emotional for a long time, sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the immortal cultivation method of the ghost immortal Tao is so difficult. The heavenly profound holy daughter is really pitiful, a heartless person. Xiaochen said indifferently, "I feel that it's still all right. At the very least, she really helped me obtain the cycle arts, unlike some people." Jiang Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Aren't I trapped in the ghost mountain? If not, helping you obtain the cycle arts would be easy. I can tell that after you came out, you seem to be quite at ease. You even have some inner energy." Xiaochen did not give up. No matter what, he was the one who dealt with the Penglai Sea's people. He had to knock this old fogey down. Jiang Tian knew that he was in the wrong. He said, "Very well, I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you?" Xiaochen smiled in satisfaction and said, "You are indeed an old senior. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll be direct. I want you to help me investigate the treasure master's identity and the matter of the ghost Ho. How is it connected to him?" The moment Xiaochen said that, Jiang Tian's expression immediately sank. "Little brat, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? The treasure master is low-key and mysterious. Even primes do not dare to make a move against him. You want me to investigate him? This is not justifiable, right?" Jiang Tian pushed the matter away, clearly unwilling to accept. A gentleman never goes back on his word. I can't be bothered with that. This is my voice transmission talisman. Notify me if there is any news." However, Xiaochen did not care. After tossing out a voice transmission talisman, he laughed heartily and left the nameless island. He left Jiang Tian alone, holding the voice transmission talisman in a daze. After a while, he said with a grave expression, "Indeed, I should not lie to myself about the treasure master's matter. Never mind, I'll use this opportunity to probe him with my other old friends." The treasure master had long suspected that Xiaochen had something to do with the deep abyss demonic world. However, the treasure master was too strong and kept a low profile. Furthermore, he did not oppose the various holy lands. Many people turned a blind eye to his existence. This was especially so after Emperor Forsaken made a move and failed to take down the treasure master. This made everyone feel even more reverence for the treasure master's strength. However, if this continued, watching the treasure master slowly grow stronger, that would be too much of a lie. After leaving the island, Xiaochen searched for a suitable place for closed-door cultivation on the boundless sea. Compared to Feng Xiao, Xiaochen needed to enter closed-door cultivation even more. Furthermore, he already made up his mind to not come out of closed-door cultivation until he comprehended the state of cycle. Xiaochen always wore a mask. No matter where he went, he gave Xiaochen a feeling of hiding. If this continued for a long time, the heart tribulation would be even harder to resolve. He might never be able to overcome it. Thinking this, Xiaochen found a pretty good place for closed-door cultivation, a lone island. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there was only a boundless ocean. It was neither a trade route nor a blessed land. No one would purposely pass by this place even after 10 years or 100 years. Following the principle of caution, after Xiaochen landed on the lone island, he laid a defensive formation. Then, he tossed out the formation plate and tapped the air with his right hand. Then, Shaoqun laid a simple defensive formation. After setting up the formation, Shaoqun sat down cross-legged and cleared his thoughts, entering a state of forgetting himself and the outside world. After Shaoqun entered this state, he shouted, and 7 beams of light of different colors came out of his body. Each light represented a different intent: slaughter, destruction, annihilation, pain, grief, despair, and death. Massacre produced destruction. When the destruction expanded, it was annihilation, bringing pain and grief. When grief expanded infinitely, it was despair, and finally, death. Death represented the extinction of all things. However, after extinction came new life, which happened to be a cycle. Everything in the world could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. From the small ants, birds, and beasts, to the large worlds, even epics. The immortal epic was like this. Many immortals fell, the sky collapsed, and all things died. However, after death, a new epic was born. The Kunlun realm was already so prosperous. The great world outside would definitely be even more prosperous. The cycle Tao had never stopped. Shaoqun flipped to the first page of the cycle arts. There were 8 ancient words on it. As long as the cycle continues, life never ends. Grasping the cycle, one's flame of life would be eternal and inextinguishable, burning fiercely, living as long as the heavens. This was the highest level of expectation the creator of the reincarnation arts had for the reincarnation Tao. As for whether it had such an effect or not, no one knew. The cycle arts in Shaoqun's hand was only an incomplete copy. The later contents were clearly missing. It was only enough for Shaoqun to comprehend the state of cycle. Whether there was more was a mystery. Shaoqun read through the cycle arts again. Then he closed his eyes and started to follow the circulation path described in the cycle arts. Shaoqun started to cultivate according to the prescribed order. As his primordial energy flowed through his body, the 7 flames around him spun continuously. A 7-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a rainbow, illuminating the entire horizon. Chapter 1458. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this past half a year, Shaoqun had always been in closed-door cultivation on the lone island, and he never left it at all as he cultivated the rebirth technique. He'd long since forgotten the passage of time, and the disturbances in the outside world were unrelated to him. The situation in the Kunlun continent changed. Ever since the battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the elites of the demonic world in the savage battlefield, the situation in the Kunlun continent had changed. The conflict between the demonic world and the Kunlun realm intensified to the point where even the demon monarch would occasionally make a move. The shadow of the demonic calamity shrouded the entire continent. Under the pressure of the demonic world, the deity Tao Union and the martial god palace, the 2 great alliances, were forced to retreat. They reached a temporary truce, no more infighting, and united against the outside world. They had even organized several large-scale battles aimed at the battlefield of the stars. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world fought an intense battle. Both sides exchanged blows, each had their own victories and defeats, and both sides were wary of each other. They did not use all of their trump cards, all of them waiting for the final decisive battle to decide the victor. However, no matter how one looked at it, the factions of the Kunlun realm were at a disadvantage. This was clear from the fact that the decisive battle would take place in the Kunlun realm and not the deep abyss demonic world. Ever since the 100-race war in ancient times, the pinnacle of martial arts had never returned. The suppressed deep abyss demonic world took this opportunity to rise up. The Kunlun realm could only defend passively. The demonic calamity was forever a sword hanging over the heads of the Kunlun realm cultivators. In the Demon King's palace in the succubus realm of the 18 demon realms of the abyss, Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Ling Yu stood side by side, looking at the scenery in the distance. The demon world had no color, no sunlight, and the sky was always dark. In the west, there was a blood-like ball of light hanging on the horizon. Taking a closer look, there was a huge illusory figure within the ball of light. It gave off a boundless might that enveloped every layer of the demon world. No demon could escape the gaze of that illusory figure. That was the demonic god, the faith of all the people in the demonic world. The nether sect's headquarters was also in that huge blood-red ball of light. Chu Chaoyun asked, "How's the refinement of the demon sword going?" "To be able to do as I please, to be able to release and withdraw as I please. It has already become a part of my body," Leng Yu said softly. Her voice contained an enchanting enticement. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Since ancient times, no demon monarch has been able to refine the evil shadow sword so quickly. It looks like the mandate of heaven has chosen you as the master of the demon monarchs." Leng Yu was expressionless. She did not look happy at all. Before the demonic god, even the lord of the demon monarchs is the most lowly servant. "So, our chance will come soon. After I leave today, I will make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. The Kunlun realm will undergo a huge change soon." Chu Chaoyun stared at the demon god and said such treasonous words. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew very well what kind of thing the devil god was. It was not worthy of respect at all. However, Leng Yu's fear of the demonic god prevented her from saying anything, remaining silent. "The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. How are you going to get there? Don't forget, I am someone with the Sky Dome heart. As long as I am willing, I can become the master of the Sky Dome realm at any time," Chu Chaoyun said softly with a smile. Leng Yu still felt somewhat worried. "Has the Dark Church's church master really never doubted or suspected you?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking. He knew about me from the very start. However, he is very confident in himself. He always thinks that everything is under his control. Aside from him, everyone else in the Sky Dome realm is an ant. I'm going. Be very careful. Don't give yourself away. You still need to wait for an opportunity. Now is not the time to make a comeback." Chu Chaoyun gently drifted away and vanished from where he was, not leaving any trace behind. It was like he had never been there. Leng Yu sighed to herself. She only admired two men in her life. One was Shao Qin, and the other was naturally Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's courage and intelligence were unrivaled among all the people she had met. She had never seen an outsider infiltrate the upper echelon of the Dark Church and deal with the Dark Church's churchmaster until now. When Shao Qin betrayed Ting Xiao, he did not hesitate to kill decisively. Originally, Shao Qin was just a pawn for Ting Xiao. Unexpectedly, he turned the tables and killed Ting Xiao, the pawn in charge. Just like that, the evil thoughts of the Qing Emperor were killed. When Shao Qin revealed his true plan to her, even the demon monarch Leng Yu was startled. That plan was so bold that she did not even dare to think about it. However, not only did Shao Qin think about it, he even carried it out step by step to where he was today. However, when Leng Yu thought about the battle between Shao Chen and Shao Chen at the end of the plan, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Shao Chen. Can Shao Chen defeat Chu Chaoyun? At the same time, the heavenly starry ocean was not very calm either. The blood-clad sect, which took advantage of the Golden Age to rise up, had already expanded to the point where it could rival the veteran immortal Holy Lands. The conflicts between the various Holy Lands and the blood-clad sect turned from hidden to overt. Finally, an intense conflict erupted. The Five Poison sect and the blood-clad sect started a huge battle in the Eastern Sea. Both sides fought for a king spirit vein, the shockwaves spreading for more than 500,000 kilometers. The result of that battle was the Five Poison sect's defeat, and the blood-clad sect snatched away the king's spirit vein. After this battle, the blood-clad sect became the new holy land of the heavenly starry ocean. Immediately, the blood-clad sect's fame spread far and wide, shaking the surroundings. The number of cultivators who wanted to join the blood-clad sect was as high as the clouds. The blood-clad sect's momentum flourished, showing signs of overtaking the veteran overlords, the Lunar Palace and the Zodiac Hall. Just at this moment, the identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was purposely exposed. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ao Lang, officially stood on the stage and acknowledged his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master. The fact that he chose to stand out at this moment made others feel a trace of something else. Although there were already some clues that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had a close relationship with the blood-clad sect, no one expected that the master behind it was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang. The peace of the heavenly starry ocean was immediately shattered. After acknowledging his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang went with the flow. He forcefully subdued all the factions left behind by the Sea King. The divine dragon palaces of the four seas came under his control. It was obvious that his plan was meticulous and he had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have quickly unified the divine dragon palaces of the four seas after acknowledging the blood-clad sect's sect master. When the identity of the West Ocean Dragon Palace's palace master was exposed, the neighboring Dragon Gate immediately became embarrassed. Compared to the shock of the other forces, the dragon sect could be said to be panicking. They had not expected this at all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which had declined a long time ago, experienced a shocking reversal. Suddenly, the Dragon's Gate turned into a colossus like an immortal holy land. The nearby Dragon's Gate instantly became dangerous. City Lord Mo Chin decisively chose to seal the city. Aside from Dragon's Gate disciples, no one was allowed to enter Heaven Dragon City. At the same time, Mo Chin started to investigate the spies and all sorts of suspicious people in the city. On the other hand, she sent a message to the Bushin Palace, hoping to get reinforcements. At this delicate moment, the 13 great bandits of the Black Dragon City announced that they would station themselves in Heaven Dragon City. The Dragon's Gate was no longer what it was in the past. However, compared to an evil faction like the Blood-clad sect, there was still a significant gap. Although the Blood-clad sect did not show any signs of attacking the Dragon's Gate, Mo Chin did not have any hopes of getting lucky. However, Mo Chin did not have any hopes of getting lucky at all. From the moment the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang stepped out, she started to make all sorts of preparations. Indeed, half a month later, the cultivators of the various branches of the blood-clad sect headed for the Western Sea and gathered at the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. After another half a month, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the four seas gathered, and the 7-colored dragon marquises finished organizing themselves. In the Western Sea, the various factions that originally belonged to the Dragon's Gate were attacked. Apart from a few shrewd sects that had already moved their sects away, the rest of the sects had suffered a calamity. Immediately, the news of the blood-clad sect making a move against the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean, becoming a major event that everyone paid attention to. Many people took this as the first time the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Ao Lang made a sacrifice. Ao Lang wanted to establish his prestige in the blood-clad sect, trample on the might of the Blue Dragon King and make the blood-clad sect a true overlord. Chapter 1459. In a side hall of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the blood-clad sect's sect master Ao Lang received the palace masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Since the four of them had gathered together, they naturally had something to discuss. It was impossible for them to gather together for no reason. Originally, the East Sea Dragon King was the leader of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The West Sea Dragon King was ranked last. Who knew, 1 month ago, Ao Lang visited the palace masters of the 3 divine dragon palaces. Without exception, the palace masters of the 3 dragon palaces were all defeated by him. Even the strongest person, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Pyongyang, a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, only lasted 100 moves against Ao Lang. It could be said to be extremely miserable, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Pyongyang and the other 2 looked at Ao Lang with uncertain expressions. They felt some fear and some anticipation at the same time. This was because Ao Lang had already promised them that as long as they joined the blood-clad sect, he would tell them the method to suddenly become stronger. Ao Lang, since the 3 of us are already here, there is no need for you to keep us in suspense, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Pyongyang, said. Ao Lang smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There's no rush. The blood-clad battle armor that I rushed out for you will be delivered soon. Blood cloak battle armor? Peng Yang and the other two entered deep thought. This should be the scarlet clothes worn by the blood-clad sect cultivators. Could it be that there were different grades of blood robes, and that their blood robes needed to be specially refined? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, 3 pretty maids walked in from the side hall, each carrying a stack of battle armor. Sect Master, I have finished refining the 3 Heaven Series blood-clad battle armors. Please take a look. Ao Lang smiled as he walked over. Then he introduced, "This is the blood-clad battle armor that I prepared for you. Its defense is comparable to that of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, indestructible. After wearing it, your body's potential will be stimulated, and your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time." Peng Yang frowned and said, "Although similar battle armors are rare, they are not non-existent. But the side effects are frighteningly strong. If it's light, you'll become a cripple. If it's heavy, your lifespan will be greatly reduced." Ao Lang nodded and said, "That's right. In this world, there are gains and losses. There had to be a balance. After wearing the Heavenly Series battle armor, one's lifespan would be drained faster. After wearing it, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days for an ordinary person." Peng Yang and the other two paled upon hearing this. This was equivalent to forcefully having one's lifespan, completely exchanging one's life force for combat power. "Ao Lang, you still have something to say, right?" Peng Yang said sullenly. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, Big Brother understands me. That's right. However, as long as you have the longevity-extending pill that I concoct, your lifespan will be almost the same as an ordinary person's. Of course, I can't give you the refining method of the prolonging longevity pill. As long as they are loyal to the blood-clad sect, I can guarantee that I will give priority to the 3 Big Brothers life-extending pills." The expressions of Peng Yang and the other two changed slightly. This meant that their lives were now in Ao Lang's hands. Ao Lang said indifferently, "The blood-clad battle armor is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven Series battle armor is very difficult to refine. There are only 10 of them in the entire blood-clad sect. It can increase one's potential by 4 times. Not only will one's cultivation speed increase, but one's comprehension will also increase by 4 times. You can decide for yourselves." "I agree." After hesitating for a while, Peng Yang could no longer resist the temptation of having 4 times his potential. He was the first to agree to wear the battle armor. Furthermore, if Peng Yang did not agree, Ao Lang might turn against him. When the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters saw the situation, they stopped hesitating and put on the battle armor. The instant the 3 put on the blood-clad battle armor, they immediately felt their strength increase by at least 20%. The joy of having their strength increase was indescribable. Peng Yang and the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters immediately rejoiced. "These are your longevity-extending pills. 1 bottle for each of you. Don't say that I did not take care of you old brothers." The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's means were very incredible. He knew that he had to win over this group of people in order to continuously expand the blood-clad sect's influence. After the 3 received the bottles, they felt very satisfied. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." Peng Yang knew that his life was in Ao Lang's hands in the future. Since the situation was against him, he had no choice but to lower his head. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly. A sense of satisfaction flowed in his chest. Waving his hand, he said, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Properly use the potential of the Heaven Series battle armor. Half a month later, we will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate." Are we really going to attack the Dragon's Gate? He has the Bushin Palace supporting him. Although the Blue Dragon King is not a threat, the Heaven Dragon City is impregnable. The city lord, Mo Chin, is not someone easy to deal with either. Rumor had it that the blood-clad sect was preparing to surround and attack the Dragon's Gate. It looked like this was true. Ao Lang said coldly, "Don't worry. At that time, the Bushin Palace will be overwhelmed. They will not have the time to interfere in this matter. Back then, I swore an oath to thoroughly humiliate Xiaochen. Otherwise, all my years of forbearance would have been wasted. When Ao Lang thought of Xiaochen, the rage in his heart flared up involuntarily. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. All of them were scenes of humiliation. The most embarrassing one was leading the people of the many holy lands to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate's establishment. In the end, Xiaochen managed to break the plan. Finally, Ying Zongtian knocked him out with a palm strike. This was an unforgettable humiliation. However, the reputation of the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, has fallen long ago. He is just a cripple now, the Southern Sea Dragon King said softly. A cripple? I don't care if he is crippled or not. Unless he kneels and begs for mercy, I will wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Ao Lang's words, inspiring fear. The other 3 Dragon Kings did not say anything more, taking their leave. Father, how did the discussion go? Did they agree? After the 3 left, a youth immediately rushed into a side hall. It was the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng. It's settled. We will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, Ao Lang said indifferently. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas will all wear the blood-clad clothes. Tonight, send news to Heaven Dragon City and get them to hand over the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. When Ao Feng heard this, he rejoiced. Back then, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, had forced Ao Feng to his knees with one palm strike. Xiaochen had already become a heart demon for Ao Feng. After Ao Feng heard that Xiaochen failed his tribulation, he had wanted to bring people to capture Xiaochen alive several times. However, Ao Lang had stopped him. Now, he was finally going to get what he wanted. How could he not be excited? After Ao Feng made his promise, Ao Feng immediately left, disappearing without a trace. After Ao Feng left, Ao Lang waved his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Then, he took out a messaging token. A small, black figure appeared in the messaging token. This figure was shrouded in fog, looking unfathomable. Greetings, Treasure Master. I have already given the order. We will start attacking the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, the aloof Ao Lang said respectfully to the black figure. That's fine. You helped me obtain the puppet pearl. I already agreed to help you attack the Dragon's Gate. There is no need to report to me. The Treasure Master's voice sounded somewhat sinister, making one feel uncomfortable. Many thanks, Treasure Master. After obtaining the Treasure Master's approval, Ao Lang finally relaxed. He had waited for this day for far too long. Far away, in the underground room where the Treasure Master was in closed-door cultivation, he watched coldly as Ao Lang's figure slowly disappeared. The Treasure Master's lips curled up in a strange smile as he toyed with a pearl in his hand. Good timing. I can use you to test out the Dragon's Gate's strength and stir up the factions of the heavenly starry ocean. That night, the blood-clad sect demanded that the Dragon's Gate hand over Xiaochen. Otherwise, news of the blood-clad sect's gate would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean after half a month. Everyone knew that the Dragon's Gate had the support of the Bushin Palace, which Ying Zongtian managed. However, the blood-clad sect really dared to make an example out of the Dragon's Gate. What was even more eye-catching was that the blood-clad sect's excuse was to hand over the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. Many people had already forgotten this name. In fact, many of the newly risen outstanding talents had not even heard of it before. 5 years ago, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen jumped off at the final step of his Emperor's Road. After Xiaochen returned to Heavenly Star Island, there was no more news of him, vanishing without a trace. If not for Ao Lang purposely mentioning him, no one would have thought of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many cultivators. They wanted to know whether the Dragon's Gate would hand over the Blue Dragon King or not. Chapter 1460. Heaven Dragon City, City Lord Hall. The upper echelon of the Dragon's Gate gathered together. Mo Chen, Yu Chenxi, Kim Taeho, Lord Jiu, Lan Tianji, Yu Jin Lin, Gong Yangyu, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the others all arrived. Many of them were outstanding geniuses who spent most of their time wandering outside, cultivating alone and searching for their own fortuitous encounters in the Golden Age. After receiving Emo Chen's message and learning that the Dragon's Gate was in trouble, he did not hesitate to rush back. None of these people had low cultivation bases. In this Golden Age, they were like fish in water, all of them able to stand on their own. The weakest among them was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. The ones with the most horrifying cultivations were Xianyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Gong Yangyu, who no one expected. Like Shaochen, these three came from the Sky Dome realm. Now, they were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Among them, Xianyuan Zhantian was the strongest. Even Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu did not know what his true limits were. Back then, Shaochen had said that Xianyuan Zhantian walked an extremely difficult path. He only cultivated the state of kingship. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a body cultivation technique left behind from the peak of ancient martial arts. By combining his king's will with his physical body, he had formed the king battle body with limitless potential. Of all the people present, he was the last to advance to martial emperor. The path to martial emperor was fraught with death, and he had nearly died at the last step. But in the end he had managed to pull through. Right now, his sharpness was restrained. Even though he was already standing at the furthest corner of the palace, that terrifying king's intent still made everyone feel pressured. Jin Lin, who was also from the Haotian sect like Shaochen, asked, "Miss Mo, why did you suddenly gather everyone here? Did something happen?" Emo Chen and Lan Tianji each took a seat in the middle. Lan Tianji answered, "Let me say it. Last night, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, personally sent word, asking us to hand over Shaochen. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force half a month later and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." Your tone is really arrogant. Not to mention that Big Brother Shaochen is not in the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate is not the Dragon's Gate. Even if they are, we will not hand them over to them. We, the people of the Dragon's Gate, are not people that anyone can bully. Jin Lin heavily slammed the table, causing a loud bang to ring out. He was extremely angry. That little bastard. Back then, Shaochen was soft-hearted and took his life. Now that you've made a comeback, you've immediately climbed all over me. You're really arrogant. Kim Taeho cursed angrily. He hated himself for not destroying the West Sea Divine Dragon Palace when the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, leaving behind such a threat. Emo Chen said, "Saying all this is already useless. I called everyone here just to discuss it with everyone. Now that the blood-clad sect is very powerful, I have thought about it. Everyone here is Big Brother Zhao's good friend. There is no need for everyone to risk their lives to defend the city. We can hide for now and head to the Kunlun continent. When Big Brother Shaochen returns, we can think of countermeasures. Only with the green hills can the green water flow." Emo Chen's words were very sincere. She believed that Shaochen was here. She did not want to see this group of brothers put themselves in danger. After all, the blood-clad sect was too strong. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, the current blood-clad sect master, was unreasonably strong. There's no need. Miss Mo, since we chose to return, we already made our decision. As people of the Dragon's Gate, how can we just sit and watch the Dragon's Gate get bullied? Xianyuan Zhantian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said calmly, "Even if we cannot defeat them, we have to do our best." That's right. Brother Zhantian is right. This Heaven Dragon City is the culmination of Big Brother Shaochen's efforts. Similarly, it is also the culmination of Miss Emo Chen's efforts. If we leave, Miss Emo Chen will definitely not leave, right? Gong Yangyu smiled faintly, expressing his opinion in a cool and elegant manner. It was not easy to establish the Dragon's Gate. Think about how much pressure Big Brother Shaochen endured on the day the Dragon's Gate was established. How can people like us shrink back because of some pressure? Miss Mo Chen, please allow us to work with you to resist the blood-clad sect. As Yu Chenxi spoke, he looked like the morning sun, his face radiating a determined light. Let's go together. No one should leave first. If we are leaving, we should all leave together. Miss Emo Chen, Don't harbor any thoughts of living and dying with the Dragon's Gate. If you die in battle, Big Brother Xiaochen will definitely be very sad. Lan Yu opened her eyes wide, looking somewhat pitifully at Emo Chen. As Emo Chen looked at the people in the hall who had stood up, she saw the sincere smiles on their faces. Emo Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist. She felt indescribably moved in her heart. Earlier, she had been somewhat selfish. Gong Yangyu was right. Emo Chen had indeed intended to let everyone leave and defend the city alone. However, when she heard the words of the people here, she suddenly felt that she had been somewhat selfish. The Dragon's Gate belonged to Big Brother Xiaochen, Emo Chen, and everyone else here. Sorry, Emo Chen was somewhat selfish earlier. Everyone, do not leave. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. All of us have to live well. None of us are allowed to die. Emo Chen's voice sounded somewhat choked. As she smiled, tears fell down her face involuntarily. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. At this moment, Lan Tianji also stood up and stretched his hand to the center. Immediately, everyone placed their hands on his. All the Dragon's Gate elders showed smiles on their faces as they promised to go through thick and thin together, advance and retreat together. Their smiles contained carefreeness, determination, courage, and faith in the Dragon's Gate. This is the Dragon's Gate treasure armor that I personally refined, a replica of the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. It is a complete set of Emperor-grade secret treasures. Although it cannot compare to the Ascension armor that the Qing Emperor wore back then, it is at least half as effective. Since everyone had decided to stay, Emo Chen did not say anything else. She took out the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor that she refined using the power of the Dragon's Gate. Xinyuan Zhantian's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dripped his blood on it and bound it to him, refining one set. With a thought, the various parts gave off an azure light and automatically attached themselves to every part of his body. Cut. After a while, the extraordinarily handsome Xinyuan Zhantian wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor changed drastically. The azure battle armor had true dragon patterns carved on it. The air of kingship merged with the tyrannical aura of a true dragon. It was like the king of tens of thousands of true dragons, unique and unparalleled. It really fits. Miss Emo Chen, you are really nimble. Many thanks. Xinyuan Zhantian revealed a satisfied smile as he performed a cupped fist salute with the heavenly war halberd in his hand. When everyone saw the extraordinarily mighty Xinyuan Zhantian, they all eagerly put on the Dragon's Gate treasure armor. As of now, no one in the entire Kunlun realm could surpass Emo Chen in terms of refining Dao. She already stood at the peak. Furthermore, she had surpassed the second-ranked person by several mountains. Everyone was extremely satisfied with their battle armor, feeling exceptionally happy. Wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor, Yu spun around in front of Lan Xiaobai. Her heroic air immediately turned lively and cute. Elder brother Xiaobai, I look good in this treasure armor, right? Lan Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Then, he praised Yu, making her unable to contain her joy. A blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Of the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor, there was a set of snow-white treasure armor with a red cloak. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Taeho smiled and said, "This set of treasure armor is unique. It looks very handsome and white like winter snow. It suits this fat lord's pure and handsome air very well. However, it seems to be a little skinnier. It does not match this fat lord's figure." Emo Chen's smile faded slightly. She sighed softly, "This is for Big Brother Xiaochen." The moment Emo Chen said that, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. If only Xiaochen were here. He would be like you and share the same hatred. I believe that Xiaochen will rush back and put on this battle armor. Then, he will lead us to kill our way out of the blood-clad sect. Xinyuan Zhantian stood proudly. His handsome face exuded a sense of fortitude. Imperceptibly, it infected everyone present. I also believe that Big Brother Xiaochen will definitely return. He has never disappointed us before. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, he will put on this white-clad battle armor and take revenge for all of us. Half a month from now, as the elders of the Dragon's Gate, We absolutely cannot let down the dragon's gate's might and let the people of the heavenly starry ocean laugh at us. We absolutely cannot let the dragon's gate that Big Brother Xiao Chen established under the pressure of everyone in the world be destroyed. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. Chapter 1461. With one glance, it looked like a thick scarlet cloud had landed on the sea. Wu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. How arrogant! Let's go as well. Footsteps resounded as a Dragon's Gate disciple rushed in and said, City Lord, the blood-clad sex people are here. They have already surrounded the entire Heaven Dragon City. The 3 Dragon Kings, the 7 colored Dragon Marquises, and the blood-clad sex Vice Sect Master are all gathered at the Eastern City Gates. An insignificant junior dares to fight with me? Right after Gong Yangyu spoke, blood leaked out of Wu Yun's mouth due to his carelessness. Then he got knocked down by the staff strike. Ha! What a good excuse. Who does not know? Xiao Chen jumped off his emperor's road and suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire. Now, he is a cripple and is hiding in Heaven Dragon City. Wu Yun's arm went numb, and the force of the staff spread out. Half his body turned somewhat stiff. When the metal staff stopped spinning, Gong Yangyu swung it down. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds. Gong Yangyu's figure quickly vanished. When he reappeared, Gong Yangyu had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the Eastern City Gates. Right after Mo Qin spoke, she soared into the air, standing on the Book of Heavenly Works. Then she tore through the sky like a burning meteor. Several people were stunned when they saw this, feeling envious of Xiao Chen. Don't fight. Young master, there is no need to waste words with them. I will go and capture this woman personally and interrogate her. Then we will know the result. City Lord Amo, you finally came out. I thought that you were like Xiao Chen, a coward, Ao Feng said with a smile, his words arrogant and confident of victory. Unexpectedly, it would be so difficult. I'll go and meet him. Go to the Eastern City Gates. Miss Amo, are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Bushan Palace not coming? Jean Lin asked somewhat worriedly. Ao Feng revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to look at his father, who was seated on the throne. Father, this Dragon's Gate does not know how to appreciate favors. There is no need for us to be polite to them. Above the city gate, the guards' expressions were solemn. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, their expressions were calm. Ao Lang wore the scarlet battle armor, and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. He gave off a frightening aura, appearing dignified and mysterious. Among the densely packed warships, there were 11 main warships. The 7 colored Marquises each took 1, the 4 great Dragon Kings each took 1, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's warship was the flagship. Roger. The previously solemn Dragon's Gate elders in the hall all stood up without hesitation. Since they had agreed to rush back, these people had no intention of deserting, no matter who the enemy was. She remembered that Big Brother Xiao Chen had left with a smile. If he left with a smile, he should return with a smile. Without any hesitation, Mo Qin suddenly stood up. She only had one thought in her heart. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate that Xiao Chen had established be destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Of course, these people were not here to help. They only wanted to use this battle to figure out the blood-clad sect's strength. They only had their current accomplishments thanks to Xiao Chen and Mo Chen's help. They had gone through many trials and tribulations with the Dragon's Gate. They were loyal to the Dragon's Gate, willing to go through fire and water at any time. Then, the hundreds of Dragon's Gate's warships hovering above the city lord's residence soared into the air. They flew quickly towards the city gates like arrows, appearing incredibly decisive. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, no, it should be the blood-clad sect's young master Ao Feng, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. He felt impatient. Several of these people had vicious thoughts. They hoped for an internecine outcome. Bang! Gong Yangyu decided to beat them up when they were down. He brandished his staff with one hand, and the black metal staff spun like a hurricane. They can't come. We can only rely on ourselves, Emo-chin replied softly with a grave expression. A person beside Emo-chin soared into the air. Then he flew towards the eastern part of the city at lightning speed, heading for Emo-chin. Immediately, the messenger on the flagship took out a messaging talisman and passed on Ao Lang's orders. Seeing that Emo-chin really stood up on the tall wall, Ao Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a deep smile. City Lord, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, wants to see you. The Dragon's Gate cultivators had already gathered on the Dragon's Gate's warship in the courtyard outside the residence. The Dragon's Gate's warships were filled with disciples willing to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon's Gate at any time. These were all natives of Heavenly Star Island. It was truly airtight and impenetrable. Although the city gates were not broken, there was a formation protecting it, and these people could not break in. However, a large patch of blood clouds gave people a lot of psychological pressure. Wu Yun laughed maniacally. Instead of dodging, he threw out a punch. He was already a cripple, but there was still such a peerless beauty who was willing to stay by his side and guard the Dragon's Gate. Half a month was but the blink of an eye for a martial artist. According to the plan, the battleships soared into the sky and floated like a blood cloud. The battleships quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Every battleship was filled with red-clad cultivators. Commander Dong Cheng walked over quickly and performed a cupped fist salute. Even further away, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang did not ascend the island. He stood guard far behind, appearing very confident. When this punch landed on the metal staff, it gave off a loud, dull sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Behind, the 3 Dragon Kings and the 7 colored Dragon Marquises each led a team. Killing chi filled their faces as they looked coldly at the people on the city walls. Rumble! As the metal staff spun, it gave off the sound of boundless wind and thunder, causing thunderclouds to cover the sky. In the city lord's residence, Emo-chin, Lan Tianqi, and the other Dragon's Gate doyens readied themselves for battle. Young master, the Dragon's Gate's people have not replied yet. They are not willing to hand over Xiao Qin, an envoy on the flagship reported as he knelt on the deck. Right now, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, who was like the sun in the sky. The people of the various holy lands all chose to watch from the sidelines. In the distant sky, many cultivators and the people of the holy lands paid close attention to the blood-clad sect's every move. After advancing to Martial Emperor, Emo-chin had already removed her veil. She was once the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Now, she looked very graceful and noble, even more so than before. So, it turns out that your peak 6th Heaven Martial Emperor cultivation relied on external items to advance. You are merely a so-so. As for the Bushin Palace's side, the demons suddenly attacked. The Bushin Palace and the deity Dao Union worked together to fight the other party in the starry heavens. This person wore the earth-ranked scarlet battle armor. His name was Wu Yun, one of the blood-clad sect's core elders. He was a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Pass down my orders. The 3 Dragon Kings and the 7 colored Dragon Marquises are to ascend the island and surround the city. Wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. Originally, the blood-clad sect hoped that these 2 factions could help at the crucial moment. Who could have imagined that the Black Sea would suddenly turn chaotic? The 13 great bandits stationed in the city had no choice but to return to defend. Otherwise, their home might be destroyed. Emo-chin stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the city walls. Then she looked down. She happened to see Ao Feng, who was riding on a handsome horse and being escorted by a group of people. When Xiao Qin came out of the palace hall and looked up at the sky, he saw red clouds surrounding Heaven Dragon City, forming a ring. The others used various means to move much faster than the Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to believe that this was just a simple coincidence. After integrating the factions that the Sea Monarch left behind, the blood-clad sect's strength reached an unprecedented level, reaching its peak. Aside from the slightly weaker accumulations, the blood-clad sect could already rival the immortal Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing them. The blood-clad sect's might was vast, and its aura flourished. Emo-chin replied calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Young Master Ao, I already said that Big Brother Xiao is not in Heaven Dragon City. Even if he is, the Dragon's Gate's people will not let Big Brother Xiao Chen fall into danger. Ao Feng's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "It's him, Gong Yangyu, the strongest person of the heavenly starry ocean with the staff." Ao Feng smiled coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Whoosh! Many scarlet warships anchored outside Heavenly Star Island Sea region. All of these warships had the blood-clad Sex War banner. On the city wall, Gong Yangyu pushed off with his feet and swung his heavy black metal staff down at this person. She did not want to see a tattered Dragon's Gate when Xiao Chen returned. Chapter 1462. Gong Yangyu's victory in the first battle was beautiful and inspiring. However, in reality, the Dragon's Gate situation had not changed at all. Wu Yun was merely one of the core elders of the blood-clad sect. Above the core elders were the 8 enforcers and the vice sect master, Qin Minghua. Furthermore, there were the 3 dragon kings, the 7-colored dragon marquises, and the unfathomable Western Sea Dragon King. The strength of the blood-clad sect far surpassed that of the Dragon's Gate. 1 or 2 one-on-one battles would not be enough to salvage the situation. At the same time, on the isolated island overseas, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the cycle arts had reached its most critical juncture. 7 different states of light appeared around Xiao Chen. They looked like colorful diamonds floating around him. The various states spun continuously. As the states spun, all sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized on the isolated island. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the flames of war burned. Many wounded soldiers lay on the battlefield, their bodies riddled with arrows. The 2 armies faced each other, and the killing continued. Everyone's eyes turned red from the killing. The so-called history was continuously evolving amid the killing. This was the mysterious phenomenon materialized by the state of massacre. After a while, the scene changed. Many cities were destroyed amid the killing. Civilization was trampled, and mountains and rivers were flattened. This was the illusion materialized by the state of destruction. This was the destruction brought by the killing. The scene changed again. Someone cried in pain in the rubble. Flocks of vultures flew in the scarlet sky. The withered flowers in the sky were filled with grief. Countless people looked up to the sky and let out silent wails. Those were faces of despair. After the despair, countless people died. The entire world fell silent. The scene was only black and white. The silence that death brought swept through the mountains and rivers. When one looked around, everything withered. There were no signs of human habitation. The world turned back into a piece of white paper. After many years, a trace of color suddenly appeared in the dark world. It was a small, green blade of grass struggling out of a crack in the rubble. The instant it appeared, the entire world changed color. One needed to kill to live. Killing would eventually bring destruction until the entire world died. Then one would gain new life. Reincarnation did not end. Life did not end. The illusion disappeared, and the 7 colorful diamonds turned into a rainbow light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Chen's vast sea of consciousness, aside from the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice, there was also a reincarnation heart that merged 7 states. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the 7-colored light that had filled the sky for more than half a year disappeared. As he looked at the world, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The originally desolate island was no longer lonely in front of his eyes. The ant nests buried deep in the ground, the grass in the cracks of the rocks. Everything was full of vitality. He could even see further into the future, 10 years, 100 years. The desolate island became verdant and lush with dense forests. Samsara has finally reached this step. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Before he fused the state of cycle, he would never be able to experience the wonders of the state of cycle. With a flick of his finger, a saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and landed on a mountain rock a kilometer away. The saber light contained the state of cycle that Xiao Chen just comprehended. The mountain rock struck by the saber light suffered the attacks of the 7 states. Finally, it turned into yellow dirt and merged into the ground. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dazzling and colorful anomalies. There was only simplicity and simplicity. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. Although he still did not know how to use the state of cycle, the effect before him already explained it. The state of cycle simplified Xiao Chen's primordial energy, bringing it to a whole new level. Xiao Chen's primordial energy had always been much weaker than Emperor Wu's primordial energy. The reason was simple: he had not undergone his tribulation yet. However, this state of cycle made up for this. As long as the state of cycle fused with primordial energy, Xiao Chen would be able to use it. As long as he merged the state of cycle with his primordial energy would not be weaker than a sovereign martial emperor's. Xiao Chen thought about his 1,000 strands of primordial energy. This was 100 more strands than the ninth heaven's Emperor Wu. With the state of cycle, Xiao Chen's cultivation was already no weaker than that of a ninth heaven martial emperor. More accurately, he was even stronger than that. Only peak ninth heaven martial emperors, the Holy Land's masters who were only a step away from prime, could contend with him. Interesting. However, the state of cycle should not be so simple. If the reincarnation concept only had this effect, then it would be a little disappointing. Xiao Chen might as well try to see what would happen after exhausting the state of cycle with all his might. The cycle arts were incomplete. After teaching one to cultivate the state of cycle, there was no more content. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be no need to put in so much effort. Whoosh! The cycle heart spun quickly in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Beams of multicolored light instantly filled the sea of consciousness. Following that, the energy from the state of cycle charged out of the sea of consciousness's limits and flowed throughout Xiao Chen's body. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all filled with explosive energy at this moment. However, he could not move. His body was clearly filled with energy. However, the instant Xiao Chen raised his leg, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. There was a boundless resistance. How can it be like this? Questions filled Xiao Chen's mind. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that he could not use the state of cycle in this abandoned land? If that was the case, then all his efforts over the past half a year would have been for naught. Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He had placed such a huge bet on the state of cycle. His 10-odd years in the Kunlun realm could be said to have been for the sake of this goal. In the end, this result was a little too great of a blow. Xiao Chen could not accept this. I will never give up. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. At this moment, 1,000 strands of primordial energy poured into his body. Whoosh! His body seemed to have broken through a thick layer of invisible barrier. The moment he broke through the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. The instant he broke through the barrier, that resistance no longer existed, and he charged forward. Holding pride, Xiao Chen stabbed it into the ground and unleashed all the energy in his body. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Rocks filled the sky and turned into countless specks of dust that shot out in all directions. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked in the seawater for 5,000 kilometers around like a deep abyss. Whoosh! Something strange happened. Xiao Chen, who had just seen the island crumble and the deep abyss form, suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his saber and stood on a lone island. Xiao Chen felt indescribably fatigued. He wished that he could immediately fall to the ground and sleep. He was simply too tired. How can it be like this? I clearly remember what happened earlier. I clearly shattered the island under me with one saber strike. Why is the island I see still intact? Could it be that I saw wrong? Was what I experienced just an illusion? However, Xiao Chen's primordial energy was drained, and his cycle heart was dim. His body and mind were fatigued. How could this be fake? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the scene before him changed again. The island under him was no longer there. Xiao Chen was not careful, and he fell into the huge whirlpool of the sea. The whirlpool was like a bottomless abyss. Clearly, it was caused by his earlier saber strike. Fish Dragon Art, Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted. Then he moved like a berserk dragon, moving in a huge arc. He struggled free from the strong suction of the whirlpool and somersaulted into the air, landing on the sea. As Xiao Chen looked at the pitch-black whirlpool, his thoughts slowly calmed down. Then he calmly pondered. That earlier scene was too strange. Reversing space-time. After Xiao Chen calmed down, he carefully considered the various possibilities. Finally, these words appeared in his mind. Reversing space-time, going back and forth between the present and the future. The state of cycle temporarily broke the restraints of time. Chapter 1463. As Xiao Chen lay on the throne in exhaustion, he still thought about the scene from earlier. He finally understood why it felt like he was facing the entire world when he circulated the state of cycle. It was very difficult to take a step forward. This was because Xiao Chen reversed time and space. With one step, he arrived in the future. When he stabbed the saber into the ground, the sea exploded, and a whirlpool appeared. Then, he returned to the moment he drew his saber. If that was the case, it would explain why the island didn't explode when he looked back. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xiao Chen saw the future. The energy of his saber also appeared in the future. When the future was set, the result could not be changed. After that, Xiao Chen did not do anything, and the island still exploded, exactly the same as what he saw in the future. This seemed somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, after Xiao Chen unleashed the full power of the state of cycle, he could travel to the future to attack the enemy. From start to finish, there was a total of 3 seconds. Excluding the time he returned to the present and the moment he drew his saber. The time he truly attacked in the future was only 1 second, perhaps even less than 1 second. However, this 1 second was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. Unless the opponent was like Xiao Chen, who had scratched the surface of the state of time, no one would be able to block this saber strike. Just think about it. How would one block a saber strike from the future? The state of cycle is indeed indescribably wondrous. It truly lives up to being above the great Tao. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, the cycle Tao was stronger than the ice Tao, the thunder Tao, and even the saber Tao that Xiao Chen was most proficient in. However, this cycle Tao had obvious flaws to Xiao Chen. Firstly, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen did not know how to cultivate it in the future. Secondly, he did not have the feeling that the saber Tao and the thunder Tao felt like they were his own arms. It was too difficult to execute them, and it was not natural enough to do so. Finally, the exhaustion was too great. It was like facing the obstruction of the entire world. Traveling back and forth between the future and the present, aside from the huge exhaustion, Xiao Chen felt like his physical body was finding it hard to endure. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. On the bright side, this was just the beginning, and Xiao Chen was already so strong. If he reached small perfection, how strong would he be? This was simply unimaginable. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly felt the message token in his universe ring ring ring. The message token was very expensive to make. It was something that only sovereign martial emperors could afford to use. Xiao Chen had only given his message token to Jiang Tian. Over the past few days, he had felt that Jiang Tian wanted to contact him. Unfortunately, he was at a crucial point in his cultivation of the reincarnation arts. Xiao Chen didn't want to interrupt. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would have to spend another half a year to comprehend it. Now that he had finished cultivating the reincarnation art, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the communication token. Xiao. A miniature image of Jiang Tian appeared on the token. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He smiled and asked, "Is there news of the treasure master?" You can still laugh. This old man truly admires you." Jiang Tian had a strange expression as he sneered. Xiao Chen sensed that something was amiss. His face darkened as he said, "Speak your mind. I wanted to look for you half a month ago. The blood-clad sect wants to attack the Heaven Dragon City and capture the Blue Dragon King alive. 3 days ago, I wanted to tell you that the Dragon's Gate is in danger. Your group of good friends will not be able to stop them. If you rush over, you can still make it in time." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming killing intent surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the Dragon's Gate was established, it kept a low profile and did not compete with others. It was just a gathering point for his group of good friends to fulfill his wish of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. He didn't have the ambition to dominate, nor did he think of invading any faction. To him, Mo Qin, and the others, he didn't have any ambitions. To Xiao Qin, Mo Qin, and the others, the Dragon's Gate was like a big family that connected all his friends. What about now? Jiang Tian remained silent for a while before saying, half a day ago, the city gates were broken. The Dragon's Gate's doyens moved out and even killed a few blood-clad sect elders. However, the blood-clad sect master personally made a move, Ka Si. Before the Geomaster Jiang Tian finished speaking, the message token floating in front of him directly shattered, turning into powder. This little fellow. Why is he still unable to calm down at such a mental state? Jiang Tian sighed softly as he shook his head on the other end of the message token. Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, even better than that of most sovereign martial emperors. He could control his greed and murderous heart very well. However, a dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would enrage him. The Dragon's Gate, his brothers, and his close friends were Xiao Chen's reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch it. A good mental state did not mean that Xiao Chen had no temper or lost his sharpness. Rage blazed in Xiao Chen's heart. He simply could not control it, nor did he want to. Before such a matter, he could not remain calm, unable to remain as immovable as a mountain. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to consume the universe origin Dao fruit after he comprehended the state of cycle. Now, it looked like he could only set this aside for now. Xiao Chen took out the primordial pills that he rarely used. Without hesitation, he took out 10 and consumed them. Now, he directly used the primordial pills that he used to cultivate primordial energy to recover his primordial energy. These were treasures that others would find hard to obtain, but Xiao Chen casually used them without even blinking. 1 hour later, with the help of the 10 precious primordial pills, Xiao Chen completely recovered his primordial energy. His mental and physical strength had all recovered to their peak. Whoosh! Xiao Chen raised his foot and heavily pushed off the water. Then he soared into the air like a berserk dragon, roaring ferociously. Rumble! The water that Xiao Chen stepped on shattered like glass, creating a huge pit. Just like that, Xiao Chen used his full power to rush over this boundless sea in the direction of Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon, moving 10 kilometers with each step. After he left a huge pit in the deep sea, displaying the rage in Xiao Chen's heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen traveled more than 50 kilometers. However, this place was too far from Heavenly Star Island. Even if Xiao Chen's speed reached the limits of the Kunlun realm, he would not be able to reach Heavenly Star Island within a short time. 2 days later, a strange piece of news started spreading in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Some people said that they saw a true dragon appear and flash before their eyes. When these people recovered their wits, they discovered that the true dragon had already vanished. The berserk aura inspired fear in everyone who saw it. Naturally, the main character of the legend was Xiao Chen. He had no distractions, only one belief. Faster! 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 Get to Heavenly Star Island! With the support of this belief, Xiao Chen raised his speed to its limits. When everyone who saw it, they all thought that it was a dragon image flashing by. By relying on this extreme speed, Xiao Chen miraculously arrived at the sea region where Heavenly Star Island was 3 days later. When Xiao Chen passed the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he felt that the atmosphere of the island was somewhat strange. However, Xiao Chen, who only had one thought, did not stop. After he overtook the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he anxiously rushed to Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not close to Heavenly Star Island. However, compared to Xiao Chen's starting point, it was much closer. After another half a day, Xiao Chen finally set foot on Heavenly Star Island. The silhouette of Heaven Dragon City appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. After he landed, he finally stopped frantically. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xiao Chen slowly walked to Heaven Dragon City. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the city. The largest city gate, the East Gate, was already completely destroyed. Only a pile of bricks and tiles remained. There was no sign of the past. When Xiao Chen stepped on the rubble of the city gate and looked around, the entire dragon city no longer existed. After all the buildings were destroyed, they were set ablaze. Heaven Dragon City, which could rival Bright Moon City in the past, was now a pile of dilapidated rubble, filled with holes and thick smoke. In some places, the flames had not even extinguished yet, continuing to burn. Xiao Chen could see some natives in the rubble, looking for the corpses of their friends and relatives in sorrow. These were the disciples who died for the Dragon's Gate. The corpses were buried, and no one cared about them. How could it be like this? Xiao Chen muttered to himself, feeling grief in his heart as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1464. Not a single place in the vast Heaven Dragon City remained unscathed. The entire Dragon's Gate was destroyed. Xiao Chen blamed himself. Why was he not here at the Dragon's Gate's most crucial moment? The stench of blood in the air had yet to scatter. One could smell it with a gentle sniff. Xiao Chen did not want to smell it because he did not know how much of the Dragon's Gate's disciples' blood was in there. When he looked around, he saw the family members of several Dragon's Gate disciples in the rubble, doing their best to stay alive. Some of the disciples were still breathing, while others had been dead for a long time. Xiao Chen hated himself for not being able to reverse the situation, for not having the ability to reverse life and death. He hated himself for not being there, for not being able to prevent the tragedy from happening. He hated the blood-clad sect for attacking the innocent Dragon's Gate's disciples. Suddenly, Xiao Chen somewhat understood what it meant to be in extreme pain, to not have the heart to feel pain. Then, Xiao Chen formed hand seals with both hands and spread out his Taiji saber domain. Within 1 kilometer, the collapsed walls, stone pillars, and roofs all floated up within the saber domain. With a thought, all the huge rocks instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. The Dragon's Gate disciples buried in the huge rocks revealed themselves. Xiao Chen tapped his forehead with a finger, and the life essence that merged with the heart of an emperor turned into motes of stars drifting out of his body. The motes of light containing Xiao Chen's life essence looked incredibly beautiful. As long as the Dragon's Gate disciples still had a breath left on the ground, their injuries healed at a visible pace. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chen pulled them out of the gates of hell. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chen pulled them out of the gates of hell. Just like that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked through the huge city. Everywhere he passed, the collapsed rocks floated in the air and instantly turned into powder, scattering with the wind. Everywhere he passed, Xiao Chen cleared out large patches of rubble. The life essence that he scattered was even more effective than the best holy medicine for treating injuries. The many Dragon's Gate disciples miraculously came back to life. Elder Brother White Robes, what are you doing? This is life essence. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3 life mirror, was startled silly by Xiao Chen's scene. In just a short while, the life essence that Xiao Chen scattered had already used up 100 years of his lifespan. Of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands had already vanished from the life essence that contained his cultivation. Don't be afraid. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years. Dissipating 1,000 years won't be fatal. Even if my cultivation base regresses, I can still cultivate it back. Saving people is more important. Xiao Chen's face was slightly pale. He responded calmly and continued walking. With such an understatement, he had managed to explain his shocking actions. Little 3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing how to continue. Life essence, cultivation base, those were the foundation of a martial artist's life. No one would be willing to part with this. This was a martial artist's most precious asset. On the ruins, the people who were still alive were all stunned by this scene. After a while, Xiao Chen walked around the entire city and cleaned up all the ruins. In the vast Heaven Dragon City, apart from some of the main buildings, there were no more ruins. The people on the ground stood up one after another. When they saw their recovered wounds, they felt somewhat confused. However, when they saw the masked, black-clad, and cold Xiao Chen, no one dared to go up and ask him anything. Nothing. The corpses of Emo Chen, Lan Tianji, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the other Dragon's Gate elders were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chen had already used up 1,000 years of his lifespan, leaving him with only 700 strands of primordial energy. Now, his tense heart relaxed slightly. Bush, bush, bush. Sonic booms rang out behind him. Someone rushed over. When Xiao Chen turned around, he recognized this person. This person was the vice commander of Heaven Dragon City, Yuan Bing. He was a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Normally, he was responsible for maintaining order in the city and guarding the city lord's residence. May I ask who you are? Why are you willing to use your life essence to save us Dragon's Gate disciples? Yuan Bing looked at Xiao Chen and drummed up his courage before speaking boldly. For some reason, when facing this mysterious masked person, there seemed to be an invisible force field. Even though the other party had not done anything, Yuan Bing felt like he was much weaker than the other party. There was an inexplicable pressure that made him feel nervous. It's City Lord Mo's good friend. I received her request for help and came too late. Since he could not expose his identity now, Xiao Chen decided to ask about what happened in Heaven Dragon City. So, it is City Lord Mo's good friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Chen's prestige in Heavenly Dragon City was very high, and she was able to become her friend. For someone to be her friend, Mo Chen was at least on the same level as her. However, it was still hard to explain why the other party was willing to use his life essence to save them. There were many suspicious points, some of which Xiao Chen could not figure out. Where is the city lord? Xiao Chen asked. When Yuan Bing heard Xiao Chen's question, his expression turned somewhat grave. He replied in a low voice, he was captured. The blood-clad sect came out in full force. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders fought to the death, but they still could not block the other party's attack. The blood-clad sect's sect master personally made a move and injured the city lord. After the city gates were broken, the blood-clad sect's army charged in. The other party had too many people. We were simply not a match for them. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders related to the Blue Dragon King were all captured. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He endured his grief and continued asking, where were they taken? It should be the Western Dragon City where the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is. I'm not sure where exactly. I fainted and just woke up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace? How did you get involved with them? Yuan Bing explained for a while, telling Xiao Chen the reason. Then, he said that the Western Sea Dragon King was the blood-clad sect's mysterious sect master. It's him. Xiao Chen's killing chi surged uncontrollably. Yuan Bing felt extreme pressure, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. No wonder. I was wondering why the blood-clad sect would attack the Dragon's Gate for no reason. If the blood-clad sect's sect master was the Western Sea Dragon King, then everything could be explained. Sir, don't be rash. The Western Sea Dragon King's strength is now unfathomable. If a supreme being doesn't come out, I'm afraid there are very few who can defeat him. More importantly, the blood-clad sect has many experts in the first place. Furthermore, it has consolidated the faction that the Sea Sovereign left behind. Now, it is already as strong as an immortal holy land. If you charge in rashly, it will be no different from sending yourself to death. Yuan Bing resisted the pressure and advised with some difficulty. He did not want the city lord's mysterious friend to be in danger. Without personally experiencing that great battle, one would not know how horrifying the blood-clad sect was. Without seeing the Western Sea Dragon King make a move, one would not know how strong he was. Xiao Chen calmed down. Indeed, even if he still had 1,000 strands of primordial energy, he would not be able to kill his way into a holy land. Even if he grasped the state of cycle and the divine lightning eye, he would not be able to charge into a holy land. Not only would he not be able to save his friend, but he might even lose his life. It was not that Xiao Chen underestimated himself. It was just that his individual strength was indeed insignificant when facing a faction that rivaled a holy land. Xiao Chen was confident that he could charge in and out, escaping unscathed. However, that would be pointless. If he could not save Mo Chen's group, it would be pointless. Instead, he might even harm them. After asking around, Xiao Chen understood why the Bushin Palace and the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea did not come to provide reinforcements. Ing Zongtian led the Bushin Palace's people and the deity Dao Union to fight the demons in the starry heavens. He could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, there was internal strife in the Dark Sea. The 13 great bandits could not even take care of themselves. Goodbye. Xiao Chen glanced at the Dragon's Gate and instructed Yuan Bing to take care of these Dragon's Gate disciples. Then he left alone. The urgent matter at hand was to obtain the latest news about Mo Qin and the others before making a response. Xiao Chen, who was raging, had already calmed down. His rage had not been extinguished, only slowly accumulating and accumulating. Chapter 1465. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened his palm and refined the universe origin Dao fruit into a golden liquid filled with spiritual energy. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. However, this Xiao Chen is really something. Why did he not appear? If he had appeared, the Dragon's Gate would not have been destroyed so miserably. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered, and the great Dao energy behind him turned into a faint halo of light. Under a towering tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat on a stone platform. Then, he took out the universe origin Dao fruit that he had not had a chance to consume. Xiao Chen was here to scout out news of Mo Qin and the Dragon's Gate elders. The factions that the blood-clad sect destroyed and the cultivators that came to the Western Sea all chose this place as their final resting place. The blood-clad sect is so powerful that even the Bright Moon Empress has to assess the situation. However, logically speaking, the Lunar Palace should not fear the blood-clad sect. There might be some hidden reasons. As Xiao Chen muttered the words, Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he silently left Heavenly Star Island. Then he casually arrived at an island in the Western Sea. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After entering the largest tavern in the city, Xiao Chen found a desolate corner and called out a waiter. Then he ordered a flask of wine and casually drank. This was Xiao Chen letting him choose which Dao to seek, the Thunder Dao, the Ice Dao, or the Saber Dao. Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The towering tree behind Xiao Chen looked like a fairy, drifting and dancing. After sending a message to Jiang Tian, Xiao Chen rented a courtyard in the city. There was even a rumor that after consuming and refining this fruit, one could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, directly becoming a prime. Kasi. All sorts of wondrous thoughts filled Xiao Chen's mind, making his eyes light up and clear. This was indescribably wondrous. All the bladesmen felt horrified and flustered. With a thought, the saber energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness shone brightly, overwhelming the light of the will of ice and the innate thunder crystal in his sea of consciousness. However, now Xiao Chen hoped that the legend was true. As long as Xiao Chen consumed the universe origin fruit, he would be able to become a prime. In that case, he would not have to fear the blood-clad sect. Xiao Chen held the cup and drained it in one gulp, not saying a word. There was no need to pay attention to the celestial music. It was like the music of the great Tao resounding in one's ears, as if one was listening to the supreme great Tao. However, this was unprecedented. Due to a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen managed to comprehend a complete Saber Dao before the age of 100. How did he get out? From the moment he jumped off the Emperor's Road, the Blue Dragon King no longer existed. If you come out, won't you be humiliated to death? Do you think you're still Xiao Chen or the Xiao Chen of the past? Xiao Chen didn't quite believe it. The island did not attach itself to the Dragon's Gate or the blood-clad sect. As its location was not good and there were not many resources on the island, the blood-clad sect did not make a move on this island. Taverns were Xiao Chen's targets. Taverns in any city. All sorts of people would gather there, good and bad people mingling together. The people drinking and chatting there would definitely talk about the recent storm at the Dragon's Gate. Xiao Chen was clearly no longer Emperor Wu, but he was still within the realm of Emperor Wu. Prime was a realm filled with contradictions and pain. Yu Bingyun truly lives up to the title of Holy Daughter. She is indeed loyal and loyal. Back then, for the sake of asking the Lunar Palace to help, I heard that she knelt before the Bright Moon Empress for 7 days and 7 nights. However, for some reason, the Bright Moon Empress did not agree. The Tao. The reason was not hard to explain. It was none other than neutrality. I heard that the Holy Daughter sent out a hero invitation today, inviting all the heroes of the heavenly starry ocean to head to Western Dragon City to save her. Hence, Xiaochen could only settle for the next best thing, finding another place. Half a month. Xiaochen only had half a month. From now on, he could not stop for even a moment. Such a change caught Xiaochen off guard. He had consumed many natural treasures before. However, none of them could trigger such a mysterious phenomenon. I heard that the blood-clad sect already said that if the Blue Dragon King does not come out within half a month, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. Then, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. They will kill one person every other day until Xiaochen appears. Who knows? In any case, the Lunar Palace did not make a move. Yu Bingyun has no choice but to use her influence to send out a hero invitation alone. I wonder what the effect will be? The originally slightly messy celestial music changed its tune and became a simple piece of music. Xiaochen's body became like a musical instrument, giving off immortal music that could not be heard in the mundane world. This music contained the sound of the great Tao. The saber energy in his sea of consciousness increased continuously. Compared to when Xiaochen cultivated on his own, this speed was more than 100 times faster. 100 spots of saber energy gathered in his sea of consciousness and formed a complete great Tao. Recently, the number of people coming and going to Starry Universe City on the island had increased significantly. As Xiaochen expected, most of the topics in the tavern were related to the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. After paying for the wine, Xiaochen turned to leave. Just at this moment, another piece of news entered his ears. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly stunned. After pausing for a while, he shook his head and left. The Tao! This was a Tao fruit that even immortals chased during the immortal epic. It was a priceless treasure. Xiaochen's mind was clear. It was like a wide door had opened to his understanding of the Saber Tao. What's going on? What kind of person is he? He still doesn't know that this is just an excuse? One mountain cannot hold two tigers. Even without Xiaochen, the blood-clad sect would have made a move against the Dragon's Gate. If you want to blame someone, blame the Dragon's Gate for being too magnanimous back then, not eliminating the root of the problem earlier. The entire courtyard instantly came to life. Amid this ethereal immortal music, spiritual energy filled the air, dancing to the music. Aside from the cycle heart, the will of ice, the innate thunder crystal, and the saber energy in his sea of consciousness stirred, feeling incredibly excited amid this immortal music. This island was called Starry Sky Island. It was not very famous in the Western Sea. However, it was one of the few islands that chose to remain neutral. Unfortunately, the cycle Tao seemed to be too strong. Even the universe origin Tao fruit could not shake it. 3 days. After 3 days, Xiaochen finally finished absorbing the universe origin Tao fruit. All sorts of discussions could be heard in the hall. Amidst the lively atmosphere, there was an additional layer of noise. This was how taverns worked. If one preferred peace and quiet, they could only choose a tea house. After a while, the spiritual liquid from the Tao fruit permeated Xiaochen's internal organs, limbs, and bones. Xiaochen already knew how the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. He perked up his ears and listened carefully. He only heard news about Mo Qin and the others. Now that the blood-clad sect was very powerful, there were many factions that relied on it. Most of the entire Western Sea was under the blood-clad sect's control. It was very difficult to find a peaceful place. It was as the cultivator in the tavern said, the blood-clad sect was openly plotting to force Xiaochen to show himself. This method was shameless. However, it had to be said that it was very effective. How ruthless! The blood-clad sect is really willing to use any means necessary to force Xiaochen to show himself. To think that they could even do such a shameless thing. Xiaochen suddenly startled awake. As he guessed, the universe origin Tao fruit was the fruit of Tao verification. In a situation where he could not verify the cycle Tao of the 3 great Tao, Xiaochen naturally chose the saber Tao without hesitation. Naturally, the best place to obtain information was a specialized intelligence organization. As long as one had money, one could obtain any information. However, there was also the risk of exposing one's identity. When the universe origin Tao fruit turned into spiritual liquid and entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, it was like clear water. The spiritual liquid from the universe origin Tao fruit in his body turned into musical notes and entered his sea of consciousness. The will of the saber Tao greedily absorbed these great Tao musical notes, slowly strengthening itself. A strange feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's body before he could react. Suddenly, a multicolored light shot out of Xiao Chen's body, and immortal qi spread out. Just like that, Xiao Chen comprehended the saber great Tao that the item spirit of the saber sovereign token, Qin Yun, spoke of. Pan Huang comprehended the saber great Tao when he was 100 years old. Xiao Chen was only 35 this year. Based on the lifespan of the Kunlun realm, he was a bona fide junior. Being a prime was not a simple increase in cultivation. It was a kind of breakthrough. They had already broken through the limits of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu. However, due to the heavenly Tao laws of this abandoned land, they could not find a way to advance further. Chapter 1466. Tao. In the courtyard, Xiao Chen muttered, and the great Tao halo behind him disappeared. The ring of light of the great Tao behind him suddenly shrank and condensed into a point before rising continuously. When it reached 10 meters, it stopped. Pu Si. An even stronger aura of the saber Tao swept through the entire city, including all the bladesmen. They felt their qi and blood surge. Unable to endure it, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The other cultivators all felt a strange pressure as well. They all circulated their energies and did their best to resist. It was just a casual action. However, when the great Tao appeared, the vast pressure firmly suppressed the entire starry universe city. Even Emperor Wu could not avoid it. Xiao Chen finally understood what kind of existence the great Tao energy that the item spirit Qin Yun mentioned was. One had to obtain the Tao before they could comprehend it. The cultivation of great Tao energy had just begun. With a thought, the light formed by the great Tao energy returned to Xiao Chen's body. The pressure on the entire starry universe city immediately lessened significantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to enter the Saber Sovereign Medallion and ask Qin Yun for advice on how to cultivate great Tao energy, 3 figures landed on the courtyard wall. The 3 figures landed on the wall of the courtyard. They looked around and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chen. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Of the 3 old men, the one in the middle had the highest cultivation, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 on the left had slightly lower cultivations, but they were also 6th heaven Emperor Wu. However, the auras of these 2 were somewhat ferocious. This was especially so for the one on the left. He was tall and stout, showing a ferocious expression. This old man is Xiao Hang, Starry Universe City Lord. Might I ask if the earlier fluctuation was caused by you? Xiao Hang was somewhat suspicious. The earlier fluctuation was startlingly large. However, this person before him was only a 6th heaven martial emperor, which did not seem to be the case. Big brother, who cares about him? This fellow is very strange. Let's kill him first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the tall old man on the left. Seeing that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he harbored evil intentions. He wanted to kill Xiao Chen and snatch the treasures on him. Right after the tall old man spoke, he leaped down and threw a palm strike. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. Flames revolved around his palm, and a strong wind howled behind him. He cultivated 2 wills, the will of wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire was extremely violent. The main building, trees, and other buildings in the courtyard were all burned to ashes under the pressure of the wind and fire. Looking at the silent Xiao Chen in the courtyard, Xiao Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Third brother, stop." Too late. With a thought, the energy of the saber Tao spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Then he sent a palm strike at the tall old man. The strong aura of wind and fire ceased before the might of the saber Tao. The old man felt an unbearable pressure on his entire body. Before Xiao Chen could react, the 2 palms already clashed. The saber Tao energy in his body that contained primordial energy surged out. The force was too strong. Xiao Chen did not control it well. The power of the saber Tao flowed out along with this palm strike. Countless holes appeared on the tall old man's body. Each hole had a sharp saber light, looking as piercing as the sun. In the next moment, the old man's body shattered into pieces, and his heart of an emperor shattered. You! The old city lord and the other person were frightened silly. Xiao Chen killed their third brother with one palm strike. What kind of strength was this? Even the ninth heaven Emperor Wu was not that strong. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. His control of great Tao energy is still too weak. Such a sixth heaven Emperor Wu would only need a tenth of his great Tao energy to deal with him easily. However, Xiao Chen unleashed all his great Tao energy with one palm strike. I have to quickly ask Qing Yun for advice on how to control and cultivate great Tao energy. After glancing at the old city lord and the other person, Xiao Chen left without saying a word. The two old men felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. A chill ran down their backs, and they broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying strength! Big brother, his cultivation is clearly not high. How could he kill third brother with a single palm strike? Xiao Hang replied with lingering fear, there is only one explanation. His comprehension of the saber Tao is already close to a legendary realm. Legend? The second city lord was stunned when he heard the words. Obviously he could not understand it. Did he see the legend with his own eyes? After leaving Starry Universe City, Xiao Chen arrived at the edge of the island. After he took out the cycle war chariot, he directly entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully grasped a complete Tao. Qing Yun knew everything that happened outside like the back of her hand. When she saw Xiao Chen enter, she smiled softly. At the same time, she felt incredibly shocked. Back then, Pan Huang only comprehended a great Tao at the age of 100. The Xiao Chen before him was only 35 years old, yet he had comprehended a complete saber Tao. Could it be that this youth's future accomplishments would be greater than Pan Huang's? Even though he had grasped a complete great Tao because of the primordial Tao fruit, he was still able to do so. However, fortuitous encounters were a part of one's strength in the first place. Back then, Pan Huang's fortuitous encounters were no less than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not know what the other party was thinking. After he saw Qing Yun, he said directly, "Tell me how to cultivate and use great Tao energy." Qing Yun recovered her wits. When she saw that Xiao Chen's mood was not quite right, she consoled him, "The cultivation of great Tao energy requires patience. Don't be too hasty. Be careful, the Tao will scatter, and you will have to cultivate again. I'll teach you how to use great Tao energy first." When Xiao Chen heard that, he was startled. He had indeed been too hasty and could easily cause trouble. Qing Yun's reminder was very timely. All right, go on. The cultivation of the Tao is divided into 5 stages. From lowest to highest, they are first glimpse of the Tao, small perfection, heart of the great Tao, Tao domain, and boundless Tao. Qing Yun continued, first glimpse of the Tao and small perfection are these 2 stages. To you, the Tao is just a skill. You will feel that with the support of the great Tao, the might of your martial techniques will multiply. However, without comprehending the heart of the great Tao, you will always feel that the Tao is like a mudfish. It is clearly in your hands, but you just cannot firmly grasp it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he asked, in that case, how should one cultivate the Tao? The Tao cannot be cultivated. Don't interpret the Tao as cultivation. It is a kind of comprehension. You have to comprehend it. As your horizons, cultivation, and comprehension ability increase, your comprehension of the Tao will naturally increase as well. Qing Yun smiled and explained, go to the comprehension platform. Pan Huang's comprehensions are there. Go and carefully look at them. You should be able to gain some comprehension on how he used great Tao energy in battle. Many thanks. Xiao Chen felt that his understanding of the Tao had become much clearer. After thanking Qing Yun, he climbed up to the comprehension platform. 3 days from now, regardless of whether I gain anything or not, you must wake me up, Xiao Chen instructed Qing Yun as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Qing Yun nodded and said, all right. I will forcefully wake you up 7 days from now. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he climbed up to the comprehension platform and sat down cross-legged. Immediately, an illusion appeared. The Bodhi tree, the Buddhist sect's holy tree, was above Xiaochen, and white Bodhi flowers floated around him. The instant Xiaochen closed his eyes, he instantly forgot about the troubles of the world, entering a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Great Tao energy did not need to be moved, silently unfolding behind him. As the Bodhi flowers floated in the air, that Tao disk flickered with a faint spiritual light, looking like it was breathing. Brat, watch carefully. This is the situation of me fighting with various experts when I am at the initial stage of comprehending the Tao. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your ability. Various scenes appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The owner of these scenes was the first-generation saber sovereign, Pan Huang. Pan Huang was fighting with others. During that peak era of the martial Tao, he held up a saber and fought against various outstanding talents. Xiaochen watched carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Every time he finished watching a battle, he felt like he gained a lot, completely immersed in it. After 7 days, Xiaochen, who was in the cycle war chariot, suddenly startled awake. Qing Yun had forcefully woken him up and kicked out the saber sovereign medallion. How fast? Xiaochen felt that 7 days passed too quickly. There were still many things that he had yet to comprehend in detail. However, he had to come out of closed-door cultivation. Today was the day he and Jiang Tian agreed to meet. The war chariot turned into a throne. Then Xiaochen looked up and saw a figure quickly drifting over from the distance. After a while, Jiang Tian appeared in front of the cycle throne. As he looked at Xiaochen, the smile on his face froze. Unexpectedly, he felt some pressure before Xiaochen. Xiaochen, why did you call me here? Jiang Tian asked after calming himself. You should have made some progress in your investigation of the treasure master in the past half a year. I only have one request. Help me delay the treasure master 5 days from now. Don't let him rush to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's aid, Xiaochen said seriously. Others did not know that the blood-clad sect had the treasure master supporting them. However, Xiaochen was very clear on this. With the treasure master making a move, unless Xiaochen was a prime, he would not be able to save the blood-clad sect even if he used all his means. Instead, he would end up getting himself killed. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and said, Your request? Can it be done? Xiaochen believed that Jiang Tian had the ability and means to do so. The key was whether Jiang Tian was willing or not. Very well, I agree. However, you have to agree to this old man's request. After this, you owe me a request as well, Jiang Tian said with a grave expression as light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 1467. There were only 5 days left until the half-month deadline that the blood-clad sect announced. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, still had not appeared. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about Xiaochen spread. Some said that Xiaochen was already dead, so naturally he could not appear. Some said that Xiaochen was already crippled and was now just an ordinary person. If he went, he would just be seeking death. For the past 5 years, everyone had already forgotten about Xiaochen's existence. In this golden age, outstanding talents appeared every day. Who would remember an outstanding talent that was already past his prime? However, due to the Dragon's Gate's commotion half a month ago and the blood-clad sect's announcement, the public opinion of the entire heavenly starry ocean immediately pushed Xiaochen to the heart of the storm. This outstanding talent that no one paid attention to became the focus of every cultivator's discussion. There were even some nosy people who started betting on whether Xiaochen would appear or not. The number of people betting surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, the largest casino in the heavenly starry ocean, the Rosy Cloud Mountain Manor, officially took over. They set up professional bets on whether Xiaochen would appear, whether he would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder, and whether he would be able to retreat unscathed. There were only 5 days left, but there was still no news of Xiaochen. There were no traces of Xiaochen at all. The news that he would not appear spread like wildfire. The odds of betting on Xiaochen's appearance immediately soared, reaching a shocking 1 to 100. However, even with such horrifying odds, few people placed their bets. They did not believe that Xiaochen would appear. As for those who bet that Xiao Chen would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder, they were even rarer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. No one expected that the Blue Dragon King, who was already past his prime, could cause such a commotion after 5 years. There was no news of Xiao Chen at all. However, there was another gathering that was related to him that caught everyone's attention. The former Lunar Palace's holy daughter sent out invitations, calling all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean to gather and rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder. Over the past half a month, many outstanding talents showed up with invitations. The Zodiac Hall's holy son Chu Yang, the Myriad Fiend Islands Di Xinhan, the Yinyang Paradise's In Susu, and the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yichen. Even Dugu Ao, who was far away in the Human Demon Sea, rushed over in the last few days. Every name on this long list was a well-known, outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean. This clearly showed the influence of the holy daughter. Even though she was no longer at the Lunar Palace, she still commanded respect. When talking about the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, her character and emotions were widely praised. Being affectionate and righteous was the best evaluation of her. Some sharp-witted people noticed that many of the people on this long list had immortal holy lands behind them, or a power second only to a holy land. This triggered some deeper guesses. Could it be that these holy lands did not dare to officially fall out with the blood-clad sect and could only use this method to silently express their stance? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. 5 days later, in the Western Sea, the blood-clad sect's headquarters, Western Dragon City, everyone's attention was focused on the place. The streets and alleys of the city were packed with people. All of them were cultivators from all over the heavenly starry ocean. There were famous outstanding talents and cultivators who were just here to watch the excitement. Of course, there was only one reason for so many cultivators rushing to Western Dragon City. This was because today was the day the blood-clad sect decided to kill the Dragon's Gate's elders. All the Dragon's Gate's elders were locked up in Fresh Blood Plaza. Rumor had it that at that time, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, would draw lots to decide who to start with. After that, they would publicly kill a Dragon's Gate's elder every day until Xiao Chen appeared. If he did not appear, they would kill him until there was no one left. The cruelty of the blood-clad sect's methods was rarely seen since ancient times. The arrogance of the blood-clad sect's actions was also rarely seen in recent years. After this matter was over, a newly risen faction dared to be so ostentatious. Aside from forcing Xiao Chen to appear, the blood-clad sect also had the intention of establishing its might. After this matter was over, even if Xiao Chen did not appear, the blood-clad sect's position in the heavenly starry ocean would be stable. This could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The sinister plan was extraordinary. In the tallest pagoda in Western Dragon City, the blood-clad sect's sect master, Ao Lang, looked down on everyone. The aura of an ambitious and ruthless person on him was becoming more and more obvious. Ken Minghua, who was standing behind him, felt a great deal of pressure. With his back facing Ken Minghua, Ao Lang stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Is there still no news of Xiao Chen? No, this guy seems to have really disappeared. There's no trace of him at all. It can't be that he's really dead, right? If that's the case, it seems a bit unnecessary for us to make such a big fuss." Ken Minghua said carefully. Ao Lang's lips curled up in an unfathomable smile. Unnecessary? It was no longer important whether he appeared or not. His appearance was a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't appear, then I've more or less achieved my goal. After today, the blood-clad sect will truly be established in the heavenly starry ocean. Only then will I have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the many holy lord. Ken Minghua performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations, sect master. You have fulfilled your wish. The day you unify the heavenly starry ocean is just around the corner." When Ao Lang heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He could not help smiling and saying, "Who said that this is a golden age only for the outstanding talents? Everyone has the opportunity to carve out their own empire in this age of geniuses." Sectmaster, there's one more thing. After Yu Bingyun's group entered the city, they split up. Ao Lang smiled in disdain and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns. What age are we in? To think that they are still thinking of heroism and letting their emotions affect their decisions. They think that no one will notice them. How can there be a chance for them to hide in my blood-clad sect?" Sectmaster is wise. We have been monitoring these people closely. It would be fine if they did not show themselves. However, once they do, we will definitely teach them a lesson, Qin Minghua said softly with a smile. Ao Lang nodded in satisfaction. There's no need for you to personally monitor this matter. You are overestimating them. Go and manage Fresh Blood Plaza. I have a feeling that Xiaochen will still appear. As Ao Lang stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the entire city, he felt a heroic spirit that made everyone else seem like ants. "Xiaochen, I said before that one day, I will make you kneel and beg me. I absolutely meant it." Thinking back to the humiliation of the past, Ao Lang clenched his right fist. A strong murderous intent flared in his eyes, and a strange red light appeared in them. Due to this terrifying killing chi, strong winds blew in the sky above, adding a hint of desolation and coldness to the atmosphere. Fresh Blood Square used to be the West Dragon Square. However, after the West Ocean Dragon Palace changed its name, the West Ocean Dragon Palace became the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, after the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace changed its name, the decorations in the plaza changed to a piercing scarlet color. Naturally, the name of the plaza changed as well. The Dragon's Gate's doyens had their cultivations restricted at the tall platform in the center. Chains bound their bodies as they knelt on the platform. Mo Chen, Xinyuan Zhantian, Lan Tianji, and the other people of the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon who had a deep relationship with Xiaochen were all present. Everyone's clothes were still intact, but their complexions were somewhat pale. As they knelt on the ground, they appeared to be in sorry states. How miserable! Half a month ago, they were all the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon. Unexpectedly, half a month later, they are all prisoners. Why is Xiaochen not showing himself yet? Seeing so many of his companions suffer, does he not blame himself at all? So what if he comes out? Now he is just a cripple. Is he here to send himself to death? That's true. I believe that this group of fellow sect members do not want him to show himself. Seeing the Dragon's Gate's doyens on the tall platform, the people below the platform discussed. Mo Chen looked for something in the crowd. When she did not discover Xiaochen's figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. While the defenses around the plaza looked lax, the blood-clad sect's experts were actually all hidden. If Xiaochen really came, he would have fallen for the blood-clad sect's trap. The young master Ao Feng sat on a chair in the back, playing with a die in his hand. This die would decide who would be the first Dragon's Gate's doyens to be killed today. Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, listen up. I have not touched a single one of these Dragon's Gate's doyens. As long as you immediately appear before me, I can immediately release all the Dragon's Gate's doyens. Ao Feng lazily reclined on the chair and drove his primordial energy, spreading his voice to every corner of the city. His arrogant voice contained a trace of frivolity as it reverberated throughout the entire city. Clearly, Ao Feng did not hold out much hope that Xiaochen would really appear. If Xiaochen really appeared, he would have come long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Ao Feng's behavior was truly asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this was the blood-clad sect's territory, so he could only endure his anger. Ao Feng yawned in boredom. Then he toyed with the die. When the drifting sound grew softer and softer, he prepared to continue speaking. As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the blood-clad plaza. Compared to Ao Feng's arrogant voice, this voice was much weaker in aura. However, it was these 4 simple and clean words that caused the clamor in the city to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone held their breath, feeling their hearts thumping loudly. For some reason they felt nervous. An entire city had stopped breathing for him. Clang. Ao Feng showed a startled expression. The lazy smile on his face vanished, and he stood up abruptly. Then, he threw his chair down heavily and looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. But the instant Ao Feng stood up, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Before Ao Feng could react, a huge foot trampled on him. His bones shattered, and he turned into a pile of mush. Chapter 1468. Naturally, the owner of the gargantuan foot was Xiao Chen. Before the sun rose that day, he had been hiding above Fresh Blood Plaza. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he withdrew his aura, even a prime would not be able to see through him. There was no need to use Dermic World to deal with a minor character like Ao Feng. However, Xiao Chen felt angry in his heart. He had been suppressing his rage for a long time already. When it finally erupted, he could no longer hold it in. The tall platform in the plaza instantly shattered, and all the Dragon's Gate elders soared into the air. Xiao Chen, who stomped Ao Feng into meat paste, quickly recovered his figure. Wearing a mask, he sat on the throne hovering in the air. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Many people present were very familiar with this image. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who had risen to fame in recent years. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who suppressed the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon royal halls. He was the most mysterious and unfathomable character of the Golden Age. He had risen too quickly, and there were too many mysteries and too many legends about him. Be it the newly advanced Saber Sovereign, suppressing the righteous and evil factions in the savage battlefield, or the widely known phrase of not touching a saber or leaving a shadow behind, there were many mysteries about the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's identity. He had long since become one of the greatest mysteries of the Kunlun realm. Such a character was destined to be a legend in this golden age of the Kunlun realm. However, today, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign suddenly appeared in Fresh Blood Plaza and even executed the signature martial technique of the Blue Dragon King. Could it be? There was an answer in everyone's heart. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and returned the throne to his battle robes. A saber light flashed in his hand, and the chains on the Dragon's Gate's people in the air broke. The Dragon's Gate's people regained their freedom. Then, they moved and landed firmly on the rubble of the plaza. Xiao Chen landed and stood in front of the crowd. Then he swept his gaze across the Dragon's Gate's gate elders before fixing it on Mo Chen. Fortunately, they were all here, not a single one missing. Casually removing his mask, Xiao Chen said, "Sorry for making you all suffer. I could not protect everyone. Xiao Chen let you all down." Delicate appearance, handsome facial features, and fluttering long hair. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? Outside the square, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The famous Shadowless Saber Sovereign, whose identity was a mystery, was actually the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, who was deemed to be a cripple. How is this possible? Chu Yang, the holy son of Zodiac Hall, who was hiding in the crowd and was prepared to rescue the people from the dragon sect, was dumbfounded by this scene. He had personally seen the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strength in the savage battlefield and knew how horrifying the other party was. He looked at Xiao Chen and casually took off his mask, revealing his true face. An indescribable bitterness appeared in his heart. Originally, he thought that he was already the leader of this sea region. He never expected that he would still be firmly suppressed by that person. After 5 years, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen not disappear, but he also changed his identity and made a name for himself. At this moment, Xiao Chen was not the only one feeling disappointed. The outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean that Yu Bingyun gathered all felt a heavy pressure. Cripple? Who still dared to say that the Blue Dragon King was already crippled, that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was Xiao Chen, and that the Blue Dragon King was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The mystery was solved. However, the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was somewhat hard to accept. Many people felt conflicted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign is actually Xiao Chen. In less than a day, this news will spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon King is indeed the Blue Dragon King. In the end, the Golden Age still belongs to him. There was no need to say too much. In any case, the cultivators who came here definitely would not regret coming today. Not only did they see Xiao Chen, but they also saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign taking off his mask. The blood-clad sex people were also completely stunned. This was not the result they wanted. They had been waiting for Xiao Chen to show up. However, when Xiao Chen truly appeared, they were all stunned. Even when their young master was trampled into meat paste, he did not stand up for the injustice and make a move against Xiao Qin. The reason was none other than Xiao Qin being the shadowless saber sovereign, a legendary character that even the Holy Lord could not do anything to. Big brother Xiao Qin. Emo Qin cried tears of joy, not knowing what to say. She sobbed softly, "Sorry, the dragon's gate is destroyed." Xinyuan Zhantian said calmly, "Xiao Qin, leave quickly. The strength of this blood-clad sect master is unfathomable. By coming here, you really fell for their trap." "Indeed. Big brother Xiao Qin, leave quickly. They lured you out on purpose." The Dragon's Gate's people startled awake from their joy and tried to persuade Xiao Qin to leave. "Where do you think you are going? Today, regardless of whether you are the shadowless saber sovereign or the blue dragon king Xiao Qin, you will die here." At the crucial moment, Qin Minghua led the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect, the 3 dragon kings, and many blood-clad sect experts to surround Xiao Qin and the Dragon's Gate's people. Clang. The blood-clad sect drew their weapons, and a cold, killing chi pointed at Xiao Qin. "Everyone, scatter. The blood-clad sect is handling matters. Anyone in the way will die." Suddenly, countless scarlet-clad cultivators appeared in the surroundings, chasing away all the cultivators watching the excitement in the plaza. Instantly, Fresh Blood Plaza became densely packed with the blood-clad sect's elite cultivators. Several warships even flew over in the sky, sealing off all the routes. Up in the tower, after the initial shock, Ao Lang revealed a cold smile. "You are seeking your own death. Even if you are the shadowless saber sovereign, this Fresh Blood Plaza will be your burial ground today." Dong. Dong. The tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites walked in orderly steps, pressing in step by step and closing in on the encirclement. His footsteps were like thunder, mixed with his killing intent, rumbling continuously, shaking people's hearts. Immediately, the cultivators chased to the periphery were all frightened by this scarlet sea. The ear-splitting footsteps caused several cultivators to bleed from their 7 facial orifices. Oh no. Even if the Holy Lord arrives, he will not be able to do anything. The strength of the blood-clad sect is really terrifying. How can the Blue Dragon King block them alone? He won't die just like that, right? Seeing this scene, everyone started to worry for Xiao Qin. There was no way out, no way out. Furthermore, there were the blood-clad sect experts eyeing Xiao Qin like tigers watching their prey. How was the Blue Dragon King going to break out of this situation? No matter how one thought about it, they could not think of a way out of this situation. At best, they could only force their way out. However, what was the point of Xiao Qin coming here after abandoning the Dragon's Gate elders? "Big brother Xiao Qin, just leave by yourself. There is no need to care about us," Emo Chen and the others said worriedly with grave expressions. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Don't worry." After turning around and facing Qin Minghua and the blood-clad sect's upper echelon, Xiao Qin did not show any fear on his face. "Xiao Qin, I can't help but admire you. Even at this point, you are still so bold. What's wrong? You want to attack us? I will not give you that chance. Ha! I will drag you down to death." Qin Minghua laughed loudly, and the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites soared into the air, charging at Xiao Qin. Despite facing such an advantage, this Qin Minghua actually wanted to use numbers to overwhelm Xiao Qin to death. Everyone cursed in their hearts at how despicable Qin Minghua was. However, there was nothing they could do. "Dao!" Just at this moment, Xiao Qin suddenly shouted, and a faint Dao disc appeared behind him. At this moment, the complete Saber Great Dao unleashed its full might. At this moment, the world seemed to merge with Xiao Qin, and he executed the Dao with his words. No one could block the might of the Great Dao. Pu Si. The tens of thousands of elite cultivators in the air bore the brunt of this Dao might, causing them to vomit blood. This was the might of the Great Dao. Only a small number of geniuses during the peak of the ancient era could comprehend it. This was a distant legend, an ancient myth. Today, it reappeared in the world. "Dao!" Xiao Qin shouted again, and the Dao disc gathered into a spot. It was resplendent and dazzling, like a powerful saber light. Then, it suddenly extended. The blood-clad sect cultivators vomiting blood in the air suffered another heavy blow. This second Dao was like a club to the head, knocking them all into the air. This scene thoroughly shocked Qin Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon. The vast Dao might forced the experts of this group of experts into a sorry state, forcing them to take a few steps back. When the tens of thousands of elites fell on their own, they all paled. Chapter 1469. Two shouts of the great Daos might pushed back tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites. Such an incredible scene made everyone feel incredulous. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. How can this be? Qin Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon retreated far away. When they saw this scene, they paled and trembled. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered, he gave off a might of the great Dao from his body. There was no magnificent halo or resplendent light around him. However, as he stood there, no one dared to look at him directly. This is too horrifying. How did he do it? When the other cultivators chased away by the blood-clad sect saw this scene, they were all shocked, feeling somewhat stupefied. Why was it like this? Earlier, Xiao Chen's imposing aura and the killing qi of the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites made everyone's heart palpitate. How did it crumble with just two shouts from Xiao Chen, vomiting blood and getting defeated? Emperor Wu's aura could suppress the weak and achieve the same effect. However, everyone knew that Xiao Chen's two shouts were different from his so-called aura. Firstly, aura needed to be stored up. Furthermore, it needed to be against a much weaker opponent. Secondly, Xiao Chen's aura was clearly only that of a seventh heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. How strong could his aura be? It's the Dao. It's great Dao energy. Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. This startled Chu Yang to his senses. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes were filled with extreme incredulity. The Dao was a legendary realm. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, only a few outstanding talents grasped it. After the decline of the martial epoch, great Dao energy never appeared again. It had already become a myth. However, now, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen appear as the shadowless saber sovereign, but he also displayed a godlike great Dao energy. The many outstanding talents felt like they had just woken up from a dream. There were only a few mentions of the Dao in the ancient records. Many people even doubted whether it existed or not. Is it really the Dao? If the answer was yes, then everything would be easy to understand. The might of the great Dao was not something that ordinary people could block. Compared to them, they were no longer on the same level. Let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Tens of thousands of the blood-clad sect elites retreated in defeat. The blood-clad sect's prestige was damaged. The blood-clad sect master would definitely be enraged. At that time, none of them would have a good ending. After all, only Ao Lang grasped the life-extending pill. That was their lifeblood. A ferocious aura flashed in Qin Minghua's eyes. He composed himself and rushed over first. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Chen had really comprehended the power of the Great Path, he did not believe that he, a level 9 existence, could not deal with Xiao Chen, who was only a level 7 cultivator. Furthermore, the 3 dragon kings of the 3 seas and the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect were all sovereign martial emperors. Let's go together. A strong wind blew. Qin Minghua and the 11 sovereign martial emperors forcefully resisted the great Dao might. With a murderous aura that filled the sky, they pounced towards Xiao Chen. Even in this golden age, sovereign martial emperors were still peak experts. A sovereign martial emperor could hold his own and establish a rank 8 sect. Under the lead of Qin Minghua, the 9th heaven emperor Wu, the 11 sovereign martial emperors soared into the air at the same time. Their auras merged and stirred up the winds and clouds. It was like the sky pressing down on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light dimmed. One could not even see their fingers when stretched out. The dilapidated plaza turned pitch black. Those were 12 sovereign martial emperors. When they pressed over, they even covered the sky. Retreat! 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 When the cultivators watching from behind saw such a lineup, they paled in fright and quickly retreated. This was the first time a battle involving so many sovereign martial emperors had appeared in the heavenly starry ocean during this golden age. When 12 sovereign martial emperors attacked together, their destructive power was clear without even needing to think. Xiao Chen's face sank. He shielded the Dragon's Gate's people behind him, encasing them in his Tao might. A huge battle could break out at any moment. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was the first to arrive. When he punched, it was like a huge dragon claw tearing bloody marks in space. Blood Dragon Claw. This was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's famous martial technique. He was very confident in his attack. Even if the Eastern Sea Dragon King could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would definitely be able to knock him back. As long as Xiao Chen took a step back, he would be able to regain control of the Dragon's Gate's elders. At that time, he would be able to obtain victory without a fight. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He swung his palm in the air, and saber lights shot out from his palm. Then, he clenched his fist and grabbed all the saber lights. He infused the great Tao energy from the saber Tao with his primordial energy. Then, he executed a distant legend. The light of the distant legend illuminated this pitch-black space. When the palm and fist clashed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's palm broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back like a sandbag. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was like an insignificant hunting dog crashing into the tough body of an elephant, bouncing back. As for Xiao Chen, he was like a mountain, firmly protecting the Dragon's Gate's people behind him. The internal organs in Xiao Chen's body churned endlessly. However, he forcefully suppressed them. Only 700 strands of primordial energy remained. If he had 1,000 with the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chen would not have been injured at all. At this moment, there was no time to recover. The 12 sovereign martial emperors took turns attacking, showing no intention of stopping. Taking turns to wear Xiao Chen down? To think that 12 sovereign martial emperors are taking turns to wear Xiao Chen down. This scene truly stunned everyone. To think that they even used such a method to deal with a mere Blue Dragon King. They completely tossed aside their dignity as sovereign martial emperors. This is bad. If this continues, Xiao Chen will die sooner or later. Indeed. He received the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor and did not even take a step back. He must be protecting the Dragon's Gate's elders behind him. This Xiao Chen is really foolish. If they clashed head-on like this, they would definitely suffer 800 casualties. After all, the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor were something that even a prime would have to consider carefully. Xiao Chen used great Tao energy to support himself and executed the myriad heaven divine fist, clashing head-on with the peak strikes of 12 sovereign martial emperors. Loud rumbles rang out endlessly. Every time they exchanged moves, a crack would appear in the city below them, causing it to tremble. After 7 loud sounds, the cultivators who had already retreated 50 kilometers away were horrified to discover that the crack had extended to their feet. They quickly withdrew and retreated all the way to the city wall before stopping. As Xiao Chen stood before the Dragon's Gate's elders, he was like an impregnable wall. Be it lightning, wind, or fire, he did not retreat even half a step. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's trembling figure after receiving the peak strikes of 11 sovereign martial emperors, they were deeply shocked. For some reason, they felt that they were too insignificant before this figure. You truly deserve to be the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. You are loyal and loyal. Even at this point, you still have not retreated. However, you can die now. Ken Minghua, who was the last to make a move, smiled coldly when he saw the pale Xiao Chen leaking blood from a corner of his lips. Then he swung his sword. Ken Minghua had stored up power with the cultivation of the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu, waiting for this moment. The tip of Ken Minghua's sword lit up, looking like a spark in the darkness. Following that, the spark burned the starry heavens with the momentum of a prairie fire. Prairie fire spark. When Ken Minghua swung his sword, it felt like the entire universe was burning. Everyone was captivated by this stunning sword strike. The 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu, Ken Minghua, was someone much stronger than the previous 11 sovereign martial emperors. Oh no! Xiao Chen is going to lose. When the many cultivators saw that Xiao Chen's Tao might had already fallen significantly, they could not help exclaiming. The extremely fast sword strike arrived before Xiao Chen the moment the prairie fire burned. It was incredibly fast. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and a berserk flaming shockwave radiated out. The shockwave formed horrifying fire tornadoes surging out. No one could see what was happening in the center. Only the Dragon's Gate's people in the center of the flames could clearly see that it was the lunar shadow saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the disheveled Xiao Chen held his saber in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him, using the scabbard to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen's internal injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood onto the scabbard. "Ao Jiao, if you are not going to draw the scabbard, when are you going to do so?" Xiao Chen's hair fluttered wildly as he grabbed the saber's hilt with his right hand. Then he shouted and pulled forcefully. Chapter 1470. The lunar shadow saber, which had been dormant for 5 years, finally came out of its scabbard when Xiao Chen did his best to draw it. A resplendent saber light came from the lunar shadow saber's streamlined blade, releasing resplendent saber light magnificently. There was no startling aura. The resplendent saber light flickered for a moment before withdrawing, looking like a 1,000-year-old ancient pool. It was tranquil and distant, containing the vicissitudes of time and the glory of the past. The withdrawn saber light was now like a pool of autumn water, flickering with moonlight. It was that simple. Xiao Chen drew the saber and brandished it. It was like the shadow of the bright moon, silent and traceless. Shattering sounds resounded. The divine weapon, which was blocked by the scabbard, shattered under this saber strike. Then it shot out with a sharp force. What saber is this? How can it even break my divine weapon? The divine weapon was connected to the heart. When the life divine weapon shattered, Qin Minghua felt intense pain in his heart, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Receive a saber strike from me as well. When Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber again, he felt a surge of energy from the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber. This energy continuously flowed through all the meridians in his body, replenishing all the primordial energy that he exhausted. At this moment, he became one with the saber. Xiao Chen soared into the air and executed the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique, the dragon subduing stance. The lunar shadow saber subdued the 1,000 true dragon might of the lunar shadow saber, using it for its own use. The instant the saber chopped down, the strong true dragon might pressured Qin Minghua into trembling. The divine weapon in Qin Minghua's hand already shattered. He was at a loss when facing this tyrannical saber strike, not knowing how to defend. In the end, Qin Minghua had no choice but to use his bare hands to block the saber. He infused all his cultivation into his hands. The instant the saber chopped down, Qin Minghua pressed his hands together, trying to catch the lunar shadow saber. Unexpectedly, Qin Minghua's hands found nothing. His heart suddenly sank, and horror filled his entire body. He failed to catch it. A berserk aura turned into a strong wind sweeping out. It blew away all the flaming tornadoes in the surroundings. The scene of the ruins of the plaza appeared before everyone's eyes once more. The instant the flames scattered, they happened to see Xiao Chen chopping Qin Minghua in half with his saber. Boom! Cracks spread everywhere on the ground. The aftershocks of this saber strike finally swept through the entire city. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out as the entire city started to collapse. The people on the city walls hurriedly flew into the air in fright. Dead, as the Emperor Wu of the Ninth Heaven, Qin Minghua actually died just like that? How exactly did Xiao Chen block that sword? What exactly happened within the flames that caused the entire situation to be reversed in an instant? It was completely unfathomable. Holding the saber in his hand, Xiao Chen stood proudly. The reborn lunar shadow saber was much stronger than he had expected. Transcendent divine weapon, this was a true transcendent divine weapon. It surpassed divine weapons and was unparalleled. There was a faint glow on the blade, but it was neither intense nor dazzling. However, when the crowd's gazes came into contact with this light, tears of blood fell from the eyes of many of them as they felt intense pain. Saber! Everyone was incomparably alarmed. What kind of blade was this? It was flickering with luster. Even from 500 kilometers away, The saber chi contained in the saber chi could pierce and injure people's eyes. There is no such saber on the divine weapon ranking. Someone asked, feeling confused. Of the 10 transcendent divine weapons, there was only one saber, the coiling monarch time saber. After today, there will be one more. The moment Xiao Qin said that, no one dared to question him anymore. Without a doubt, this was a treasure saber that surpassed divine weapons. Kan Minghua's defeat was understandable. If he had known that Xiao Qin had a transcendent divine weapon, he would not have died so carelessly. Good move. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Even though he has been silent for 5 years, he still cannot touch the reverse scale of a dragon. The Western Sea Dragon King slowly walked out of a cloud of dust, wearing his scarlet battle armor. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression remained calm, appearing as calm as still water as he looked at the ruined Western Dragon City. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the tens of thousands of Dragon's Gate elites lying on the ground and the blood-clad sect upper echelon frightened by Xiao Qin, his expression did not change, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was like everything before him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it did not matter. As long as the Western Sea Dragon King killed Xiao Qin and snatched away the transcendent divine weapon in his hand. With the support of the Treasure Master, it would not be difficult to build an even stronger blood-clad sect. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and sized up the Western Sea Dragon King. After not seeing him for 5 years, the other party's strength had improved somewhat horribly. The scarlet battle armor on the Western Sea Dragon King looked even more strange. It was like a sea of blood splashed on the Western Sea Dragon King's clothes. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Make your move. There is nothing to say between us. I will give you 3 chances to make your move. After 3 times I will take your head." When the Western Sea Dragon King heard that, he was stunned. Then he laughed loudly, "Arrogant. I thought that I was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, you are even more arrogant than me. If not for your transcendent divine weapon, Kan Minghua's sword strike would have taken your life. Now, I already know all your trump cards. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of arguing with the other party. Before coming, he was still somewhat worried about the Western Sea Dragon King's strength. After he saw it clearly, he no longer worried. He was like the other blood-clad sect disciples. It seemed like he relied on external items, the scarlet clothes on his body, to obtain his current strength. However, the scarlet clothes on his body were of a higher grade. That was all. The Western Sea Dragon King was still a distance away from a true Holy Lord. The other Holy Lands did not make a move on the blood-clad sect because they feared the mysterious person behind the blood-clad sect. This was the saying, "When beating a dog, look at its master." It looks like you have already given up on this opportunity. In that case, I have no choice but to use the move that I saved for you in advance. The cycle heart spun silently in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. The Western Sea Dragon King revealed a cold, disdainful smile. In his eyes, Xiao Qin was already a dead man. Wanting to do whatever he wanted by relying on a transcendent divine weapon was simply a fool's dream. "Blue Dragon King, I will stand right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me." Ao Lang reared his head back and laughed maniacally. Then he unleashed his aura without hiding it. His body released a boundless scarlet light. His aura soared continuously until it approached the level of the Holy Lord before stopping. Thick scarlet clouds covered the sky and the sun. As the clouds churned, they looked like a surging sea of blood. Waves splashed up endlessly, materializing many mysterious phenomena. How strong! The crowd, who had retreated 500 kilometers, all felt a strong pressure. This pressure was already close to the level of the Holy Lord. This is the aura of the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu at his peak. No wonder the blood-clad sect's sect master could break the Dragon's Gate's protective formation with one strike. Isn't Xiao Qin being too careless? After fighting so many battles, could he still have a trump card to kill this Western Sea Dragon King? The crowd did not believe what Xiao Qin said about taking off Ao Lang's head with one strike. It was not that they did not believe it. Rather, they felt that it was simply impossible. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King, who was 1 kilometer away. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To Xiao Qin, he would not even need the time to blink to cross 1 kilometer. Cycle in full, reversing time and space. Xiao Qin ignored the other party's arrogant laughter, wanting to erupt with the state of cycle in his sea of consciousness at full force. The resistance of the entire world appeared again. That's not right. This time, it is much stronger. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He felt the resistance he faced this time. Compared to when he unleashed the state of cycle at full force on the desolate island, the resistance he faced was at least 50% stronger. It looked like experts had an aura around them. Reversing time and space in front of an expert was much more difficult than reversing time and space in front of an ordinary person. Damn it. Could it be that this saber strike that I specially prepared for the other party is going to end here? Up until now, even when facing 12 sovereign martial emperors, Xiao Qin had not used the state of cycle. Xiao Qin had been waiting for this moment. After suppressing it for a long time, he had not expected such a change. The sudden change caught Xiao Qin somewhat off guard. He brought out the state of cycle and held the saber scabbard with his right hand, but he could not draw it. Idiot master, quickly draw your saber. I'll help you break his aura. Ao Jiao suddenly said at the crucial moment. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw that Xiao Qin did not move, he thought that Xiao Qin did not dare to make a move. He smiled coldly and said, "You are scared silly, right? This king's strength is no longer what it was 5 years ago. Even if I stand there without moving, you will not be able to find any openings." However, the moment the Western Sea Dragon King said that, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. "You are already dead." Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and soared into the air. The Western Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. "What a joke! Pooh see I." A saber light appeared on the Western Sea Dragon King's neck. Blood spurted out, and the head of the maniacally laughing Western Sea Dragon King suddenly flew off. Xiao Qin, who soared into the air, seemed to have expected this. He stretched out his hand and caught the Western Sea Dragon King's head. Chapter 1471. Holding the Western Sea Dragon King's head, Xiao Qin descended from the sky and stomped on Ao Lang's headless body. Bang! The strong impact immediately crushed this headless body, shattering its bones. The heart of an emperor immediately shattered and gave off a boundless scarlet spiritual light, spreading around Xiao Qin like stars. Holding the blood-clad sect master's head, Xiao Qin appeared stern amid this boundless scarlet light, looking like a deity. What's going on? Did anyone see clearly how Xiao Qin attacked? Damn! How did this Ao Lang die after laughing? Who in the world did it? That scared me to death. His head suddenly flew off. Did I see wrongly? Damn! What exactly happened? Who saw it clearly? Tell us. The many cultivators who had already retreated far away from the city nearly went crazy. Many of them even wondered if they saw wrongly. However, the scene before them had really happened. The strong blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang, had his head in Xiao Qin's hand. Like Ao Feng, Xiao Qin stomped on Ao Lang's body, turning it into a pile of mud. He was deader than dead. However, everyone only saw Xiao Qin sheath his saber. They did not see Xiao Qin make a move. Even the outstanding talents and the experts with good eyesight did not see it. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the blood-clad sect master did not know how he died. The moment before his death, he clearly did not know anything at all. He even shouted at Xiao Qin. It was like someone had chosen that moment with the judgment pen. When the time was up, Ao Lang would die. Strange. This simple battle was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could figure it out or understand it. However, no matter what, the result was already set in stone. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, had remained silent for 5 years. Once again he used his actions to prove this point. Xiao Qin looked at the ruins of the city and the miserable state of the blood-clad sect's tens of thousands of elite disciples. After this battle, even if Xiao Qin remained silent for 100 years or even 1,000 years, he would not be able to do anything. No one would dare to recklessly attack the Dragon's Gate. The blood-clad sect's miserable state used the bloody facts to show everyone the consequences of offending the Dragon's Gate. After tossing the Western Sea Dragon King's head into the universe ring, Xiaochen felt his entire body go weak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood flowed out incessantly, and it was surrounded by black demon qi. This was what the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang left for Xiaochen before he died. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the moment he traveled to the future. Xiaochen exchanged moves with the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang in the time it took for a spark to fly, deciding life and death in one move. Even if Xiaochen traveled to the future, the Western Sea Dragon King would not just stand there and let Xiaochen kill him. That was not realistic. That is impossible. In the future, the Western Sea Dragon King will be a fool. His greatest advantage was the element of surprise. These 4 words should not be underestimated. When Xiaochen traveled to the future, his saber strike came without any warning. It appeared right before the Western Sea Dragon King. How could it be easy to receive the peak strike of a person who had stored up power in an unexpected situation? How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary person walking on the street normally and suddenly having a flower vase fall on their head. The second advantage was that it would be very difficult to counterattack, as Xiaochen would return to the past in the next second. There was one final advantage. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to block it by luck, Xiaochen would be able to figure out how to block it. After returning to the past, Xiaochen would predict what the Western Sea Dragon King would do in advance. Then, when the Western Sea Dragon King suddenly changed his plans, he would still be flustered. This was the first time Xiaochen used the state of cycle in actual combat. While the battle appeared easy to others, Xiaochen won by luck. If not for the help of the lunar shadow saber, the state of cycle would not have been able to break free from the time and space where the Western Sea Dragon King was. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to break free, the time left for him to make a move would be much shorter. Even so, there was still a wound on Xiaochen's chest. He had indeed won by luck. The state of cycle was boundlessly mysterious. However, Xiaochen had only scratched the surface of it. Perhaps it could not even be considered scratching the surface. It was too unfortunate that the cycle arts had only the first chapter. Big Brother Xiaochen. The Dragon's Gate elders, who had been protected by Xiaochen, rushed over and surrounded Xiaochen. Xiaochen barely managed to stop his wound. Then he smiled, and a Dragon's Gate's warship flew out of the universe ring. He said, "I said that I would bring you away. Come back with me." After saying that, Xiaochen's body swayed slightly. He was too tired. Imochen stepped forward and quickly supported Xiaochen. Then, the group leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. There was no time to explain. They had to leave this troublesome place first. The remnant forces of the blood-clad sect had already scattered the instant the Western Sea Dragon King died. The injured upper echelons of the blood-clad sect fled even faster. The huge blood-clad sect collapsed in an instant. This made everyone sigh. Compared to the Holy Lands, these upstart sects still lacked accumulations. They could not withstand great winds and waves. After the Dragon's Gate suffered this calamity, it would definitely undergo a nirvanic rebirth. After unifying the Western Sea, the Dragon's Gate's prestige would soar, and it would become the center of the region. As for Xiaochen, he would continue the legend of the Blue Dragon King. The identity of the shadowless Saber Sovereign would make his experiences even more legendary. Without a doubt, the Kunlun realm's luck belonged to him. As the crowd watched the Dragon's Gate's warship leave, they felt complicated emotions welling up in their hearts. In the short span of half a day, their emotions as outsiders had experienced many ups and downs. Several times, their hearts felt like they could not take it anymore, about to jump out. The shock that the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, brought them was simply too incredible. They probably would not be able to digest this within half a month. Chu Yang and the other outstanding talents around the Holy Daughter Yu Bingyun felt indescribably bitter. Originally, they were invited by the Holy Daughter to rescue the people of the Dragon's Gate. Now that they thought about it, they were too naive. The blood-clad sect was much stronger than they thought. If they had really attacked, their fates would have been very unsightly. However, these outstanding talents were rather open-minded. Many of them were even on good terms with Xiao Qin. When they saw that Xiao Qin was not only fine but even stronger than before, they rejoiced. For example, the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance chief, Yi Chen, the human demon seas Dugu Ao, and the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan. What a fellow! This fellow really hid it from us. After this, we will all go to the Dragon's Gate together. We have to harass Xiao Qin. Ha! Yi Chen laughed very happily without a care in the world. The bitterness in the others' hearts had yet to fade. They simply could not bring themselves to laugh. When Yi Chen saw that no one replied, he laughed dryly in embarrassment and did not say anything more. This was how Chu Yang felt. From the moment Xiao Qin took off his mask, his heart was in a mess. Bing Yun, I did not manage to help much this time. Sorry for the ridicule. If you have any instructions in the future, this Chu will definitely be the first to rush over. Yu Bingyun quickly said, Young Master Chu is too polite. No matter what, everyone coming is a show of your concern for this little girl. Bingyun will definitely remember this. Chu Yang smiled and said, Unfortunately, Miss Bingyun already has someone in your heart. I'll take my leave first. Like I said, although this Chu is weak, if you need help in the future, just say the word and I will definitely be the first to rush over. Although Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart, he did not lose his grace. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. The group of outstanding talents left one after another. Yu Bingyun thanked them one by one. Although her efforts did not work, there might be a perfect result. The smile on Yu Bingyun's face already expressed her current mood. Speaking of which, why did Xiao Qin change his identity? Hiding himself is not his style, Yi Chen said with some conflict after thinking hard. The demon mixed blood Dugu Ao said indifferently, even if you use your toes to think, if he exposed his identity, how could the primes give him the chance to grow to such a level? That's right. Why did I not think of that? Yi Chen smacked his forehead, startled awake. That's not right. You are indirectly calling me stupid. However, Dugu Ao ignored Yi Chen. After saying goodbye to Yu Bingyun, he left. At the same time, in the center of the heavenly starry ocean, in the largest sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, the mysterious Treasure Master was currently playing Go with the Geomaster Jiang Tianxia in a pavilion above the gigantic immortal statue. The black and white Go stones competed with each other on the crisscrossing Go board. Treasure Master, after not playing for so many years, your Go skills have deteriorated. Or are you purposely letting me win? If you let me win again, you will really lose. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and placed down a white Go stone, chopping down a large dragon. Then, he stretched out his hand and picked up the black Go stones one by one. The white Go stones instantly held the advantage. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and said, Old Jiang, I never let you win. It is just that my Go board is larger than the one in your heart. Ding. Right after the Treasure Master spoke, he tapped the table with his finger. The wooden Go board instantly turned to dust, and the Go stones fell to the table. When the dust settled, Jiang Tian was shocked to discover that the table, which was several times larger than the Go board, had crisscrossed and formed a new Go board. The black and white Go stones did not change. However, now that the white Go stones fell into this larger Go board, the white Go stones, which originally held the advantage, immediately became dangerous. Chapter 1472. He did not seem to be as unfathomable as he appeared before Jiang Tian and the others. Many years ago, there was such a person as well. Xiao Qin suddenly rose up and ruined the myriad Law Fiend Master's plans, leaving an eternal scar. The myriad Law Fiend Master took a deep breath, his expression changing involuntarily. I always suspected that the ancient people made this up. How could it possibly exist? The Bright Moon Empress spoke again, stating that Xiao Qin had already attained the Tao. The more the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke, the more horrified he felt. If we still do not attack, we will not have any more chances. Seeing that the myriad Law Fiend Master was about to leave, the Bright Moon Empress cautiously led Jiang Tian away. After saying that, the myriad Law Fiend Master immediately left, not lingering. The treasure master toyed with the puppet pearl in his hand as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The treasure master smiled and said, "Even if we do not give up, we will not be able to hold on for long. After another 2 or 3 years, the side effects of the blood-clad battle armor will erupt. At that time, we will all be crippled. Everything in the world has its own rules. Those that succeed in one go are not good." This little fellow's growth is really startling. Perhaps he managed to grow to such a level in a moment of carelessness, the myriad law fiend master sighed. This was an unprecedented major matter. Never before had the 3 primes of the deity Tao Union felt that the matter was serious and wanted to discuss it together. He even grasped the legendary Tao. Given some time, he will definitely surpass us. However, the treasure master did not give him that chance. He did not want to drag himself into unnecessary danger, so he left after saying so. This old thief is really smart. He was already very careful, but he still discovered him. He left after saying so without hesitation, the bright moon empress muttered with a slight frown. After being stunned for a while, Jiang Tian laughed loudly. No matter how big the Go puzzle is, so what? When the so-called chess pieces go beyond one's control, everything is nonsense. In the Cactus Palm City, the treasure master, who was in a secret room, just learned of the blood-clad sect's destruction from the young treasure master, Yiling Qiyan. "You make the decision," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he looked at the strongest of the 3, Emperor Forsaken. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Are you trying to incite me to defect? I don't think it's true either. However, according to the news I received, he seems to have really attained the Tao, the great Tao of the saber." In Xiao Chen's heart, he had already decided that the blood-clad sect was a sacrificial pawn. He did not care about the gains or losses. No one below the supreme being level could defeat him. The moment these words came out, Jiang Tian and the myriad law fiend master were both shocked, clearly surprised. Those that could not be seen through were always the ones that people feared the most. The treasure masters seemed to be playing this game. However, after verifying it from many places, the news was confirmed. Xiao Chen was the shadowless saber sovereign. Not only was he not crippled, but he was also promoted to become a new giant of this world. So, the treasure master stood up and waved his hand. Then he quickly left the pavilion as if he wanted to avoid something, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The treasure master smiled but did not reply. Then he said softly, "Senior Jiang, you have reached great heights in the geomancy lineage. You traversed the yin and yang realms with ease, but you also met your limits. Xiao, do you want to make a move?" The heaven-punishing corpse god was the most direct. He went straight to the point, unable to restrain his killing intent. Jiang Tian asked sullenly, "What exactly do you want to do?" Jiang Tian sighed. "If it were possible, I really would not want to see him make a move. He gives me a feeling that it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he makes a move, the entire heavenly starry ocean will fall into a calamity." Compared to Xiao Chen destroying the blood-clad sect, the news of him grasping the saber great Tao was what truly moved the myriad law fiend master. Fortunately, we already obtained the puppet pearl. Even if the blood-clad sect is destroyed now, it will not affect the overall situation. The treasure master probably did not expect the blood-clad sect to suffer such a heavy blow. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you think, goodbye." It was even rumored that even if a prime appeared, they might not be able to do anything to Xiao Chen. When the bright moon empress received a letter, her expression changed slightly, appearing incredibly shocked. Her eyes filled with shock. "Let's go as well. We cannot remain in this place for long." However, if it was destroyed now, the bright moon empress would probably be so frustrated that she would vomit blood. The Go game had not changed. It was just that the Go board had grown larger, and the situation had flipped. Even the treasure master, Emperor Forsaken, did not view him as a true enemy. This is unexpected. It looks like the plan has to be brought forward. After Ying Zongtian, who was like a teacher and a friend to Xiao Chen, came to know, he revealed a gratified expression. The treasure master probably guessed that someone would cause trouble in the blood-clad sect during their conversation earlier. However, he absolutely did not expect that someone would destroy the entire blood-clad sect. The bright Moon Empress showed a complicated expression. However, she still told the treasure master everything that she knew. Many years later, there was another person who had escaped his control. The treasure master was not angry at the losses from the destruction of the blood-clad sect. Instead, this matter surpassed his plans and control. Go out, I understand. However, some people just cannot resist the temptation. Even though they know the consequences, they still believe that they will be an exception. The treasure master controlled his rage and waved his hand to let Yi-Ling out. The treasure master did not give Yi-Ling a chance to show the world his true strength and trump cards. The treasure master said indifferently, I know your purpose in calling me out. I am just a sacrificial pawn. I've already achieved my goal. If there are any more gains, that would be a pleasant surprise. At first, the cyclic astral lord was stunned for a moment. Then he rejoiced. With the existence that comprehended a Tao, his strength will improve further. It should not be difficult for him to complete the Kunlun road. After a long silence, the treasure master sighed and muttered to himself. Between the giant statue's fingers, the three of them were as small as ants. The statue lowered its eyes, as if it could see everything in front of it clearly. I just received news that Xiaochen already killed the blood-clad sect's sect master, Ao Lang. He also destroyed the entire blood-clad sect's headquarters. The upper echelons of the blood-clad sect all fled with severe injuries. When Jiang Tian heard this, his expression changed slightly. You gave up on the blood-clad sect? Even if the Holy Lord came personally, he would not be able to destroy the blood-clad sect. However, Xiaochen managed to do it. Yi-Ling felt somewhat dissatisfied, unwilling to believe that this news was true. He seems to have grasped the Tao. Finally, he could truly stand on his own. This was the best news he had heard before the arrival of the Devil Tribulation. The strength that Xiaochen displayed in Western Dragon City was simply too startling. After 5 years of silence, Xiaochen shocked the entire Kunlun realm with one brilliant feat. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor shook his head and said, no. Back then, before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he was already hard to kill. Now that he has grown to such a level, it will be even harder to kill him. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said softly, he has been cautious all his life. How could he let himself fall into danger so easily? This fellow is too mysterious. Although they did not really care about the blood-clad sect, they still understood the blood-clad sect's strength. When the treasure master heard this, he was startled. The usually calm and unfathomable treasure master showed anger for the first time. No, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Star Island. I have to figure this out. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere behind Jiang Tian. The Bright Moon Empress and the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the 2 primes, appeared silently. We kept getting the wrong information. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is Xiaochen. Not only did Xiaochen appear in Western Dragon City, but he is also much stronger than he was 5 years ago. As for the 3 primes on the Deity Dao Union side, they were all shocked. Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor gathered together to discuss this matter. I want to tell you that this world is very big. You still have a lot of room for improvement. As long as you are willing, I can satisfy you. Interesting. Interesting. Based on the 2 primes' words, it seemed like they intended to work together to test the treasure master. At the same time, the other primes of the Kunlun realm received the news. Jiang Tian asked, what's wrong? Chapter 1473. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. The other 2 did not know what he was thinking. The 2 did not want to disturb Qitian, so they could only wait. After a long time, Emperor Forsaken said coldly, there's no need. He has not reached the point of death yet. Wait until he opens the doors of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he can die. The Blue Dragon Palace? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. Why was Emperor Forsaken still nurturing a tiger at this time? That's right. It is the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, back then, the Qing Emperor could rise up because of this Blue Dragon Palace. Although they are all human holy lands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate do not have a similar holy palace. Have you thought about the reason? This was a matter from 10,000 years ago. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god did not understand. Furthermore, they did not pay much attention to this information. Emperor Forsaken was different. 10,000 years ago, the deity race was even stronger than it was now. However, it still fell to the hands of the Qing Emperor and his Dragon's Gate. For the past 10,000 years, the deity race had been investigating the Blue Dragon Palace's origins, spending a lot of manpower and resources. I never thought about it. Could there be some other mysteries? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emperor Forsaken with some urgency. The Blue Dragon Palace was an even more horrifying existence than the 8 great forbidden lands. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Of course, there are other mysteries. 10,000 years ago, this Blue Dragon Palace did not exist. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, the Blue Dragon Palace did not come from the Kunlun realm but from the great realm of the abandoned land. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god were greatly startled. They had never heard of such a secret before. This was their first time hearing about it. Is this true? The 3 holy masters have personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? Emperor Forsaken said in a deep voice. The reason why the Qing Emperor was able to rise back then was because of the Blue Dragon Palace. And this Blue Dragon Palace contains the inheritance of the Dragon clan from the Outer Realm. The Qing Emperor inherited the legacy of the extraterritorial Dragon clan. That's why he became so powerful and became the strongest person in the post-ancient era. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was still a little confused. Then, why didn't the legacy of the other 3 holy masters' lands appear? Only the legacy of the Dragon sect has appeared. Emperor Forsaken replied, I don't know. Only by entering the Blue Dragon Temple will we know the real answer. Therefore, we can't touch Xiaochen now. We can only kill him if he opens the door of the Blue Dragon Temple. The heaven-punishing corpse god suddenly said, Why are you willing to tell us such important information today? Things are already beyond my control. Don't worry. If we really enter the Blue Dragon Temple, the 3 of us will definitely split the benefits equally. Clearly, the initial silence was because Emperor Forsaken was considering whether to tell the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. Now, it looked like Emperor Forsaken had already made his decision. Xiao Chen's growth had exceeded expectations. Xiao Chen had forced the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to make a compromise, truly joining hands with the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. As for how to decide, it will depend on the 2 of you. If the 2 of you insist on killing Xiao Chen now, I will not force you. In that case, I won't force it. I'll definitely do my best to eliminate this threat. Emperor Forsaken tossed the ball to the 2 and did not say anything else. After a while, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god decided not to kill Xiao Chen for now. The result was within Emperor Forsaken's expectations. No one could resist the temptation of the Blue Dragon Temple. On Heavenly Star Island, on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, Xiao Chen treated his injuries in his courtyard. This place was one of the few places that had not been destroyed by the blood-clad sect. The other injuries on Xiao Chen's body were not particularly severe. The only problematic one was the wound on his chest. Before Ao Lang died, he had infused all his cultivation into that strike. If not for Xiao Chen's already strong physical body, his heart would have shattered. This strike would have shattered Xiao Chen's heart on the spot. At the foot of the cliff, the Dragon's Gate's doyens were gathering the remnant disciples on the island to deal with the Dragon's Gate's funeral matters. Aside from being mentally fatigued, these people recovered rather quickly after they were freed from their restraints. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong aura sweep through Heavenly Star Island. Then, that person quickly flew towards him. This person was very strong. Aside from Xiao Chen, no one else discovered it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and happened to see the myriad law fiend master land in front of him. When Xiao Chen saw the other party, he felt somewhat shocked. In Xiao Chen's impression, this old man did not care about many things in the outside world. In the myriad fiend island, even his descendants found it extremely difficult to meet this old man. Back then, when Xiao Chen went to the myriad fiend island to meet this old man, many of the myriad fiend island's disciples envied him. Senior, why are you here? Xiao Chen asked as he stood up and stopped his cultivation, giving up on treating his injuries for now. Seeking the Tao. The Myriad Law Fiend Master was very straightforward, not hiding anything. With just these two simple words, Xiao Chen already knew the Myriad Law Fiend Master's purpose. He probably already knew about the battle in the blood-clad sect. That's right. This junior has indeed grasped a complete Saber Tao. However, this is just the first step. I still have a long way to go. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's face lit up in joy. Then, he revealed an excited expression. You really grasped Great Tao energy? Xiao Chen nodded. With a thought, Great Tao energy spread out, forming a faint Tao disc behind him that gave off a bright light. Then, the Tao disc condensed into a point and continuously elongated. The Tao might on Xiao Chen's body grew as well. Boom! The Myriad Law Fiend Master slowly felt some pressure. He had no choice but to drive his aura to block. Enough! You are already injured. There is no need to continue demonstrating. The ancients did not lie to me. A great Tao truly exists in the world. However, this old man is stupid. I'm afraid that I will not be able to comprehend it in this lifetime. The Myriad Law Fiend Master indicated for Xiao Chen to stop. Then he said somewhat disappointedly. At his age, he had not comprehended a Tao yet. He basically had no fate with the Tao. His thoughts were already fixed. It would be very difficult to change. If it were 1,000 years ago, he would have gotten Xiao Chen to demonstrate and explain to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Given his comprehension ability, he would have had a 50% chance of grasping Great Tao energy. Following that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked Xiao Chen about the mysteries of the Tao and how it worked. Xiao Chen was not stingy, telling the Myriad Law Fiend Master everything he could. No matter what, the Myriad Law Fiend Master had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He owed him a great debt, so what he said was nothing. After a long time, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked, "Do you blame me for not making a move when the Dragon's Gate was destroyed?" Xiao Chen shook his head. Senior, you are not obligated to defend the Dragon's Gate. You cannot stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. It's good that you can think that way. It's not that I don't want to help. Let me tell you the truth. The people who can help you are all delayed by all kinds of seemingly coincidental things. The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled and said, however, after that, the blood-clad sex people did not dare to go overboard. When the Dragon's Gate's elders were captured, they did not suffer any abuse. Xiao Chen was startled. His thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking for a while, he said, "Someone wants to test me?" "That's right. I'm sure you've guessed who it is. However, right now, he should be regretting his underestimation of your strength." The Myriad Law Fiend Master continued, "Your appearance spoiled his plans. The heavenly starry ocean will probably descend into chaos in advance. Given that person's means, it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he does, the entire heavenly starry ocean will suffer a calamity." Of course, the answer to who that person was went without saying. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Why don't the three of you primes work together to make a move? Could it be that the three primes are not sufficient to defeat him?" Of course, the three primes can defeat him. However, because they cannot figure him out, they do not dare to make a move. No one can bear the consequences of falling out with him. They can only keep their guard up and make their own preparations. The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed softly. The situation is even more complicated than you imagine. Attacking the Dragon's Gate is just a prelude. Cultivate properly and make use of this rare period of peace to raise your strength further. The Great Tribulation is approaching. A storm will arrive soon, a storm that will destroy the world. Chapter 1474. Senior, aren't you being too serious? Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master's stern appearance, Xiao Chen felt that he had gone overboard. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and said, "I am absolutely not joking. I have lived for so many years. I have experienced and know much more than you do. A long time ago, it wasn't particularly difficult to leave this land of exile. Most of the vanished existences in history left. However, Now, the Kunlun Road is becoming more and more like a dead end, practically a dead end. In the past, the Thunder King was still around. At the very least, he could handle everything. Now that the Thunder King is not around, no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The Kunlun realm is in a state of disunity, unable to withstand a great calamity. Right now, you are the only hope of replacing the Thunder King. You are a variable, the bearer of luck of the Kunlun realm. After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master left behind a bottle of the Fiend race's holy medicine for treating injuries before leaving quietly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt a strange pressure. This Kunlun realm was no longer calm. However, it was still calm in the eyes of the Myriad Law Fiend Master. A true storm would be much more horrifying than this. Destroying the world. If I lose, will everyone in the Kunlun realm die? With this thought, Xiao Chen felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to see this familiar world destroyed. Xiao Chen, don't overthink. Just do your best. It is not fair to place the pressure of the entire world on you. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, consoled Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said helplessly, if I were really the bearer of luck and inherited the heavenly Tao's luck, then it would not be as simple as doing my best. Right now, Xiao Chen grasped great Tao energy and the supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. His potential was limitless. Surpassing Prime was originally an unreachable goal. Now, he was not far from it. Luck could not be given to one for free. The heavenly Tao had always been fair. It was a form of self-protection. Although it did not have life or intelligence, it did not want the Kunlun realm to be destroyed. If he failed to do so, his luck would probably turn into misfortune, and many inauspicious things would happen. However, Ao Jiao said a lot. Regardless of whether she believed in fate or not, there were many things that she just had to do her best. If it still didn't work, then there was no other way. People didn't need to trouble themselves. After taking the recuperation medicine left behind by the Myriad Law Fiend Master, Xiao Chen started to recover quickly. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. It looked like the medicinal pill that the Myriad Law Fiend Master gave him was a trump card. Presumably, after listening to Xiao Chen talk about so many cultivation methods, the other party would feel embarrassed not to express his gratitude. After recovering from his injuries, just as Xiao Chen was about to go into seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived. The one who came was the Cyclic Astral Lord, one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean. He was also the person who had a 100-year agreement with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Little brother Xiao Chen, congratulations to little brother Xiao Chen for killing Ao Lang with 1 saber strike. No one under Prime can defeat you. After comprehending great Tao energy, it will be easy for you to surpass Prime in the future. The Cyclic Astral Lord's handsome face showed a spring breeze-like smile, making one feel very comfortable. However, Xiao Chen knew who the other party was. He replied indifferently, the Cyclic Astral Lord is too serious. I don't dare to say that I surpass Prime. I'm not here for anything else. I just want to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill the agreement, you will really die. The Cyclic Astral Lord still had a wide smile on his face. However, his words were not polite at all. The oath stone is no joke. If you fail to fulfill the oath you made, the consequences will definitely come true. Xiao Chen loathed this person from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, thank you for your auspicious words. Don't worry. I will do it. It's good that you remember. Don't disappoint me. The Cyclic Astral Lord did as he said. After reminding Xiao Chen, he laughed and left. After the Cyclic Astral Lord left, the Bright Moon Empress and Jiang Tian, whom Xiao Chen had not seen for a long time, appeared together. Furthermore, they were all major characters. The 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean were all here. Like the Myriad Law Fiend Master, these 2 came for the same purpose, to ask about the Tao. Xiao Chen did not find this troublesome. He repeated what he had said to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. After the 2 heard it, they both gained a lot of comprehensions. This was especially so for the Bright Moon Empress. Her pretty eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. Although he couldn't comprehend the Tao, it would more or less be beneficial to his cultivation. Shaochen, it looks like you are different from the Qing Emperor back then. I had too deep a prejudice against you in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Shaochen wondered if he had heard wrong. The Bright Moon Empress actually apologized to him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, in the end, strength reigned supreme in this world. Even a noble and cold existence like the Bright Moon Empress would still show respect to him after he was strong enough. Palace Master is too polite. I have never harbored any hatred for the Lunar Palace. This was the truth, not a lie. Shaochen did not feel any hatred for the Lunar Palace. Of course, he did not have a good impression of it either. After the two left, a large number of cultivators arrived. They were either the holy masters of holy lands or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. These were all major characters of the heavenly starry ocean, people who were rarely seen. However, today, they all rushed to the rubble of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Shaochen had no choice but to close the doors and reject all guests, getting Imochen to spread the word. 3 months later, when the Dragon's Gate was rebuilt, he would invite everyone to a banquet. Otherwise, Shaochen would not even need to cultivate after receiving so many people endlessly. The arrival of the 3 primes made Shaochen understand that time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate quickly and improve his strength. Then he would make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was naturally urgent. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was very important. Shaochen could not afford to make any mistakes. He needed to be strong enough to face a prime before he could go. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. Although the 3 primes said that Shaochen would soon surpass prime, Shaochen was not lost. However, Shaochen did not lose himself. Right now, the gap between him and a prime was still rather large. At the very most, he would only have some trump cards that could slightly threaten a supremacy. 5 years ago, Shaochen had seen a prime make a move during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew how horrifying a prime's strength was. Every single existence that could become a supreme being was definitely not an ordinary person. They were all incredibly powerful. Naturally, the first thing Shaochen needed to do was to recover his primordial energy. Then, he would continue to refine it until he could no longer cultivate. After searching through the universe ring, Shaochen took out all the primordial pills he had. There was a total of 2,000. This was a large number. If Shaochen absorbed and refined all of them, it would be sufficient to completely recover his primordial energy or even become even denser. While Shaochen cultivated, the entire heavenly starry ocean became much more peaceful, as the myriad law fiend master expected. It was like a sign before a storm. After the destruction of the blood-clad sect, the treasure master seemed to have stopped all his plans and chose to hide, vanishing from everyone's sight. The deity Dao Yunyan's side in the Kunlun realm also quieted down, not taking any action. It was like they were waiting for an opportunity. Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god rarely showed themselves. The deity Dao Yunyan's actions surpassed many people's expectations. Originally, several people thought that the deity Dao Yunyan would seek trouble for the Blue Dragon King, Shaochen. Who could have imagined that the deity Dao Yunyan would remain so calm, not reacting at all? However, these peaceful days would be broken one day. The great battle triggered by the Blue Dragon Palace far surpassed Shaochen's expectations.